that the Bible texts available today have corrupted or altered over time. And this is a logical problem. If the Bible is historically reliable and true, then the Quran's denial of Jesus' crucifixion deity means that the Quran contains errors. If the Bible is corrupted and unreliable, the Quran's claim that the gospel was a preserved divine revelation should be judged by Christians, and the Quran contains errors. There's no way out of this, just like the feminist dilemma that I created. So
What
just
is-
like the Islam...
Marte, hold on with your autistic rambling. Calm down. Daddy's here now.
Let me know when you're in the
That's
pool too,
gay
Tyler.
as
So I
fuck,
can
by the way.
Simon.
That's
AVG, how you doing,
Yeah.
sweetheart? I know you still have me blocked, AVG, which hurts my feelings a little bit, sweetheart. I thought we,
I remember this
had
guy.
I thought we, had a lovely, mental fucking yesterday. So I was just. But
Conservative woman wanting
This is
to.
By the way,
degenerate
there's more
people.
coming from this
So-
guy. This
anyway,
guy likes to do this.
Marte, don't talk to me about degeneracy, sir. When you've blown men,
I'm an
I don't want to hear about
Orthodox
this
Baptist
nonsense.
Christian.
Orthodox. You know what Orthodox do? You know what Orthodox do? They had their patriarchs appointed by Muslims. I don't care about any nonsense about Orthodox. Yeah, you did. Go look back at your history and tell me how many of your church fathers.
Just so you know, Tyler, there's more of that from this guy coming. Just
you're gonna
like
attack
endless
Christianity.
talking.
Oh, I'm
about
not
everything.
to say anything wrong. I'm just giving you an actual historical fact. That So Marte, am I wrong? Am I wrong that Orthodox patriarchs were not appointed and given permission by the Muslims?
Saint Seraphim Rose wasn't appointed by Muslims. Saint Mary of Egypt wasn't appointed by Muslims. What are you talking
Ma'am,
about?
I'm going to address you as a woman if you keep addressing me like a woman and not addressing the question.
Ad homs don't really work too well.
I'm
So
not
what you're
ad
doing is
homing.
you're
I'm
attacking Orthodox
addressing what
Christianity.
you're doing. I'm addressing a
You're
pattern of
attacking-
behavior. I'm addressing
You're
a pattern of
attacking
behavior.
Orthodox Christianity.
Woman, I
not
recommend
I'm attacking them. I'm addressing a
You're
historical
attacking
fact.
our saints. You're attacking the
I
Orthodox
no, I'm
saints. That's
attacking
what
that your
you said.
patriarchs were historically appointed by
This
Muslims
is an
because they
attack on
conquered
Orthodox Christianity.
Orthodox
This is an
nations
attack
and
on
they could.
Orthodox Christianity. You're
Orthodox
attacking
are nothing. I am Rome, sir. We can wipe.
Oh, hold on. I muted him for a second. What does this have to do
You're
with blind?
gonna.
Nothing.
guy-
This is just what this guy does. He goes on panels and he totally.
No, again, I'm just
It's
addressing. I'm addressing the autism.
Stage, buddy. Go
So
back.
Marte, you can
You've been
relax.
attacking Christianity the whole time. This is ridiculous.
He's just gonna keep
No,
doing this forever and ever
Yeah,
until you stop it. There you go. Awesome.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
Good
so
job,
bad.
everybody.
That's insane. Thank you. I appreciate it.
The bell. Emmett loves
The
the
bell.
bell.
That's bell worthy.
Some of
Can
y'all
Can
the
you
first
never
time.
All
do
right.
that again?
Nice to meet you.
Like, take the
AVG,
bell
but,
and throw it
I didn't
to-
like that you said
Too
dark
bad.
side beat me or something. I mean, I don't know what that
Oh,
was
did your
about.
fifis get hurt?
I'm
Oh my
just
God.
saying. I mean, you're just
Before-
lying. You're just
Before
flat
the panel goes too much further,
I'm
let's
sorry,
have
Uncle
the
Tom.
poll. And I got a hard out because my time limit is 10:30. So
All right.
Thank you for
Hey,
the debate,
Mr.
Mr. B.
Have a
Good
good one.
job.
Thank you, Mr. B.
let's see what the poll says first. What were the ones and twos?
Oh yeah.
How are we
let's,
doing this, Tyler? Who's gonna go first? How is gonna do
I'll end
the
my poll,
questions? How are we gonna?
I think
do
we're
that?
gonna get the poll results or whatever, and then we'll
Yeah, it
go
looks
into
like we got 27 votes for AVG and 5 votes for Marte.
Awesome.
So,
Right.
so by this logic, I shouldn't use this debate tool.
If it's not rhetorically effective, no, because if you're saying it's rhetoric
Yeah.
and the rhetoric is backfiring, you need to discard it.
It's not backfiring. It hasn't backfired in debates.
I looked at the
fact-
poll just now. It's backfiring.
No, that's an opinion. That's a subjective opinion. In debates,
What's
when I
rhetoric
do
for?
against-
Isn't rhetoric
If I-
for changing people's opinions?
So, Uncle Tom, you've seen me use this in debates.
Come
Has
on.
this worked?
I think that as far as this debate, I don't think you lost because of the actual debate topic. I think it was more the style. I think it was the style that was solely it. People just didn't like the style.
Marte, if I say to you,
Yeah.
what's the difference
That's
between a
black
duck,
guy.
and I ask you what the escape for that question is, what do you say?
The Islam. So, if you say, what's the difference between a duck? What do you mean?
Yeah, if I say, what's the difference between a duck, and I ask you what your escape is, have I actually trapped you just because I baffled you?
That's not even coherent.
Exactly. And that's why when you
my rhetorical tool is actually coherent because when you provide preferences for men in this hypothetical, what it does is it gives them two paradigms. The Islam dilemma does the very same thing when it comes to the Quran and the Bible. It's the
Blind
same
and virtue is false choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
Right, they
question
have
is
to
very simple,
choose.
Marte. The question is very simple. Are people choosing those women because they're blind or because they're virtuous?
It's not saying that they're choosing them because they're blind. It's choosing them because they're virtuous.
Their
And because of
So then the
traits-
blindness is an extra step you don't
Listen.
need.
Yeah, listen,
well,
answer the question.
It's a
Is it
hypothetical.
because
When you add this on, you're adding in disability so that way somebody can share in somebody else's pain. It leans towards virtue.
yeah, they will be choosing the woman because they have a disability or because they're virtuous?
Towards a more virtuous choice in dating.
Right, and how
When I
does
frame it
feminism-
like
how
this,
does-
Which
you
one
take
of
how
the
up
does-
two
the
is
action
it? Are you choosing it because he has a disability or because it's
Towards
virtuous?
virtue.
virtue?
You're not
So
choosing
how
these
does
women because-
feminism how
Uh-huh.
does feminism say that men shouldn't choose virtuous women?
Uh-huh.
Women do this all the time. They'll say, no,
But
I
how
don't see what you see in her.
How does feminism say that men should not choose virtuous women?
Because everybody in this day and age is shamed for having traditional values by women. If you're a mom and you have kids, you're a slave. They do this all the time with their framing and their logic when they say this. So when men have choices and preferences, according to this tool that I use in rhetoric, it literally magnifies the fact that you're going to be demonized because you're either a predator, which you never assert in this, that's an axiom that's not included in the tool, or they're told why your motives or notions for doing this, which you never assert. Remember, it doesn't give prescriptions or ought claims. They will insert the ought claims in this. And that's
Well,
why it's a brilliant tool to use against feminists.
No,
The problem
No,
is the
there is
blindness
not
is serving
claim.
no function in your rhetoric. It's the virtue that's serving 100% of the function.
The blind pill,
Yeah, and
let's-
it's also
it is.
wait.
It is.
There
the
is
blind pill
there is
could
an
be a
actual
deficit.
odd claim.
Because
It's a
that's-
deficit. It just points to a deficit to where they have to rely. And I wanted to create a tool that people can use in
There is an
debates
odd claim.
to where there's a populace of women that are more probably less subjectable to like feminist traits and things like this. So if I thought about this, because I thought about this for a very long time, because I wanted to create something that was like the Islam dilemma for feminists to
I
use.
get it,
And
but I
that's where
think
this
there's
is
some
birthed.
assumptions baked in there, Marte. But I
Then
don't
why-
want
No,
to.
Then why don't you just say go for religious women? Because then they're more
No,
likely to have
You
virtue.
can't say that. The reason why you can't
we can
say
say it
that
for blind
is
people.
because-
Blindness is more
No.
sanctifying than actual turning to Christ or going to a church at least
Blind-
and having
it is
some religious
possible.
influence.
No, that's
It
no,
is
you're
possible,
asserting that.
Can a
Mate,
blind
it is
person be
possible for them
feminist?
to be hypergamous. So you are baking in assumptions. It is
Can a
possible
blind person
No,
be
no, no.
hypergamous?
100% possible.
I'm
They-
not
they
saying
can have a
that it's
preference for
Can a
height.
blind person be
but no,
hypergamous?
I've never said it's not possible. I'm saying I'm making a threshold argument less likely, less prone.
Okay,
I've always
yeah.
stood
That
by
wasn't
the stance.
clear.
Yeah.
When you were
Yeah,
debating,
yeah.
you
Tell
were
me
being
why
more
is it? Tell me
absolute.
why is it
You were being more
blindness
absolute.
less likely to
Yeah.
make a blind
Well-
person a feminist?
I don't want to interrupt you, buddy. I just want to address AVG real quick.
Yes,
so
Sassy.
I'm willing.
Okay,
to
I
go.
enjoy
I'm
your
willing
sass,
to go.
but I
I'm
really
willing
want to
to
know
go.
why the
All
fuck
right,
is
go
it
ahead. That's
that a blind person cannot be a feminist? And why is it less
I
likely
never
that a
said
blind
that.
person is not a
I
feminist?
never
Yeah,
said a
you
woman couldn't
didn't
be a
say that,
feminist
dude.
if she's
You're
blind.
always confused. Brother.
You're
I've
using
talked
this
to you
against
before. You're
feminists. Are you
completely
telling me that
confused
you're
all the
using this
time.
tool against feminists and the
AVG,
blind
I'm
people
willing
can
to
also be
say-
I
feminists?
never made that statement. I
just
never said that a
say
blind person
that-
couldn't do this. That's an absolute
I'm
statement.
not
that I never
asking
made.
you. I'm not telling you you did. I'm asking you a question. Why?
Dude,
Just
this
tell me
guy-
what is the difference? Is there a thing in their eyes that makes them less likely to be feminist because they're blind?
So when you say less likely, if you think
Yes.
about this, if a person is less likely focused on their looks, that removes more materialism. So it's a threshold argument. When you do this, they're less susceptible to see propagandization, which means that the propagandization is minimized. How is that
I don't
not
think so.
coherency?
Because
How-
it's way more likely that they accept the fact that they have been marginalized by the fact that they are blind.
So my mother could have been propagandized more, even though I grew up in this community and never saw that. That's where I got this idea from.
Yes, because you talk to people.
No, she uses. Do you know what a
they don't talk to
TTY is?
people?
Do you know what a TTY is?
What's TTY? I don't know.
A
I don't know.
TT
I don't know exactly what do you mean. They might be terms.
It's a
terms
limiting-
to YouTube.
So blind people and people that are hearing have limiters. And whenever you have limiters, meaning like accessibility to feel the full, I would say the brunt of feminism, there's going to be mitigation that happens. Meanwhile, a TTY is something that women type on, an operator says something, and then my mom sees the typing because they have to translate this. Feminism has a hard time going through this. The reason why is because it's going the long route. If you see Every Kiss Begins with K, it's instant. You got the visual, you got the audio, you have everything else. You have more sensory onto propagandization. When it's minimized and it's through a funnel, there's more filter.
Can blind people listen to music? Can blind people listen to music?
My mom was deaf and she listened to stuff for the vibration. So I mean,
No, not.
So blind people cannot
I'm
listen
willing
to music.
say that it's AVG that men can seek out women with disabilities, and it's perfectly fine. What do you have to say? What do you have to say with that, AVG? Yes, it does. It
doesn't. It has nothing to do with this. Nobody cares if you want to date a blind person. That is not the point.
That's the point.
Is the argument.
Nobody cares. Targeted.
Feminists don't care. Let me tell you this.
Okay,
if
so
I go to a feminist and I ask a feminist, do you care if I date a blind person? They're gonna be like, no, we don't care.
Emmett, real quick. So if I may,
because thank you.
So one second.
No, I don't concede because he has nothing to do with one another.
No,
you haven't answered my question. Can a blind person listen? Can a blind person listen to music? Answer that question. Can a blind person listen to music?
I'm not going to yell over anybody, but I would love to.
Can a blind person listen to music, Marte?
What is that talking about?
All right, so real quick, if I may, tonight, Tyler, I watched this entire debate with my wife, right? And I literally asked my wife, I said, do you care that I have my shoes from Aldi's and Walmart and I don't buy designer clothes? I'm not 6 feet. I don't make 6 figures. And the other part is private. She said, no. So my question is, if a woman can have these morals, these principles and virtues and not have a visual impairment, how is AVG wrong by just asserting that the variable of blindness does not just remove all temptation? Because that in and of itself would be a contradiction. As a Christian, I know my days will get dark, but armor of God.
He said he corrected it to say it's probabilities. It's
it's probability. It's not what you're offering is an absolute. I've never offered an absolute.
Right, but you're using the Islamic dilemma. But you're using the Islamic dilemma, for example.
Yeah.
The dilemma says that Muslims, if they agree with Islam, they must concede to Christianity. But because they concede with Christianity, Islam is false. So they're in a paradox that they cannot unravel. You're just explaining. But what God Logic does is that he explains it and he doesn't put his chat in that same trap to where everyone's confused. Look, I'm confused genuinely, but metaphorically, if a woman is blind to, materialism, blind to IG, twerk culture, that's a W. I'm blessed to know that my wife and I don't go clubbing. We make money. We hustle, right? So, but she can see, Marte. She has 20/20 vision.
And that's fine. So what my paradox was, it's fine. I've never offered a should or ought claim with this. And the problem with this is that it's designed in a way to where I don't have ought claims, I don't have motive, and I also don't say words like target, like we're going to specifically target. The way that I frame this is I'm saying I'm opening up my dating market, or if I use words like if, and I carefully use my framing in this rhetorician tool that I use. And when I've done this, Uncle Tom has seen me use this in debates, and I say, hey, if men do this, this happens. And what happens is because there's no emotion in this, there's no intention, and also there's no axioms that I add to this. Women will often add their axioms in here as an emotion. They'll either demonize men or tell men what they ought shouldn't or ought shouldn't.
I get it.
Okay.
I'm willing to make an ought. I'm saying right now, I'm making ought, and I'm targeting.
But that's a troll.
It's not a
troll, bro. That's not a thought provocation. All right, can me and him at least finish our to and fro? I'm after giving him a thought.
Uncle Tom likes to be a main character.
If I only blonde women, how would you know? That's an immutable characteristic. How would you know?
I am interested in this, Uncle Tom. I want him to follow through with this, Uncle Tom. Can you answer Uncle Tom's question too? Because I'm fascinated with it.
How can you?
I'll be honest. I ignored every word he said.
That's fine. But I'll repeat it. If I'm going for blonde women, not blind, blonde. How would you know? I'm targeting blonde. What would be the problem with that? It's an immutable characteristic. What's the problem? What problem do you have?
There's no exploitative angle.
It's a preference. It's
totally different.
What do you? You can exploit.
There's no exploitative angle of mine too.
Hang on. I'll answer it. I'll answer it in the same way that he asked
I'm
me.
asking AVG.
Is there a blonde or brunette? Hang on.
AVG was the one debating.
Can you show me a blonde? Hang on. Can you show me a blonde girl ramp to Walmart? Like, is there like a railing that blonde girls need? Like, you know, like when they say she's a blonde. Are you saying that blonde women are stupid?
No. I know what a disability.
Why do you hate women?
When you're referring to railing, you're referring to
Marte. Back to what's important.
What is the
actual sound?
You're actually adding axioms to this that don't exist. That's the problem with this. That's why I created this. It's supposed to be designed where you're going to fill in the blanks.
You're calling my observation an axiom. Every time AVG has attempted to understand or understand or overstand what you're saying, I didn't say that. They literally played a clip. My friend, Marte, they played a clip where you said, she'll be blind. She won't care what shoes you got. She won't care how tall you are. 6 foot don't matter. They'll never know who you are.
Me what I want, when they ask me what Marte, what would you? That was from the reference point of what I would do. Nowhere do I say this is a prescription for what you should do or what I'll do. That's what I'm saying. So when they ask, if you read the super chat, it says Marte, would you? So when I'm saying would you, I am in a bubble. I'm on an island when I'm answering this question. You're framing this as like it's outside of you, external to you.
Let's assume it was a prescription. It wouldn't matter anyways. I want to open up my dating pool. There's no problem with
no one here would agree with you, Tom.
Yeah, but why?
Ask them.
Do you have so you can't refute.
I may have my own foundation. AVG may have her own foundation, but what we all have in common is that we're trying to seek understanding. So if he said, for example, men get drafted, women do not. Who are women to entitle themselves to rights? That's a better, I guess, example to your argument than the Islamic dilemma. I guess that's my qualm here.
Yeah, I mean, we can critique his tool all day long. I'm talking. I'm just trying to get to the nuts and bolts of what is the problem with opening up this to men as a prescription to men so they can get more dates, be married more, have more kids. What would
Uncle
be the
Tom?
problem?
Uncle Tom, you want to engage with me, so I'd like to ask you a question. Okay, you watch. Let's just assume for a second that you're watching me, right? Let's assume that I do amazing streams about car stereos. Fun fact, I actually was a mobile audio saleswoman at Best Buy back in my heyday. Heck yeah. And let's say I go to you and I say, you know, there's a series of amps or 4chan amps, but like the kicker Warhorse is like the best one. And if you use the kicker Warhorse as an amp, like you will get the best bass levels that you can ever hear. Like your car will be rocking. And if you enjoy bass heavy music, you should really go for the kicker Warhorse. But like you could also go for the Monster one. It might not be as good, you know, but like, you know, the kicker Warhorse is like, that's the one to go at. Do you think, from me talking as a person who generally speaks about car, like 4chan, you know, amplifiers, that like I would be making a recommendation to you, the viewer, to go for the kicker Warhorse?
Would I say you're trying to sell me at that point? You're just trying to sell me on a better quality.
Am I saying that the kicker Warhorse is superior to the other brand 4chan amplifiers, including like the Monster 4chan amp?
Yeah.
You
didn't say it's a better value. We didn't talk about
and would you
like that.
Would you go for the, would you probably, assuming that price was not a consideration and that you actually had the means to acquire the kicker Warhorse, would you probably prefer to go for that based on my recommendation?
Yeah, let's assume I would. Sure.
Let's assume, would you or would you not?
No, I'm fine with conceding that yes, I would, but I don't understand your point.
Yeah, thread the needle
That
for
is
him.
my point.
It might be so. Are you trying to say that by being on a platform talking about this, that men will choose to do it, or like,
what is Blind Pill better than? Blind Pill is greater than Red Pill? Black Pill?
It's not the same thing as a Red Pill. You can't even compare the two because one.
What is it?
He's not saying it's the same thing. But I think what AVG is trying to get at is when you frame a certain thing as better, you're selling a certain thing, and you have a higher probability if the person is convinced by your rhetoric.
Yeah. When you have a bigger dating pool, it is better. Yeah.
How are you not saying better, my
it's
friend?
It's going to be more likely that you get married, more likely that you have children.
You have to let them say better. You don't say better. They say better.
Okay, so then you're not saying better by blind.
It's descriptively better.
So
Yeah.
it's interesting.
So you're
that
not
one is
saying better
it's
by
a
blind,
prescription, and
No,
the other one is saying that it's
better
not
by more
prescription.
people.
So you guys are contradicting yourselves, by the
But
way.
as
That's
far
actually
as
very
but
funny.
as far as better, as in like more qualities that you prefer, meaning the potential for being less hypergamous, you could say better. Yes, I'd be happy saying better.
That's why the hypothetical is
So
created.
what's the
Yeah,
problem with that?
for the qualities. Yeah.
But are we also ignoring the fact that there is a huge lapse in judgment that we're now having, that it is an easy life to live a life where you cannot see at all? Because you're saying about on the man's life, not you, but like the man, he'll have a virtuous woman. He won't have to worry about where she's at. He's on the game. He's on his business. He's on his grind. So yes, compared to feminism and this current status quo, I agree with that metaphorically. But to care for a person, with love and compassion truly is a sacrifice on top of the sacrifice of marriage, covenants, and love.
Yes.
Do you agree? So it's like a sacrifice, but a small plus. But only metaphorically.
It's built in to be a sacrifice for men to lean towards this, so that way they adopt on the suffering. And when I paint this hypothetical to women, the crazy thing is it's designed to gauge the response. Like, you don't tell them what the men's motive is. You don't tell them that women are targets or any of this stuff. What they do is they fill in the blanks, and they're literally telling on themselves by being in this position where they have two paradigms. They either have to choose to opt out or accept it. Either one puts them in a position where they're having to defend a feminist position. That's
this
the
makes
way
no
this
sense.
is.
So okay, I get it. Hang on.
Wait, this still makes no sense because
he's cooking, Emmett. I promise you. Give me a chance. He's saying that a high value woman at whatever podcast will tell a man, you'd be better off with me. Look at me. Why would you pick her? And be shaming the blind women without even knowing it.
Yeah.
So in a weird Twilight Zone way, it's a great tool, but it didn't serve you as your friend in this debate by any means necessary.
Hold on, because I'm not using the tool against her. I'm describing the tool. When I've used debates, Uncle Tom has seen me use the tool against women and proved it flawlessly. It literally works so fucking good.
Empirically, I'm your buddy too, but empirically,
but it's a troll approach.
But I think
it's not a troll
because
approach.
of the.
It is a troll approach.
It ended up.
There is absolutely there is nothing.
Simus, you have an interesting.
There is.
You've disagreed with people and agreed with people in an interesting pattern. Simus, I want to hear your take on this.
Yeah, no, it's quite straightforward. Feminism doesn't deny the rights of women to be virtuous. So it just has the second premise is just false, straight up false. It's not a dilemma anyway, because there are still other options. Men with men, men going in many ways. But my main critique is feminism does not say that women shouldn't be virtuous, right? Feminism just says women should be autonomous. And if they want to be virtuous and they want to be trad wives, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But you agree?
Hang on one second. Do you guys know who Darkside Deacon is?
Yeah, she's my friend.
She's legit.
I just want to make sure.
Sounds familiar.
That's all I've got to say on the subject. Thanks, Rex.
And then
happy birthday,
really,
Darkside.
Really virtuous, killing
it's
babies.
her birthday too.
Super virtuous, buddy.
Yeah, killing babies and actually leading with being equal to men, to where they're destroying hierarchies in the home, things like this. If you're in this hypothetical, you're dating a blind woman.
It says.
Well,
it says
no.
If you don't, if a woman wants to take her, if a woman doesn't want to kill a baby, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's nothing against feminism that says you have to kill your baby.
No, this is the problem, though, is that when you say that there's nothing in feminism that says this, it's happening. Feminism is backing a lot of this. They're saying that because you have the choice, men don't have control over your body. You can go ahead and delete your babies all day, and there's no recourse for this. Meanwhile, half of our DNA is in that baby.
Not a
we don't
it
have
doesn't
a choice.
make that prescription. It does not make that
feminism. Feminism
There should be
leads
a prescription not to kill babies. Obviously,
yeah,
that should be.
Yeah.
It obviously doesn't say that. So it's the
Autonomy
inverse.
is what it's advocating for.
No, that's not true. That's one of the many things. Part and parcel feminism is made up of a bunch of moving parts. That's one of them.
I still would like to know if
so
a
it's
blind
not a
woman
dilemma.
can be a
Then.
feminist.
What you're saying is your argument is not a dilemma. If you're
I never said they can't. I never the blind.
If you're saying right that there are these other options in feminism, then your argument allegedly your rhetorical tool is not a dilemma.
It is a
Fails on
dilemma.
that count.
It is a dilemma because I'll even ask you this right now. Simon Funk, I'll present.
It's actually not a dilemma because there are other choices. And the definition.
You can only reject it or accept it. What's the other choice besides accepting or rejecting it? What's the other choice?
It's not. The problem is it's not a sufficient conditional to make it a 1 or 2. Blindness is not a sufficient conditional to establish virtue. That's why it's a false choice.
No, not the blindness. Choosing whether or not men have a preference in the matter or not. Do you accept it or reject it?
Nobody is here saying nobody's here saying that a preference.
This is preferencing that.
No, it's not.
What is the preference in question? What is the preference in question? Is it virtue or is it blindness?
Virtue.
There you go.
So why have you been excluding blind women from your
to put them in this dilemma where they have to either accept it or reject it, and they're screwed. If they deny that they're
a non-blind woman that is virtuous.
You got to go back to the drawing board with this one, Marte. I'm sorry.
Can I prefer a non-blind woman that is virtuous? Can I prefer a non-blind woman that is virtuous?
So are you saying that I shouldn't use this as a debate tool, which has been successful in debates towards feminism?
Can you answer my question? Can I prefer a non-blind woman that is virtuous?
There's no dilemma.
Can you choose a blind? Wait, what? I can't hear anyone.
Can I prefer a non-blind woman that is virtuous?
Well, because I'm not getting thoughts or prescriptions, you can do whatever you want.
Okay, then,
brother, you have to like Emmett. You have to like women first. That's one of the requirements.
Sure, Tommy.
Oh. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. So
Emmett, you're still mad because I don't like blacks.
So Emmett, that actually answers the question. Now you picked the acceptance portion of the blind pill. So when you say men can do whatever they want, you now conceded that feminism has fucked up the world so much that you're saying, you know what, they can do this and I can understand why they're leaning towards virtue. Thank you.
What?
It has nothing to do with blindness.
So you're saying feminism forced men's hand to like virtue?
Nobody's saying force. I'm saying if men opened up their dating market to include the subset of women, how would this be bad? That's how you present this.
Subset of virtuous women or subset of blind women?
Nobody said they're excluding women. Who said they were excluding them? Who said they were excluded?
Because all of a sudden you're like, let's open up our dating market. First of all, why were you excluding them? Are you an ableist, Marte?
Who said they were excluding them?
You never wanted to date blind women until now?
No, hold on. You're making a claim. Can you back it up? Who said they were excluding them?
You said open up your dating market. To open up your dating market would imply that you have not been including them.
No, it's a
what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I thought you were smarter than this. Holy shit.
That doesn't mean they were excluded.
Men shy away from it because it's societal shame around it.
Yeah, it's societal shame. Who said they were
men actually go out of their way to, they have to avoid people with
okay, I got a question, Marte. When you say this works,
isn't making much sense right now. But
let me ask you this, Marte. When you say this works on X Debates, what response are these women who initially oppose you giving you? What is the response to say you're right because this is the reasoning and this is A to B to C? What are they saying?
Right.
Okay, so what they're saying is, and I've written this down. It was 2025, Tom, when I started running this.
What they do is they just get checkmated because all they do is crash out. They can't defend. They can't say why it's bad. They can't say why.
So they're not convinced. They just get emotional.
Correct.
Yeah, they get emotional.
That's not evidence of success.
Just like you are emotional right now because you can answer a simple question about what we ought to prefer.
Because right now they're now defending a feminist position against men's preferences. That's why. It proves the prompt. Whenever you have women and you put them in the dilemma situation, they either have to accept it or reject it. Meanwhile, if you accept it, you accept the fact that feminism has over in society where you can understand why men would open up their dating market. If you reject it, you're then saying men can't have their preferences.
Wait a minute, I thought we weren't excluding anybody. Why are we opening up something to something we've already
That's exactly what you said in the debate.
If it's not opened up, it doesn't mean it's excluded. That doesn't follow the entailment.
If you are opening up your dating market to a new demographic, you have been excluding them up to that point.
What's the opposite of open? What is the opposite of open?
They're implying intention on why. Nobody's ever said why it's closed or why any of this. She's inserting an axiom.
That's exclusion.
So it is closed. Yeah.
No, it's not exclusion. It was closed before. It doesn't say why it was closed. It doesn't assert the
We're not asking
reason
about
or
why.
motive or function.
We're not asking about why. We're at least getting to the point to admit that it's closed at some point, right?
I'm not saying it's closed. It wasn't.
Then how was it opening?
How did you open it if it wasn't closed?
I'll say it's closed.
How did you open it if it wasn't closed?
Hold on, let me say this.
It's shamed in
Funny.
society.
Again, they're
man.
Let me tell you
This is
why-
the exact
their own
reason
arguments.
women
I'll
will
tell
say
you why
you're
you're wrong on
targeting
this.
people and taking advantage of
If
people
one
with
day
disabilities.
in my tool, I preface it like this. If one day men decide to open this up, it wasn't closed because they had some ulterior motive or they overlooked them. In the Rollo Tomasi interview, I say they are
Why are you
invisible.
leaving us disabled ladies out of your dating market? Fuck off. Oh my God.
So, Dark Side, I've never seen you in a debate. So anyways, back to this. When we come to this axiom that is inserted in this, I state on the
You
Rollo
should have
Tomasi
seen me and your
podcast
buddy
that
Uncle Tom there.
So back to this. I'm basically describing that in the dating market, men open this up. It was something that was hidden. I even described this as
And just because I haven't won a debate must mean that I don't know how to use logic, huh? I just fucking crushed you, dude. Shut up.
If you were in World War debate, you get fucking destroyed. I'm fucking demolishing.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my God, you're
when
so
I
big and
asked
so
you,
you would
popular.
have
I
last
just
2
dismantled
seconds
you,
on World War
idiots.
debate.
when I asked you on X, what results do you get? You said they crash out. That is not evidence. Not only does it tell me what they were, not does it tell me it's not convincing anybody. It doesn't tell me what they're thinking. It doesn't tell me what their response actually was. That's just a very vague description based on your impression. Go ahead.
Tom said that. I didn't say that. Tom said they're crashing out. Did I say they're crashing out?
Sure, but you didn't. Okay, but you didn't refute him.
No, what I'm saying, I'm going to let him talk and say his own side of the story.
Then fine. You give me a better answer. What is their response to your argument or your rhetoric?
So this is the response, and I wrote this down in 2025 on all the responses on this. They've said, you're fetishizing them. I've never asserted that. They'll say, you're avoiding female judgment. Also, a feminist position.
It's not evidence of success.
Yes,
it is. It's a feminist position that they're holding, and they're defending against men's choice.
So they were feminists when they came in, and feminists when they left. No. So it's evidence that your rhetoric is working.
No, listen to what I'm saying. It's not saying they're feminists. It's saying the position that they're defending against men's choices and preferences, feminist position. It's not saying they're feminists. It's saying the position that they're defending is now a feminist position.
Great. So then they were unconvinced. That's your evidence.
No.
Is that you have quotes that demonstrate.
In this debate, if I was debating you, Rex, like let's say we're doing a philosophical debate, and I never convince you, but I have a ton of fence sitters at home change their mind and say Marte's right. This is a complex quandary that nobody can figure out, and it's a contradiction. And they realize this and change their minds. I'm not doing this to change the mind of the person I'm debating. I'm doing this to change the minds and hearts of people who see this, and then
I agree it's a quandary, but what I'm trying to figure out is when they hear you talk and use this rhetoric, what feedback are they giving you that lets you know they understand what you're saying?
What they'll say is they'll combat this and say, no, I'm telling you that I'm not telling men not what to do, but I'm just saying, well, it's already too late because you're already caught in the trap. When women try to
there's too many knots in that answer. I couldn't follow that. Could you simplify it for me, please? Just dumb it down for me.
When a woman says, and you correct her on this and you say, listen, the position that you're telling is that men can't have choice or preferences. No, that's not what I'm saying. They're literally forced to contradict themselves. They will constantly fight tooth and nail to try to get out of this. It's meant to be quicksand for women that try to go ahead and fight out of the feminist position. That's literally what it is.
Right.
Can somebody translate for me? I have no idea what he just said.
Okay, we need to ask him, what is the P and not P that women present to you as a contradiction?
Wait, say that again. You said what is the P and not P?
What is the P and not P that is the contradiction that you're talking that women put themselves in?
If you tell women that if men in this hypothetical situation, if they open up their dating market, meaning they've never realized this before, they were unaware, but feminism caused them to realize that they need to open up their dating market, and they choose this, you are now in this position to where you're going to have to either agree with me with the premise or disagree with the premise. You have two options and none of them are good.
Okay, so it's the premise, which is the P. So we need to get the premise down. Could you tell me what your premises are, please?
So the P is, I accept the fact and I understand why men are opening up their dating market because feminism, right?
No, that's a terrible fucking premise.
It's not a premise. It's not a terrible premise. What I'm saying though is if you put men in a situation where they're going towards a more virtuous path, where they're going to have to make more sacrifices because you have men who are out here who are literally incels, I don't think it's bad. But if
anything, it sounds more like you're crediting feminism for men finding more virtuous women.
If I may, just say a bit of my confusion here.
It's a paradigm of a paradox. That's what I'm creating.
Right. So what is it? Again, I go back to the point. What is it about feminism, right, that making men go seek virtuous women?
Men are tired of it. They're fed up. They're not only fed up about
what
this, but
behavior are they fed up of? What P are they fed up of?
The outcomes, meaning the majority of women own houses because of divorce in America.
Outcomes are not behaviors. We're talking about behaviors.
Outcomes are results of behaviors, meaning she left me, took everything else.
You said behaviors, and now you're talking about results of behaviors. So are we focusing on the behaviors themselves or results of those behaviors?
So there's overlap here. When you talk about behaviors, there's always going to be an outcome. Do we agree on this?
Yes, but that's not relevant to the question of whether or not your complaint is about behaviors or the results of those behaviors.
Hypergamous behavior.
Okay, then the P is hypergamy, Simus.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to only select
feminism advocates for hypergamy. Is that what you're saying? And these women express to you
no, it doesn't.
They will not date men unless they can be hypergamous.
No, it doesn't advocate for hypergamy. It magnifies hypergamy. There's an overcorrection of hypergamy in society to where there's a subset of men that are demonized. They are literally called incels for a reason. That's
okay, so then P's outcomes, not behaviors.
Okay,
now.
So you're saying that women shouldn't have a preference.
Part and parcel,
is that what you're saying?
Part and parcel.
I agree that actions have results, but now you've made the operative thing the outcome, so I'm giving that to Simus so he can break it down.
Well, I'm just saying it. So you're saying now that women should not have a preference for the men they choose.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, that follows from what you're saying.
No, Simus, can you break that down? Why it follows from what Marte is saying?
Because I think he just said that feminism, right, is making or insists that hypergamy is part of the deal for choosing men.
It's baked in. But it's
baked in. So it's part of the deal.
Let him at least finish so you can get what he's hearing.
And if it's part of the deal, right, then you're basically, and that is a bad thing, then you're saying women shouldn't be allowed to choose on preference. Because if they prefer a man that is successful or is 6'4", that can be a preference just as much as your preference would be for a virtuous woman.
And I would be fine with that. And the thing with this is how we reconcile this. I'll be fine with when they do this. What I'm doing is I'm putting the onus on the woman to get feedback, and it's designed to get response for when men decide and choose their preferences, which removes everything like materialism, which removes every objectification that we have on their part, and takes away these tools that they've magnified through feminism. When you remove these tools magnified through feminism, what this then does is it puts them in a position where they have to choose.
Okay. Quick question. What's the one thing you want to convince women of that will make them do what action? What's the one thing you want to convince women of that would make them do what action?
You mean through the debate rhetoric tool that I use?
Yes. What do you want to convince them of with your rhetoric so that they will do this action to get this outcome?
That men's choices and their preferences are constantly demonized, even when you lean towards virtue. Without motive, without any nefarious means, they'll imbue the nefarious means and throw axioms in there that don't even belong. So basically, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is when men have choice and they have preferences, they're either going to accept or deny that they don't have them. It's very simple.
Okay, so what you're saying, here's what I'm hearing. That women are in general, judgmental of men based on the preferences they have, and then even when they're choosing virtuous women, they're judged even when choosing those things, and that's unfair. So what you want to do is convince them that they have a wrong framework of how they prejudge men who are just making choices with who they're partnering up with, and so that you will stop them from doing this judgment thing, which helps feminism keep going because it propagates more judgment. The more women popularize judging men for their partners when they get hooked up. Is that what you're talking about?
What it's doing is it's magnifying this overcorrection we have in society in the dating paradigm where women have always been hypergamous. Feminism
can we do a yes or a no and then go on the expansion?
Yes. Can we go on the expansion now? Is that fine? So
sure. I just feel like I've heard the expansion a lot, but please go ahead.
So I'll grant that this can sound circular, but I promise you, because the onus is on the women here. This isn't to say that Simon Spunk is wrong here, because if he posits that women have a choice, this literally asserts that women do have a choice. Now, what it does is it flips feminism on its head and says, hey, if men have a choice and they're going to opt out of the feminist bullshit that you guys magnify the whole time, and we all agree on this panel that there's an overcorrection here that we are fighting against. What this does is it takes this paradigm, flips it on its head, removes the more materialism, because that's a threshold argument, more objectification, more sex work, more all these things. And whenever you're choosing something that's more virtuous, women will often judge you for making this choice regardless.
My question is, so what? Like if you pair up with somebody judges you for it, so what? What's next?
Yeah. So we see this as an overcorrection in society. The so what has led to abortion. The so what has led to people 70% divorces and owning houses. There's an overcorrection. So when people say things in
so if I got married and people judged it, there's an abortion on the way. Like I'm lost.
Have you ever been in a woman's group and a fat woman says, I'm going to go out and get that king regardless? All the women will agree and jump on board and say, yeah, girl, you go ahead and get that guy. Men are more realistic and they're more optimized for
no, but that's called delusion.
Guys. They're going, yes, that's what I'm pointing to. Women will often lead towards
delusion. You've never used the word delusion.
Always back this up no matter what. So whenever I bring this paradigm, I just gave you a quick snippet of an example of how the magnification, you take this, you throw feminism in there, and it's a magnification of this paradigm where now men are 70% divorces initiated because of money. And then not to mention this, AB is happening in deletion rates, Planned Parenthood, and we've arrived at this conclusion. What I do is I flip this on their head and give them a paradox, and they now have to see the conclusion of the response.
I don't see marriage, judgment, abortion. I don't see that last part like adding up.
Well, so I don't think it removes feminism whatsoever.
Yeah, I've never said it removes feminism. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were implying that it
no, you were talking about removing judgment from the process of when a guy and a girl get together, get married or whatever.
When men lead towards virtue, what this does, because I try to think about this. I was like, well, how can I reframe this tool to make it better optimized? And I thought about my mom, and I was like, well, she's less immune. Well, she's more immune to feminism because she's less subjected to certain things. Maybe there's tactile, audio, things like this. So whenever you reduce this, feminism and propaganda needs to travel through different wavelengths. And the wavelengths may be audio, visual, things like this. There's going to be a reduction here. So when I thought about this, I was like, what populace has a reduction, less probability of leaning towards this? Wouldn't it be more virtuous for men to lean towards this direction if they open up the dating market? And if they happen to meet somebody, what would be wrong with this? And that's how I posit the question of feminists.
Wait, what if men are doing it because they think it's easier to abuse a woman?
Yeah, you're asserting nefarious means. That's the axiom.
I'm just asking the question. I'm not assigning anything. I'm asking you. You say that men are doing it because they're virtuous. You are assigning them virtue.
No,
what if they do it because they don't want to be virtuous?
So here's what I think Marte is saying.
Men are leaning into this because of the
exactly.
virtue.
They're leaning towards virtue, but in my case, they're not leaning towards virtue. They want to do it because it's easier that they want to just abuse women.
So here's what I think Marte is saying. Let's say there's a feminist. Let's say there's a feminist, and she sees, assuming she's a woman, and she sees a guy who has sight dating a woman who is blind, and then his angle is to say that this is an example where you shouldn't judge because the motive could be from a different logic. So that's what he's trying to say. So what he's saying is, I want to use this as an example to say that there could be a good motive for what you attribute to a bad motive. That's all this seems to be coming down to.
That's all it's saying.
You're less likely.
Well, you use a lot of words to say what I said in like 2 sentences.
I know. I've been working on it for like 2 years, bro.
Oh my gosh, this video is 2.5 hours, and it took me like 2.5 sentences to say what you were saying.
I mean, that's really what it is. So Rex, I'll ask you a question outright since it took you like 2 minutes to say something. What would be bad about this tool being used in debates? How would this be a net negative for me to use this in debates in a conversation and put them in a paradigm where they either out themselves or defend a feminist position?
because my head is in a spin from the entirety of this conversation trying to put this Lego set together, you're gonna have to give me a while before I can give you an answer to that question if there's something right or wrong with that. So give me a minute.
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
There is
May I
no
answer that question,
contradiction. The
Marte?
premises, there's no contradiction. The premises don't follow. You end up
Gio,
you end up literally galloping around it because people cannot even understand half the
I'll
things
ask
you're
you a
saying.
question, Emmett. Let's see if you can get out of this dilemma. If men open up their dating market and they choose a more virtuous path because they're tired of the propagandization.
Before I answer your question, I need a
You gotta
clarification.
stop saying open up their dating market. You have to stop saying that because you're implying that people have been excluded.
Yeah,
wait a second. It's more accurate to say removing the stigma around men.
Same effect.
Stigma,
Right? There's a stigma
That's
about
what I'm
men dating
referring to.
disabled people.
So
Before
if
I
men
move
were
forward,
to
I need a clarification. I really need a clarification. Okay, is there anybody stigmatizing me right now if I go on and date any blind woman because I think she's virtuous?
No, not that's the rationale.
Are you talking about the tool itself or your actions of what you would actually do?
You say that you're saying the question is baked the premise that I need to open this pool, and I'm trying to figure out if it's open or closed.
It doesn't say need to.
Yeah,
it says
if you open. So if it's already open, I'm not doing anything, right?
If your friend saw you in a blind dating app, they definitely would shame you. There is.
I don't. I'm sorry, but I don't go on dating apps. I actually go outside to meet people. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask the question
now
again.
it's about removing the
Before we move forward, and I can answer your question, can you tell me if there is anything closing the dating pool for blind chicks? Okay,
we didn't get to the
Anything that's
question yet.
closing it right now.
Yes, it's the stigma. We already said it.
Yeah, we already said
okay,
that.
fine.
Can I ask
Point
the
out to the
question, Emmett,
stigma.
then?
Can you point out to the
Yes,
stigma?
I'll point it out if I had an app, if I was on an app.
Yes, I
and
grew
was
up with a
scrolling
deaf
through
mom. There's a lot
blind
of stigma with
people,
this, bro. Like,
people
yes.
people would be like, think that's weird that I'm looking.
Yeah,
for
I grew up with a
blind
deaf mom. We were ostracized basically because of this. There's a massive stigma on that. Yeah.
So real quick, if anybody's not speaking, Tara.
I have a question that I need to ask Emmett because I need to demonstrate this tool in action.
Right. Well, hang on one second. Hang on one second.
Hold my time.
Tara, you're coming through super muffled. I think your mic's not working properly, and we have a bunch of people that are trying to come up. So I was gonna say maybe if you would step aside for a second there, Pterodactyl, maybe figure out what's going on with your mic, and then
I can drop as well to let other people in, no problem.
Good to see you,
Thank
Simon.
you very much. Thank you very much for having me on. I appreciate it. And
thanks for the spirited back and forth, man.
Nice to meet you.
All right, how's the question?
And then I want to get to some super chats at some point, you guys. So give me a minute. I know this conversation's been going good, and I know Gio's been trying to get a word in here too.
Emmett, I'll ask you a question right now. If the stigma is removed because feminism has had this overcorrection and men decide to see this invisible populace of people and they choose that route, what would be negative of men to choose this option?
I disagree with the premise of the question. I don't think they're virtuous because they're blind.
Nobody said virtue. I framed it that way on X, and the reason why I address this is that way.
Could you re-ask the question then? Because I heard that you say if they go for these virtuous population, so maybe I misheard you. Could
Never
you
said
that one?
so. I didn't say virtuous population. They're leaning towards
Can you restate
virtue.
the question because I
misheard
you
restate
probably.
it.
Yeah, go on.
If you have a populace of women or men that are really tired of feminists, and one day they say, you know what? I need to lean towards somebody more virtuous because these feminists are ruining the dating market. They're fucking it up because hypergamy is an overextension. And they're like, you know what? Let me date Samantha. She's leaning towards more virtue because she's blind and this and that. She just happens to be blind. What would be bad about this?
Once again, I disagree with the premise of the question that says that she's more virtuous because she's blind. Or she's leaning towards
she happens
virtuous.
to be more.
You said because. We heard you say because.
Because. Let's say because.
Yeah, I disagree with the premise of the question that says that she is leaning towards more virtue because she's blind.
Of this. What would be bad about this? What would be negative about that?
I disagree with the premise of the question that says that she's leaning towards more virtue because she's blind.
No,
I would
in
say
this
that I would date
it's a
any
hypothetical.
woman. I would
In this
say, I would date,
hypothetical, she
I would date
is.
Samantha. Yeah, I would date Samantha, not because she's blind. I would date
No,
her
no,
because she's leaning
not
towards
because she's
virtue.
blind. It just so happens to follow the premise. She's more virtuous because she's less susceptible to feminists. What would be wrong with me dating Samantha?
Again,
can't prove that
you're not
correlation.
understanding my
All right,
answer.
all right.
No,
So
The
in this,
answer is
it's a
very simple.
hypothetical. It's a
Point of
hypothetical.
privilege.
When you posit this towards
In
feminists,
the
It's a
how is that
hypothetical
wrong?
where you assert a correlation, sir. It's a hypothetical where you assert a fucking lation, sir.
You're supposed
Yes.
to. Yes, in this hypothetical, this tool that's
Listen,
meant to trap
Marte.
people in a
Okay,
dilemma.
listen,
that's
Marte.
what it's
The
supposed to do.
correlation that you're making is false. Okay, your hypothetical is discarded on the false premise that blindness
saying-
is virtuous. I would
So,
date
Emmett-
Samantha because she's leaning towards virtue, not because
No,
she's
no, no.
blind.
You're
Once
actually not
again-
even talking about the blind pill anymore. You're not talking about the rhetorical debate tool. You're talking about the actual situation.
Twice I've answered your hypothetical, rejecting the premise that they're more
Yeah.
virtuous because they're blind.
If you don't,
Twice.
and that's the so right. You provided actually the only way out of this rhetorical debate trap. If you reject it and you don't enter it, that means you're never going to defend a feminist
I
position.
answered it. I
All right,
just
real
told you
quick.
why your hypothetical
Yeah.
is wrong at the same time. So
If
I
you
answered
say it's
it, and I
wrong,
told you why it's
again,
wrong.
And that's brilliant.
Definite
That's the brilliance of
fallacy.
this. That's the brilliance of this. If you reject it and you don't enter in this dilemma, you're never put in a position where you have to
Okay.
defend a feminist position.
Okay,
Perfect.
Marte, would you date Samantha? Would you date Samantha if she's blind but she's leaning towards feminism?
No,
Why not?
that doesn't
That's
say anything.
proving that.
brother, please.
Impossible.
No,
All right, so real quick.
you're presenting another hypothetical. Yeah, I get it.
Okay, I know it's another
So-
hypothetical, but it's a correlation between the hypothetical, which is stating that being blind doesn't mean that you are virtuous. Thus, what you're looking for
No,
is the
this
virtue,
doesn't
not the
say-
blindness.
No,
Exactly.
the rhetorical debate tool doesn't say that they're this way because of that. It says they're less susceptible
Okay.
to this because
Okay,
of
we're
that.
explain you
we're
something,
circling the
Marte.
drain again. The
Yeah, just real
point,
quick,
Martin-
just-
Let me explain.
point-
you
Just let me say my
something,
piece so we can have the next
Gentlemen.
panelist speak, guys.
Go ahead,
This is the last
Geoverse.
thing I'll say.
Hours.
All right,
This is the
thank
last
you.
thing I'll say.
Thank you, guys. I
This is
appreciate
the
it.
la-
Go ahead, Emmett.
This is the last thing I'll say, and I'll leave. Just let me say it real quick, okay? When you say this is a rhetorical tool, exactly like when the Muslim dilemma. In the Muslim
Yeah.
dilemma, there is an odd implied, okay? The odd is they ought go to the previous scriptures to confirm the Quran. That is an implied
Yes.
odd. What
So
you're
there's
doing
an
is the
odd-
same
Let him
thing.
finish. Let him finish.
What
Yeah.
you're doing is exactly the same thing. You're saying you ought to date a blind woman because they're more virtuous. That is the odd. That is implied. And the problem that you're having is that you're literally denying that you are contradicting yourself. That's why I asked you the question when it came to would you date a blind woman that is leaning towards feminism, and you said no, which means that blindness is not a correlator to virtue. What we are looking for in this idea
There
is
is.
the virtue side. No, it isn't.
There's a correlation, and I'll tell you where the correlation is. If I'm less susceptible to communication outside of an enemy bunker, and I only get so much feedback, but I don't see what's going on, like War of the Worlds, all I hear is a bunch of banging and noise, but I don't see the alien spaceships. Do I really have the full picture to absorb what's going on and to be indoctrinated by the fact that we're overrun by aliens? Answer the question.
Yes, the blind person will be able to listen to, for example, the radio when they're describing things, and they will be able to understand what's going on. They have tools that they can use it, and one of the tools that they can use to lean towards feminism is someone like Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, that
doesn't
is an
answer the
artist
question.
that
You're not
uses
answering the
music
question.
to send.
Do they have the full
Yes,
scope?
it does. There are different tools that they
So
can
they
use
have the
to
full
get to the
scope of what's
capacity.
going on outside their house. They have the full scope.
Not
Even though
necessarily.
they're
You don't have the
even
full
if they
scope,
can
even
only
if you
hear
have your
noise, they have
eyes.
the full scope. They have
Even
the
if
full
you have
scope,
your eyes,
even
you
though
don't
they're
have the full
limited.
scope. Even if you
What's
have
that?
your eyes, you don't have the full scope.
So you agree with me? Thank you. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
well,
my point
it's not-
exactly. Yes.
Even if you have your eyes, you don't have the full scope. So you're
No,
telling that they know
hold on.
everything because you have the fucking
Emmett.
eyes, which is not true. There are ways that they
Emmett.
can find it.
And
What
around
I'm gonna
and
say
around
is that
we
they
go.
are very likely to become feminists
No,
because
Emmett,
there's
if
people
I'm
like
trapped-
Taylor Swift. People like
If
Taylor
I'm
Swift,
trapped in
that
a
the whole
bunker,
position that they've been doing is true music, and they've been doing feminism through music. And you know what? You don't need to listen to music? Eyes. So, thank you, Taylor, very
Emmett.
much for having me on.
Damn,
If I'm
Emmett,
in a bunker,
So good.
if I'm in a bunker and I can only hear banging noises and there's an alien invasion, but I don't see the alien invasion,
It's the Blue
I
Man
can't hear the
Group.
transmissions. Do I have the full scope of what can
Yeah, if
propaganda
I'm at the
and give me
Mali,
the
I
full
can't run.
information?
I understand that. Okay, if I'm at the Mali, I cannot run. I understand that. It's totally understandable. But when it comes to the society effects, and when we're talking
You're
about
not
whether or
answering the
not a blind
question.
person can become, yes, I am. When it comes to the capacity effect of people being able to become feminists when they're blind, there
That's
is
not
the
answering the
capacity
question
for them.
still.
There is no correlationary
What
between
did I
their
ask you,
blindness
Emmett?
and their
Can you-
virtue. That is
Can
the
you strawman?
point.
Can you steal man what I just told you?
Yes, if you are in a bunker and you have no access to your eyes, okay, will you be able to see outside? No, you can't.
That's not what I
But
asked.
they will be able,
That's
for example,
that's
to
not
listen
even
to
what
the
I
radio
asked.
and have an
You
idea
want me
of
to say
what's
it
going
again?
outside if there is
That's
a
not-
radio.
I don't
That's
want you
not
to
the
say it
question
again.
I asked. That's not the question I asked. The question that I'm asking
I hate
is,
long
do I have
goodbyes.
the full scope? Do I have the full scope
Me
and
too.
understanding
I
of
hate
what's
long
going
goodbyes.
on?
Hey man, I'm bald. You know, I'm used to it. So
The question that
again,
you're asking is,
Nothing wrong with
if you're
bald
in a
men.
bunker, if
No,
you're in a
that's-
bunker,
I may prescribe that women should only date bald men. Just wait for it. So Emmett,
good one.
I have to
believe
offer a
that.
disclaimer.
I'll go for that theory.
So, Marte, this is probably 1 out of 80 debates where I don't find you a knight in armor against the fight against feminism and degeneracy. So, as a fellow member of this conglomerate, here's a hypothetical for you. Let's say my wife only married me because I was a stay-at-home gamer and an Army veteran with benefits. If she were to
Thank you for your
prescribe to
service.
all women only date veterans, why? They don't go out. They're usually mentally unwell. They're very, very requiring of care, and you can just care for them and go out on the weekends. Would that be a net negative if veterans were exploited as a prescription of what to date in a modern day market?
There's two
If that was
things you
opened up.
added. There's two things you added. You said prescribe, which the rhetorical tool doesn't offer prescription, and then you said exploited, which implies intent, which is an axiom that I don't add in. You see how you just filled that in?
Here's
That
the problem,
changes the
Marte.
dynamic.
I'm filling the gaps
useless
in your argument. Yes.
Rhetorical
Again,
tools are useless when they are not understandable or convincing. If the point wasn't to make an ought claim or to draw some people to a logical conclusion,
not.
if it's just
Thanks
right,
again.
then if it's not to do that, then the rhetoric, if it is proven to just confuse and baffle people to where people who normally would agree
Right.
with you on 99% of things are telling you don't do it or it's confusing, it's a bad one
Right.
and you got to drop
So,
it.
Rex,
And,
I'll
and,
ask you a
and hold
question.
on, and then just telling me that because people got upset on X
Oh.
when they listened
No.
to you as
Tom said that,
evidence
not me.
for why it's successful
I didn't say that.
is well, the answers you gave me of what they said was like, oh, they misjudged you. Well, guess what? Until I asked
I
you
didn't say
specific
that
series
either.
of questions, until they got your argument right.
No, I'll read it back to you what I said because I actually recorded what they said in these debates. What they've said was you're fetishizing men. They're asserting.
So they
an
misunderstood you.
affirmation.
You're fetishizing men?
all right. So if I can have a
What they
motion
are
of
doing
privilege,
is they're-
Marte, you gotta be willing to
wrong
take
post.
feedback.
Wrong post. What do
You
you call
gotta
it?
take, you gotta take feedback.
Point of
on
privilege,
your word.
Tyler?
You got multiple
Point of
people
privilege?
giving you feedback.
Yeah,
on
go
it.
for it. Let
Yeah.
Gio.
So again,
Point of privilege,
Marte,
the NDC.
we're in the same camp, brother. So I'm not attacking you in any way. There's no ill will. The argument, all I'm saying is that Christianity would be a better argument or rhetorical. Christ is king. End of discussion. They can have their preferences, all subjective, not grounded. We know this of leftists and feminists. All I'm saying, not them, is that there are way better tools that I would not have to dive into yours that is very complex for me. Maybe not them. I think Rex gets it. Watch him.
Yeah, Rex gets it. I
Just-
think he gets it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying there's ways to defeat feminism that we've already mastered. And I would never, ever appeal to Andrew Wilson said this, therefore it's right. I would always try to find the foundation of all arguments, especially if it's quantified with other voices. Because if you're saying that other people argue it better, or if we heard it from them, it'd be easier, that's a whole different conversation to have. Like you should be able to articulate it very, very simply.
Yeah,
And I also reject red pill too, just saying.
I created this tool in July 15, 2025. And when I did create this rhetorical tool for people to use, I wanted to try to, and mind you, let's just say
But
that.
why
I'm
are you
still
engaging
focused
people in
on-
rhetorical tools? It's like an atheist telling us we're dumb because we believe in Sky Daddy. End of
Well, no.
conversation. We
No,
have
not
dogma,
exactly.
big whoop. We don't care. We're atheists. We don't believe in nothing.
Not
That's the
exactly,
same approach.
But
Like you're giving
I'll-
atheists kudos right now because they have a logical paradox that we cannot unravel because we're Christian. Think about it, brother.
I mean, so I'll say this. I'll even ask you, Tom, since you're listening right now, Uncle Tom. When I've used this,
He's not been a good advocate for you, bro.
when I've used this in spaces and debates, I think it was when I was using this for a full year at some point, the blind pill. What I've done was I went back and I came back with a reflection sheet and said, look at so-and-so. They're basically telling men that they don't have an option and choice, thus proving my claim that they're holding a feminist position. Tom, is this something that I've uttered over and over again to you in spaces? And also told them that.
The problem isn't
Like
the
that women
blind
are
pill.
telling men to settle.
I already said this.
Is
The
that it?
problem's not the blind pill. It's that how you're using your tool here. Not enough hypothetical. You don't have enough hypotheticals to clearly, get people to understand it. People are not understanding it.
Yeah, we agree on all the
I don't know how
descriptions.
else to-
Feminism is bad, unbalanced in the market. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Right, Geo first. I'll ask you the same question that Emmett wouldn't let me answer because for some reason he was averse to answer the question. I think because he recognizes that this is designed to be a trap. So
fair.
I'll ask you the question because the only way out of this is if you reject it like Emmett did, because actually he's actually pretty smart. By rejecting
Go
the
ahead.
tool and not engaging in this, he doesn't fall into the trap. So I'll ask you a question. If men say that the stigma is removed and feminism has pushed them past the threshold to where they now see a dating market that they're going to lean towards virtue, what would be wrong with that?
It will be wrong because it's subjective in nature because you cannot prove a collection of mental states.
My
Like I would
choice
never
is
tell you.
subjective.
Let me answer. Hang on. I would
Yeah.
prescribe that men should lead toward God-fearing women and vice versa. Women lead toward God-fearing men. But I would never say a God-fearing man is virtuous because I would never call a Christian, hey, that guy's it. He models Christ, and I know that for a fact. I cannot do that. So I can infer that your best utility is toward God-fearing, blue-collar, 5 amps, up in the morning, not gaming
I
all
agree
day and
with
waiting
you.
for rent to be paid by you. So there
I
are
agree
clear
with you, yeah.
distinctions that I can articulate, and I'm not the best debater in the world. I'm learning.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I actually
How much
agree
to
with
go?
this paradigm. I agree with this paradigm. So when you answer it like that, that tells me that you're not defending a feminist position. But the premise is you either have to accept it or deny it. You've done neither.
The issue is that a blind woman who is not more virtuous, she's actually less virtuous if she has to be blind in order to not engage in those things.
I never said a woman has to be blind.
A real virtuous person would be able to engage in the whole world and then make the virtuous decision after that. So you're choosing somebody.
No, I agree with you. That's
Not reject temptation.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
They
So
can
at
do this. I
best-
agree with you, actually. Yeah.
So basically, the takeaway is that the reasonable takeaway is that women aren't virtuous unless we handicap them, and that will give us more authority in the relationship. You're actually
That's never
and
been
you're
said.
wrapping up, hold on, and you're wrapping up as an anti-feminism approach, but it's not. You're just virtue signaling your group identity. It really
No, it's not
confirms.
virtue
Well,
signaling.
it really confirms feminism by saying dudes want to take advantage of women. They want us to be
That's
disempowered.
extreme hyperbole, Dust. You know that.
Yeah, it's extreme
That shit
hyperbole.
sounded
You're offering an
brilliant. You know that,
axiom
brother.
that
Come on,
doesn't
Jesse.
exist in the paradigm. So what you're doing is you're saying men are predatory. This is the reason why they're doing this. It doesn't offer prescription or motive. You're missing that whole
I'm
thing.
not saying men are predatory.
Okay.
I'm saying that this
By doing
rhetorical
this, they're
tool-
predatory. That doesn't say that at all.
Yes,
Never
if you're
considered
if
that.
you're choosing a woman specifically for her disadvantage
Virtue.
compared to
For
you,
virtue, not
relative
the
to you.
disadvantage, the virtue
That
in
part is true.
regards to this. They're,
Okay.
they're
So
leaning
can-
towards
can-
virtue, not because she's blind, but she's
Why-
virtuous because she's blind.
So she's
Okay,
virtuous
so
in
if
spite of the blindness.
Right.
So
So you
blindness
can't
plays
have
no
it
part.
both
Virtuous
ways.
in spite of the blindness.
Not in
You
spite
don't
of-
get it both
He
ways.
finally said it. They're virtuous
Because
by the
those two
blindness.
things can be
Yeah,
intangible.
he said because they're
She's
Right.
blind,
less
not
susceptible.
He said it like
No,
3
man.
times.
She's less susceptible to feminism. That's going to logically follow. If she's less susceptible to feminism, what would that entail? So
My
I leave
wife
it
is
to the
virtuous
woman.
and she's not blind. She buys my shoes from
Right,
from
that can
Aldi's and
happen.
Walmart
I'll
because
give
we
it to
don't
you. Yeah, I'll
care.
give that to you.
You buy
So,
dirt.
Universe, remember when I asked you the question?
Walmart.
Here's why the rhetoric fails. You are giving a false choice as if it weren't a false choice
Walmart.
in order to illustrate a point. And then when you do that, you baffle people, and then they're confused, and then you take that as victory, and it's not.
It's not a false choice. So
It is a false choice. It was proven to be a false choice when you can be a
It's giving
virtuous,
Myron
non-blind
Gaines
woman.
energy. I literally reject Red Pill because of Myron Gaines, and it's given
if
Myron
you
Gaines.
notice
You're
what
not Myron
Geoverse-
Gaines at all.
If you notice what Geoverse and Emmett did, they both did the same thing. They avoided engaging or attacking you.
You just said
What
I did it.
Geoverse said-
Oh, my bad.
So here's the thing. If I can finish this real quick, actually Emmett was genius for doing this. He said, "I reject the tool. I'm not going to engage or fight it." He avoided the trap. Geoverse did the same thing. He said, "I'm going to lean
It's
towards
not a
God."
trap.
It didn't
Yeah,
engage.
it's just
in the
lame.
trap.
I mean, hang on.
It was a
In his
trap.
defense, if they're stupid,
I'm not crazy.
anything could be a trap. You know.
So nice.
Think
I
about
mean,
it,
but
you know?
that's just their own stupidity.
Yeah.
They didn't fall into a trap he sprung on them. He tried to set up this thing and say it's a trap, but it's not. It falls apart the minute you look at it.
What's the
People are
difference between a
confused.
duck?
People reject it. I mean, it just it doesn't work.
I debate on TikTok. They'll believe anything.
If I'm going to debate, if I'm going to date a blind Dusty, I'll even ask you a question because I loathe you. I don't like you that much, but I'm being cordial with you right now. Okay, this is me being benevolent.
Yeah, just be good faith,
I'm
man.
good
Be
faith
good
with
faith.
you, Dusty, right now. If I say that I'm going to date Samantha and she is more virtuous because she's less susceptible to all this, what would be bad about that, Dusty?
What's bad about that is your premises that you're setting up, in which a woman's virtue.
Answer the question. What's bad about that? Forget the premise.
Your
What would
question
be bad
doesn't
about
work.
that?
I'm telling
No,
you, the problem about it is the premise.
Tell me it doesn't work.
You have a bad premise baked in there.
No, answer the question.
I can't answer. I can't answer the question and tell you what's
You
wrong.
gotta be
what's
quiet, Marte.
Marte,
Answer.
the reason this doesn't work is because, well, you've said it both ways. Is blindness causally connected to virtue?
Exactly what I was trying to ask. Why are you granting yourself?
Are you saying it's?
Can I?
No,
real quick.
I'm not saying it's causally. I've never said. I'll answer this real quick. I'm saying that there's a threshold argument. They're less susceptible to feminist propaganda. That's what.
So yes. So hold on, I got this. So it either is causal or it's not. And I'm assuming you're saying it's causal because you included it in the example to set your trap. But causally,
it's a trap. You said it's not a trap, but now you say it's a trap. Go
I
ahead.
did trap. It's not a trap.
It's a trap.
The only
No,
thing
you just said it's a trap.
you just, bro, you confused yourself with it, and you're trapped in it now. You're surrounded by people on panel who think you're wrong. Who got trapped here?
So
no, he's not
you're
wrong.
not
The
answering
tool is wrong.
Can you,
Or
Dusty?
flawed.
Can you play along with me? Answer the question.
Can you answer my
How
question,
am I
please?
bad if I choose a
Am I
more
muted?
virtuous route? How would I be bad? How would I be? Answer the question. How
How
am
are
I
you
more
bad
bad?
for choosing a more virtuous route? Well, you're not bad in
Yeah.
that case with that question.
So you
Okay.
admit that feminism
No,
is
no,
so
I didn't.
bad
Hold on.
in
Mm-mm.
overridden society that it's okay.
What
for
was
me
the
to
question
choose
you asked
something.
me?
Thank you.
What's the question you asked me? You asked me is how would it be bad to be more virtuous?
That
It wouldn't be bad to be more
what this is
virtuous.
designed for.
The issue is that you seem to think that the only way to get virtuous women is to have them disabled relatively to you,
Never said
so that
that.
they have to depend
That's
on you.
never been my
So
position.
So
two
Dusty,
things.
real
There's-
quick,
hold on.
I've
There's
never-
two
I've
things
never
here.
said
There
that.
are two. I know you didn't, but
Rex,
it's the
that's
only
not my
way that
position,
that's the
Rex.
only way that your trap works. Hold on. I'm being courteous. You're being courteous. Let me finish talking before you start interrupting. Two issues. One is the baked-in assumption that women are not virtuous, and if they had the choice, if they had the whole range of their senses, they would not be virtuous. So first of all, your blind woman hypothetically isn't virtuous at all. She just can't do the thing.
You're
So
assuming that, but go ahead. It's a
We
hypothetical.
are asking you why. We have
Okay,
asked you
so-
why 3 times.
Hold
Why
up,
is she more
Dusty?
virtuous?
Let me
okay.
fill you
Oh,
in on
sorry,
this real
go
quick.
ahead,
So,
sorry.
Go
ahead, Rex.
hold up. I want to tell Dusty. I want to tell
Martin,
Dusty
you're
the
kinda
summary. of what he
Guys.
said. Hold on, Dusty. So the summary of what he's getting at is feminists are convinced that no matter what, men are getting in relationships with women for bad reasons, and
Yeah.
so they will use any angle to do that. And so if they see a seeing man dating a blind woman, they will assume it's for a bad exploitative reason. But he's saying that you don't necessarily have to judge that. He might actually be doing it for a good purpose, but he's really, really bad at saying that in a succinct way.
I mean, so what? I've heard him cover this before. I don't know what he. I've been in and out listening to this, but so I haven't heard what he just said tonight, all of it. But previously, I've heard him give a number of reasons why blind women would be better, and all of them are basically related to the fact that.
Never said better,
bro. Let me say. Okay, I chose the word better. He said more desirable, preferable, whatever the fuck you said.
Never said
you said better. You said better. You went through that whole live stream, and you never said the word better once.
Never did. And this is what I said. The response of this was Marte.
We've been
this. So
we've been through this. We have been through this before.
So when I did this, I thought of my mother who was deaf and disabled, and I said, I would lean towards this. These are the things that I saw. So I was going off of my own anecdote there because they asked me for my opinion on my life, not what everybody else should do. This was what I would do.
Hold on. You said things like you would be a superhero to her because she's dependent on you for everything.
Okay,
Marte,
you name dropped me, Marte. You've name dropped me 100 times, but you won't let me speak. Okay,
go ahead.
So all he's saying is that if you've lost some senses, you're less susceptible to propaganda.
Yeah,
you know, feminism is propaganda. Right.
Except for maybe the propaganda of the one man who's in a relationship with you who could be more manipulative, but we won't talk about that.
Right.
Yeah,
but then you have to look at motive,
gradation.
Marte, dude. Hold on,
Go ahead.
bro.
Go ahead.
Then you have to look at the motive, right? Like, yes.
Wait. Before we get to the motive,
advantage of, well, people can be taken advantage of, but they're probably less likely if they're on a social security disability check. They're making less than the average woman, so actually somebody's going to be less likely to take advantage of them. Is it possible? Yes, but it's less likely. Hypothetically, it's less likely.
Who's got whistly breath? Somebody needs to mute their nose.
I know. I hear the nose filtration.
Yeah, go put on your CPAP.
Can you go back for 2 seconds and answer my question, pretty please? Why are you automatically assuming that these women are?
Oh, your mic's cooked. Your mic's cooked.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, mic's all cooked.
Leah, you need to invest in a mic. I gotta tell you.
So Dusty, did that make sense to you? You're losing.
Sorry, I was distracted by the rhythmic whistling.
But if if you are disabled potentially, then you're less likely to have be susceptible to propaganda, right? You're less likely if you can't hear propaganda, you can't see. Okay, so then therefore by default, you may be more virtuous. There's no way that this tool, what Marte is saying, could be used in an absolute way, in my opinion. Yeah. But if you want to increase your probabilities for marriage and good outcomes, then you would not. There shouldn't be a stigma for any man to seek out. I'd go as far as to even specifically target this pool of people, which everybody is trying. And Marte, that's the issue I'm having with you in the debate. You're trying to avoid this whole targeting them. No, like nobody can explain what the problem would be with actually targeting them the same way you would target any preference. Whether it's race or targeting hair color, eye color, or height.
When it's a deprivation of information, that raises red flags.
Big red flags.
But now are we talking about morally or
isolation? Isolation is the main tool of in abusive relationships. Isolation. So he said he wants a chick that's pre-isolated.
I thought that Uncle Tom understood this.
Isolate, Marte. Hold on, bro. You're less isolated. You have more of a support. You have caretakers.
All right, let me ask you this. Let's say you have a seeing wife, but you tell her she can't leave the house and she can't watch TV because that'll keep her more virtuous. Is that justified?
There's men that do that, and they have.
I'm not asking you if there's men that do that. I'm asking
yes, throughout history. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Men have done this throughout history. And it's produced.
Wait a minute. Hang on.
What would be wrong with me locking her in the basement so she stays virtuous?
Rex, you're talking about predation now.
Not if she doesn't.
No. If the key to virtue,
you name dropped him, Marte. He's not giving you a good representation.
I'm just following that logic.
I'm talking to Rex right now. If she consents, if you make a suggestion, hey, I'd like you to stay in. I don't want you to be out at midnight. I don't want you to go out at 2 a.m. Don't people do that anyways in relationships?
Yeah, but this is a secular prescription.
Wouldn't you have a problem? Wouldn't you have a problem with your wife being out at 2, 3 a.m.? So, okay,
that's understandable for both spouses. For both spouses, that's understandable.
Where does this coming from? Why both?
Okay,
I know you're not a male feminist, or are you?
Because
what
on
do
the
you mean for both?
Okay, you're gonna keep talking. Okay, because on the continuum of lack of information is more opportunity for virtue. I'm seeing where the line is, where the limiting principle is of where lack of information is a suggestible course of action for not only the kind of women you would have, but the kinds of women you would keep.
The line subjective, but lack of information. You
Subjective.
mean like not watch porn. Like, hey, I don't want my significant other.
Not talking about porn.
I am. That's information. That's information about sex.
But that's necessarily a moral claim as opposed to information
it's not a
in general.
Moral claim. I'm not.
Porn is
has nothing to do with it.
It's not virtuous if porn doesn't exist. It is virtuous if you choose not to indulge in it. Right. So there's no virtue added by not doing anything you can't. I don't get credit for not nuking you guys because I don't have a nuke.
I'm not making the virtuous claim Marte is, but I'm just
yeah. But you guys are both appealing to each other, and you guys are not.
I'm not.
Offering.
I was just trying. We're on a panel here, so I'm just.
I get it, Tom. I get it, Tom. But the conflict here is that I, moreover, align with Marte in my worldview, and in proxy. But by proxy, we all have a congruent and sometimes parallel worldview. So what I'm saying is, if you had the argument that you would say that we should date women who are wheelchair bound, because in the same way, limited mobility, they would require more assistance and
go
care.
big or go home. Go Down syndrome. Go Down syndrome.
Or even further, let's remove physical. Let's remove physical for a second. Hang on, Tom.
Get in there, Jailverse.
Tom, you hate Dusty. We ain't that cool. Calm down. So Tom, all I'm saying, no, but we can be logical and not be friends. Okay, we can have a good discourse. Okay,
I don't need to be your friend yet. That's unnecessary. Yeah, we can be friends. We can be not friends.
If I had what's called agoraphobia,
now I want to be friends with you.
I'm listening. Agoraphobia. Keep going.
Oh wait. So agoraphobia, if I'm correct, it's the fear of touching the doorknob, getting home, right? But my wife works nights, bartending. She's a teacher at a night school. What have you?
Bartender.
Am I? With the modern consensus, am I cooked as the man stuck at home while his wife has freedom? Well, she cares for me, cooks for me.
Is this relevant to anything?
Yes, because he's saying that if somebody is reliant on you, then they would be less enthused about entering the world and being worldly.
People in a relationship, the couple depends on each other. The couple, hold on. The couple depends on each other, right? You support me, I support you. That's a healthy relationship.
If one person is unable to leave the home, Dusty, what is agoraphobia?
Okay,
what does this have to do with anything?
So therein lies your confusion. But therein lies your confusion. If somebody is homebound, meaning they have a mental disconnection with touching a doorknob and leaving home, real condition, and their wife does not stay home, and they're out and about, they're experiencing the world or propaganda, what would stop this from being a predatory engagement?
If the wife chose the husband because he is stuck at home, it'd be predatory.
Thank you. In the same way that he's saying, go toward this type of female, I have to logically agree with you. But it does not make feminism a net positive. The first thing that Dusty said was that your argument makes feminism true. That's not what we're saying.
No, hold on. I didn't say it makes it true. I didn't say it makes it true. What I said is his argument put shovels coal into feminism's choo-choo because he's proposing a proposition where that's better off for men because the woman doesn't have the ability to even see. It's creepy and predatory. If you're choosing,
you're matching the worst kind of woman, like the worst kind of woman that only wants 6 foot 6 inches. Can I say something? You're matching that energy.
Geoverse, let me say something real quick. The reason why I thought of this idea and the reason how this trap came to be is because men generally want to find their mother in men that they date. So this one day I came up with this in this battle with feminists and shit like that. And I'm like, Jesus, I wish I could find a woman good like my fucking mom. My mom happened to be deaf. I thought about this and said, why was she so virtuous during the time? Well, she wasn't out all the time because she was limited. All these other things just happen to be happenstance. And when I looked at this, I was like, oh shit. Okay, so if men, and I've always said if, I never said should, Tom is making the should claim, which that's where we're diametrically opposed a little bit.
You're not going to dance. Don't bother dancing around the should or if.
So,
like, just keep going.
Well, no, I'm not. I just want to make a clear distinction because somebody pointed out that you're backing each other, but I'm like, well, not fully, and I can agree. So if men date somebody who is in this position because they see more virtuous traits, what would be wrong with this? And when I frame this, it literally puts them in this position. What would be wrong with this? And nobody has yet to answer this question. They either avoid it, which is smart because of the trap, or they fall into it and they argue from the feminist position.
Yes,
so
I actually disagree. Hold on, can I just for a second? Is my mic better now? It doesn't sound like a screaming goat.
Yeah, no,
okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you. I feel like you are granting yourself a lot of these premises before you get to your conclusion, Marte, and I highly disagree. Like, for one, you're saying that the blind woman is automatically less susceptible to propaganda and therefore more virtuous because she literally can't see.
That's
but I'm assuming if you actually... Okay, but I mean, blind people really can't see, right? But the thing is, you're granting that because of the actual physical limitation of her sight. Yet, if you actually were ever around blind people, certainly you would know that there are. Okay, so you know that there's all types of communication devices and. Sure, but I mean, there's all types of accessibility options. Yeah. Sure, but they can see, quote unquote. They're never going to say like we see, but they can quote unquote see as and be exposed to the things around them in many different ways, and even more so as technology progresses. So the fact that you think that they're limited,
but you agree we should remove the stigma. More men should date.
Leia, what you're referring to is they have to use an apparatus to overcome said disability. There's still a threshold argument that you have to contend with. They're less likely. I'm not saying that they aren't likely to do this. They're less likely to do this if they have to depend on apparatus to improve something. That means they're already at a deficiency when it comes to being immune to feminism. They're less immune, right? I'm not saying they're not absolutely. I'm saying because they have to depend on tech and everything else. I grew up around this community all the time and saw how limited the outside world was with them. So they leaned towards more virtue when I saw this growing up. I often saw this. I know sign language was my first language. English was my second.
We need to do a debate in ASL. I've been looking for somebody to debate me in ASL. So we'll hook up about that.
I can do
I'll moderate that. I will moderate that.
Heck yeah, let's do it. Now we not this up.
Yeah, but Marte,
I'll speak it out loud for the audience.
Hang on, so elephant in the room and I'll drop.
You can't moderate
Marte. Yeah, but Marte, real quick. If a woman rejects temptation,
would you know when to interrupt in what we said? Right. Okay, next Jilvers. Answer your question.
Like this.
So real quick.
Choose your own moderator. It's fine, Marte. That's okay.
You need to be able to understand the language to moderate. Do you know sign language?
No, I don't know sign language.
Thank you. Next.
I don't know a moderator that knows sign language. That's been
you can't moderate this debate if it's between two people that speak a language that you don't understand.
Can we do a debate in Pig Latin?
Can you speak on something that you don't personally do? Marte, can you speak on something or have an opinion on something that you don't personally do?
If I don't understand Spanish, why would I moderate a Spanish debate?
Can you have an opinion on Spanish absent knowing Spanish?
Okay, this debate probably isn't going to work out anyway. So this is a hypothetical about a schedule.
Yeah, it's cool. Real quick.
That's the
moving
dumbest
forward
shit I've ever heard
amicably.
in my life. Anyways,
no,
that's fucking crazy.
Geoverse, are we friends yet? Are we friends yet?
Our fucking lives.
I may or may not.
Look at
watch your video for a minute.
Title down there says Geoverse's friend.
So Marte, real quick.
You should change yours to Dusty's friend.
Geoverse, go
sure.
ahead.
So let's say, for example, not hypothetically, literally. And if I'm wrong, let God decide. I believe that my wife every day faces temptation. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world, so that all women to me are ugly, right? All of you are ones, everyone.
That's awesome. Yeah.
She is not blind. She is not disabled, but I respect the notion that through all temptation, she will go forward. There's no fear in my heart. And if she does leave me, it wasn't meant to be. Make sense? She will let me know who she is, but on her own accord, by her fruits. So when you tell men, make women like this or position yourself in this advantage, in the same way that Myron Gaines says, slay 50 women, then get married. I stopped watching Fresh and Fit for the same way that I only disagree with your argument. You're a great debater. I learned a lot from you on format, but this here, I cannot lie. and bear
Well,
false
according
witness.
to
This is a
according
terrible.
to Darkside Deaconess, I'm not a great debater, but
I don't know.
When we talk about things like
Marte, when do you care what a woman thinks, Marte?
Oh, wasn't she here earlier?
Thinks because whenever she responds to this dilemma that I bring up, that's a weapon. I care about the answer. It's designed to generate a response. In determining what this response is, she's either going to determine A or B. Now, what Geoverse demonstrated is he demonstrated something that wasn't engaging into this dilemma. What he did beautifully, actually, I'll give him credit on this, was he didn't even fall into the trap, and he literally avoided this. That's the only way out of this dilemma. Him and Emmett did the same thing, which is brilliant. Emmett rejected it. He avoided this and went towards virtue without even having to go into this. Oftentimes, feminists won't even go that far. They'll fall into it like the dummies they are and actually expose their side of defending a feminist position.
I think you got to just acknowledge that this tool is not good for what you designed it to do. It's not winning any feminism debates. You should just discard it. What do you want? We should make a woman blind.
Can I ask him a question, gentlemen?
You should be blind.
Marte, would it have been acceptable in a debate about your blind pill if I did not tolerate or go into the blind pill?
Then you would have proved that. So if you would have said, I'm not going to engage in the blind pill, you would have still had to say that, is this tool good or bad?
Exactly. Definist fallacy. Definist fallacy. Again.
No, it's not a definist fallacy. Rex, I'll even talk to you real quick because, of course, I get interrupted. Rex, if I tell you that I have a dilemma where there's and I can even say in the hypothetical, there's a false binary that it sets women up in to expose their nature. What would be bad about this? And you tell me something in the debate, you say, well, I'm not going to even engage in this weapon that you created. That doesn't even do anything. You're basically
it's
not
only
even engaging in the debate.
Why should anybody engage in a false dilemma?
Yeah. It only works.
Feminists do this all the time.
So what?
Yeah.
Right. So what?
Yeah. So what? When they do this, we have this conversation and they're like, no, I don't want men to have autonomy and make their choices.
No matter what worldview is talking to any other worldview, a false dilemma will not service any argument for any worldview ever.
When I
Why
say
would I
false
gatekeep salvation to an atheist? Why would I gatekeep salvation? Why would I gatekeep salvation and say, haha, you're going to hell? I ain't telling you shit. Burn, baby, burn. No, I'm going to say,
you do it.
The truth is, I love you. I love you. Atheist.
You're the reason I'm not Christian, Geoverse.
Hey.
So this
is
why it's not a false dilemma. The reason why it's not a false dilemma is because you either have to reject the premise or accept it. By rejecting it or accepting it, you are now entered in this and you have to defend a feminist position. If you are like Geoverse and you're saying,
what happens if you reject it? I reject it. What happened now?
Hang on, let him finish.
But there's a third option.
Yeah, the third option is rejecting it altogether, like Emmett did, or avoiding.
That was one of the first.
No, the third option is proving both of your premises wrong, which I was halfway through.
Let me restate my question, Marte.
How can you prove a hypothetical wrong if you put yourself in this position? If I ask you,
it's not about the hypothetical.
You're posing
it's the logic.
It's a false dilemma. So if it's a false dilemma you're posing, then that's proving
it's about the logic.
It is because
it's
you
a
cannot
hypothetical situation. So
you can have a false dilemma hypothetical. There's no contradiction there.
I'll ask you the question right now. I'll ask you the question. If I choose a woman that's like my mother because I thought that she was more virtuous and saw the virtue in her, what would be wrong about this, Leoba Baker?
Well, ignoring the obvious Oedipus implications that there are there, right, with what you just said, completely ignoring that. Like I said, the two false premises are one, that you're assuming that the woman is going to be more virtuous by virtue of her being blind, which is ridiculous. No. And two, because you're assuming, hold on. Okay, but let me just answer. And part two is that you are assuming that the man is being more virtuous. We want to talk about anecdotal experience. I have tons. I've dated 3 deaf people. Just hold on. 2 seconds. Yes, you have said the man is more virtuous for dating her like 8 times. Yes, you have. And I'm saying, why is he more virtuous? No. I've dated deaf people. I've dated a guy that was half blind and deaf, okay? And the only thing that was virtuous was every now and again I would interpret for them at the drive-thru window. Like, they were perfectly capable.
No,
they were perfectly capable people. Like,
so if I frame this as a hypothetical in my hypothetical, which doesn't exist, I'm literally telling you that this is the dynamic that you're falling into. I say that I'm doing this because I notice more virtuous behavior, and it is my belief that I'm making my own choices, that I change my preference.
Is this an anecdote or hypothetical?
It's a hypothetical. What would be wrong with me making this choice? What would be morally wrong with me making this choice? I never said predation was involved. Any bad moral subscription.
But we can infer it. We can infer it. It's absolutely inferable. You want a woman who doesn't have the same abilities that you do. That is predation.
No, you're adding axioms that don't exist.
Well, it's either that you are virtuous.
I never inferred this at all. What I'm doing is I'm saying if the man chose this because he believes this, I'm just saying what would be wrong with this? Can you answer the question?
If she is virtuous, and that go ahead, you finish, and then I'm going. You finish.
Just a second. The rejection of the hypothetical is wrong because the premises are wrong.
Hold on, ABG. Let's go Leah and then Dusty and then you, because that's how it seemed to
go. Can I go after that?
Yeah, just 2 seconds. Yeah, you're awesome, Mike. 2 seconds and I'll just drop because this is all I really wanted to say. But also, you can't really have it both ways. Either she is more virtuous and the man's more virtuous for dating her because she's basically helpless and he's her big helper, or she's independent and, like what you just said is that she was totally capable, but I can't remember your exact wording a minute ago, but
more susceptible to
because
propaganda.
she chose not to do, and wanted to be virtuous, right? Well, no, I'm not saying it was your exact words. It's an implication, right? But so you can't have it both ways.
But
Leia, if you want someone because they're disabled, that's predatory. If you want somebody and the disability is incidental, then you don't even need to have the blind pill.
Tool. You're adding axioms that don't belong here. When you say they're doing this, no, it's not
the axiom belongs
I'm attacking the logic.
By saying it belongs there, you're saying that something that didn't exist there before should be there.
Marte, if I say that we should date high schoolers because they're stupider, but I'm not being predatory, am I being predatory still?
Bro, we can do a different hypothetical.
Hold on, let me.
But if he believes it,
Marte, I'll ask the question again. Marte, I'm coming up with the schoolgirl pill. Okay, Marte, do you think? Are you going to talk over me the whole way and
stay away from elementary schools? But go ahead,
Dusty. Talk over me. Welcome to the party.
Dusty, everybody knows what you're saying. You're talking about a power imbalance. You're saying anything. Okay, good. Let's go start there. Anything with a power imbalance, you're saying is predatory, and that's false. That is false. It doesn't matter.
If you're choosing it for the power imbalance,
no,
but it's a logical assertion.
Yes, it does.
It's a logical assertion.
Okay, can you substantiate why it matters that there's a power imbalance? Substantiate that.
Because he's saying she's blind, so she'll be dependent on you. He's not saying that now, but he did say that. Hold on. Let me answer the motherfucking question.
But why is it a problem?
Because you're choosing a partner for a power imbalance.
Yes, but
that's predatory.
Why is the
here's the thing. His character is in his hypothetical. What he's saying is his character is choosing her only because he believes that she is virtuous by virtue of being blind. Whether or not he's right or not is not in the question. The question is he wrong in doing that if that's his only reason, even if he's stupid for doing it? That's what he's saying.
Like you mean wrong as in morally wrong, correct? Morally wrong? Is that
he's asking would it be morally wrong?
Right. Based on whose morals? You could say
we're trying to focus on his
hypothetical. I understand, but listen, if we were taking two people, man and woman, equal age, a 20-year-old man and a 20-year-old woman, you could argue that there's a power imbalance because the woman is going to would have had by that time in her life. It's not different. Hold on, it's not.
Right.
No, it's naturally occurring or not. It's still a power imbalance because the woman would have had way more DMs, way more dates, way more conversation. But that's what I'm saying. It's subjective. That's why I'm wondering about the morals. Whose morals? What power imbalance? How are you measuring this power imbalance?
Your morals.
You can't measure it.
I would be happy to explain.
Do you think it's wrong?
I think it's fine. Because you can't measure this. You can't. Okay,
great. Can you tell me if perception is reality at some point, Uncle Tom?
No.
Sorry. Just put this in terms of 20-year-old woman, 20-year-old man.
That's not my question. I'm
No, just
asking
answer
you,
the question.
is perception reality at some point if perception is consistent amongst a lot of people? Like if it isn't a group function?
Give me a hypothetical. Reality is reality. I don't know what you mean. Hypothetical.
That's a T-Jump original.
Okay, yeah, it is. I'm leaning left for the purposes of this. But
I
it's the only
object.
time I'll lean left.
You've been leading left this whole
Reality
debate.
is reality.
But go ahead.
Let me indulge you in this. If everybody, even people who share the same ideologies, listen to someone's statement and they view it in a certain light, i.e., they viewed Marte's position on May 31st and viewed the fact that like he was talking about the blind pill as someone who was saying that blind chicks are preferential. And everybody that you talk to who is supposed to share his ideology shares that viewpoint. Does that make it somewhat true on an objective basis?
No.
Or are they all just crazy?
No, it doesn't make it. It doesn't make it true. I mean, we're talking about multiple subjective things.
So is what's true in Marte's mind, or is what's true based on the public perception of his statements, considering that like his statements are being made to a group of individuals with the same worldview as him?
No, that's my worldview. When they ask, what would you do, Marte? That's my
Sorry,
worldview.
you don't share my worldview, Marte?
I think okay, hold on. I think I didn't want to open a can of worms with the whole morals thing, but let's go back to the power imbalance thing, because that truly is
so
like,
are there different,
how are you measuring that?
Correct. Are there different forms of power imbalances?
Absolutely. Well, no,
Right.
I would argue there's always a power imbalance. No,
You can measure this one because you're comparing the blind chick to a normal population of women and saying you're specifically choosing her for her relative disadvantage to other women.
Right.
Here's the difference. There are kinds of vulnerabilities that a blind woman has that the same woman doesn't. That's the difference. It's not just the existence of the power difference. It's how many kinds of power differences.
Here's where I draw the line.
It's an occupational.
I'm the one arguing the point.
Can I finish my point, please? I just have one more point to make, please.
I'm just going to clear it up for you right now.
Uncle Tom, can you shut the fuck up for like 10 seconds, dude? What the fuck? It's
very
more
feminine, by the way, too.
It's more
Very feminine behavior.
Marte, okay, look, your black brother didn't defend you before. He's not going to do so now.
Did I hear some Canada? Did I hear it? Is she from Canada?
Tyler, can you allow me just like literally 5 seconds to repeat
Can
this?
you manage the black
please,
people?
Just let AVG speak.
It's literally more societally acceptable for a older man to date a young woman, right? Nobody here on this panel is going to disagree with that. My father and my mother are an 11-year age gap. This is completely acceptable. It happens all of the time. That's something nobody would blink an eye about. You know why? Because older men are better providers and younger women are more fertile. This is something that everybody understands on a biological imperative level and on a societal acceptance level.
You wanted me to shut up about something that probably men told you about? I mean, I already know all this.
Probably men?
Yeah,
sir,
probably,
I have a great relationship with my father, who was in an age gap relationship with my mother.
So is my parents.
She can also see just fine, so she's able to do, leak information for herself.
Let me explain. I can make your argument better than you.
Thank you for
But
noticing.
here's what you're trying to say, and here's where I draw the line. I should say, if this person is mentally handicapped, where they don't know what the fuck is going on, that's one thing. But if they are completely aware of everything going on, that you're showing interest in them,
awareness isn't a binary.
What would stop you from signing?
It's a sliding
their check in
scale.
your name?
It's not an on switch. It's a dimmer
They'll
switch.
sign the check in their name and cash it. You know
I'll
what I'm
ask a
saying?
question. Can somebody answer this question?
They can't see.
So my mother was
Father, forgive me for our sins.
Kill me, honestly. You're
so
hilarious.
what was wrong with my dad dating my mom and then producing me? What was wrong for
I
her
dated your
choosing-
mom. There's nothing wrong with that, but I didn't choose her because she was blind.
So he even chose my
Yeah, let's
mom.
not
Said
attack
that
moms,
she
yo.
was a-
Come on.
my dad literally told me that
Moms
she
are
was a very virtuous woman as a deaf woman. What would be wrong with my dad's choice being a product of this? What would be wrong with my dad's decision?
If he was dating women and he ended up with a blind one, but
One
he didn't
woman,
choose her for that reason, right?
He
There's
chose her
nothing
for that
wrong with
reason.
that.
He told me
However,
that.
if he's only interested in dating women who are disabled compared to him.
Yeah.
That's
Or
creepy.
virtue.
The other
This
one,
is
the other
feminist.
thing, the
This
other
is why
thing,
we
the
can't
other side
have
of this.
this
Look at
discussion.
this
It's
from
all
the
male.
hold
How
on,
is
Fish.
it creepy?
Look at this.
How
Look
is
at this
it
from the.
creepy?
Look at this from the
Nobody's
other
Why
saying
is
version
it
too, right?
creepy,
We've been
Dusty?
focusing on the woman. Why is this dynamic? The man basically admits that he can't compete with a woman who's able to experience the world objectively. So
So he should date a boss babe. Great, brilliant.
No,
Yes.
False choice. Another false choice.
If you need a chick to be blind to stick with you, then you're admitting defeat.
Okay, Dusty.
So my dad
Dusty,
made a stupid
you know
choice
what-
by
Dusty,
having
do
me,
you know
right?
what hypergamy
Is that the only
Dusty?
chick he could get?
Dusty, do you
Oh
know
my
how
God.
He
That
probably
woman
loved
right
her,
now
man.
chose
Like,
me.
Hey,
let's not do that.
Yes, I don't care about her. I do.
He
Hey,
chose my woman,
Yeah.
my mom, because she was more virtuous, because
let
of her
me
limited
answer. Let me
accessibility
answer.
to the world.
Let me answer. Let me answer. You
Shut
think
up,
that
all
you're
the
going to
moms out
corner me
there.
into a politeness thing? Yes, your dad's fucking retarded for banging your mom. Stop asking me this goddamn question and address what I'm
You
saying.
can't say that.
Yeah,
You
you're
can't say that,
proving the
Dusty.
prompt. This is a feminist
That
position.
word is
Thank
banned.
you.
What's feminist about saying that men
He
should be
can't
able to
have
compete with other men?
preferences. He
I'm
can't
not
have
saying you can't have
preferences.
preferences. I'm saying that you
He's
can't be a
done
predator.
for banging my mom. What
I'm
other
saying-
choice would it be? He's done for banging my mom and producing
Oh
me.
my God. You're
Okay,
just going to lean into the
Gio got a
These are
hypothetical.
logical leaps,
My dad.
Marte.
Gio got a
He
hypothetical.
chose that
My
as
bad.
his
Listen,
preference.
stop talking about your
guys,
dad and
look at
listen
me.
to the point I'm making. I'm going to
Look at
say
me,
it
see,
again.
look at me,
Stop
look at me,
Dusty,
please.
you're not making a point.
Gio
You're
got a
not. You're
hypothetical.
I am
unable
making
to.
a point.
But you're unable to
So if I
substantiate.
may,
I have 2 points. I have
Okay,
2
hold
points.
up.
I'll say
Let's
it
let
again slowly.
Geoverse talk because he's
look.
maintaining a good volume here. Go ahead, Gio.
I'm like the comic break, right? I'm like the comic relief, right?
You're
Laugh
just
at me.
you're
Look
just
at me.
interrupting.
Shut up as my friend. Submit. Now,
Wait a second. Are we
let's
friends
say,
now?
for example,
Are we
Marte,
friends now?
do you know
Don't
who
do that,
bad?
Geoverse.
Are we
This is
I know
friends
not
now,
ABG and
Geoverse?
Dusty are
Oh, here we
friends.
go.
They're in alliance together.
Geoverse.
But
Two minutes.
anyways,
Let's hear you,
Two
Geoverse.
minutes. We're good, Dusty. I'll just mess.
they're like besties. But go ahead.
Bad baby, right? Bad. Who is?
Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
ABG and Dusty. She
No,
Dusty
me and
basically
Gio are
said
friends.
she-
Oh, but that has nothing to do with me.
He literally
No,
said
no,
you're
no.
a badass supporter.
Brother,
But go
Ignore
ahead.
it.
I'm more.
Just ignore
I'm
it.
more.
Said you're-
I'm like
you're my
Jay Dyer
badass
proxy.
supporter.
I'm definitely not him.
I try to
So, for
re-examine
example,
you.
She was on the
The reason-
Christian side of
Okay,
ethics.
okay.
But
Here, let's hear
Now I'm
Geoverse.
evil. I'm
Yeah, let's
evil.
hear
Comfortable.
Let's
well,
hear
if
Geoverse.
you're on the Panelverse side,
Oh my
which side
gosh.
are you on? Anyways, go
Okay,
back to
dude.
I'm
Let's
part of
hear
the
Your
cool
Geoverse.
verse.
tribalism isn't God.
I'm cool verse all day, Marte. You know that cool verse. Now,
All right, go.
but we're allowed to disagree. And if I had a debate where I fumbled, Marte, I would hope you email me. Gio, use this next time. I would hope that my inbox is filled with you on it, right? Now,
Yeah.
Bad Baby. She was made famous on Dr. Phil. Catch Me Outside. How about that? There were men in society who clocked her 18th birthday, which quantified a proxy to her OF page. She made millions. Every person on this panel, yay, if you agree that that is not predatory, men can have a preference because feminism has preferences. Or B, that is predatory, and how dare men wait, watch, observe, and groom the idea and notion that that little girl is there for their enjoyment.
That's the reverse. That's literally
one or two. One or two. It's acceptable because feminism is so bad.
How are you conflating
no, that's good.
pedophilia-
That's good.
How are you
That's
conflating
good. That's
pedophilia
good.
with feminism? How did
because men observed this child since she was 12, 13 on Dr. Phil. She gained notoriety off a meme, and then they watched her. She did other content, rap music,
Are you
still
saying-
underage, and
are
she
you saying
launched.
that-
Stop, Dusty. I know you're a big fan. You subscribe a lot. That's why we don't.
I'm not a fan. I'm a friend.
What I'm saying is
Go
that
ahead.
there are some men in society. There are. If you can show me any statistic of objective consensus that would debunk me, I'll wait. If not, shut the fuck up.
About what?
Okay. All I'm saying is this: if a man clocks an underage woman and waits for their birthday and to click subscribe because they know, because that child's team, their management is already on it.
I get it.
In 2
Yes.
years,
Then what?
OF. In 1 year, OF. We got
Right.
you millions.
Right.
It's the
Then
same
what?
shit. Yes.
So what?
it's the
So
same
unfortunately, the mistake that you made, Dusty, is think that I would fail my allegiance.
Hold on, no,
and
no.
pretend to
I-
not
if
observe
what?
logic.
You were setting up the question,
If
but you
I,
didn't.
hang on, if I create propaganda against men, if I create propaganda that makes men feel like crap for thinking that underage women are just a ticking time bomb until you're allowed to view them as you may. I would be in support of that propaganda that would prescribe more nuclear families and more shame culture to these degenerate men in society. So in that metaphorical stance,
I didn't follow that at all.
Don't say thank you yet. Don't say thank you yet. Metaphorically, we can agree with that because that's a good prescription with a clear outcome: less degeneracy, more honorable men, right? Safer women.
I didn't follow your example at all. It was terrible.
It's not. It wasn't for you, Dusty. So
he just made it all up.
On your hands.
Everything he just
so Marte. The reason you agree. The reason you agree is because it sounds like the outcome of my prescription, where it may sway and make some men feel lesser than. A lot of men will be upset, in the same way that women will be upset on your premise. But the fact remains that it is a net negative that supersedes your preferences. If men prefer 17-year-olds to do an OF when they're 18, that's their preference. But I'm saying it's wrong, and it's clear. This pill is not as clear as this hypothetical. That's all I'm saying. If it was as clear as how I explained what I explained,
I'll say this.
It's a bad tool, but it doesn't change my worldview.
But here's the thing, though. I'll offer you an olive branch right now. Let's say that this tool, because I refined it, I've still been in the refinement page place. So I refined this since 2025 as a thought experiment. It's now been
if they're blind to IG, if they're blind to OS, if they're blind to bars, if they're blind to alcohol, if they're blind to temptation, that's who I married. I know who I married. He's blind to that.
But hold on, let me finish this though. I'm still refining this because if we are in debates and we're still trying to refine tools, because this is something that I created to combat feminism. In 6 months from now, with the help of this debate, I literally take this and refine it to where it creates a dilemma, not a false dilemma, Rex, but it creates a dilemma to where it proves the prompt of saying that they're now having to force defending a feminist position, and it's refined to that point. I don't think that would be a net negative, especially if it's used like in your fashion. Like, let's say that it's clear and concise as the way that you put it. I don't see how this would be bad if my motive is to combat feminism with this.
But all this tool demonstrates is that you prefer women who are disadvantaged. It doesn't prove
what it says.
anything about
I know it's not what it says.
I'm gonna head out. I'm going to sleep.
Rex,
Thank you guys.
That's not what it says too.
Doesn't mean you, Rex.
All right.
That's not what you say, but that's what's demonstrated by the example.
I'll just say, Marte, I like you. All that good stuff. You're a cool dude, but I think you need an entirely new tool. I think you need to get back to the drawing board. That being said, I like your positive attitude and your willingness to do debates frequently. So you guys have a good night.
Guys, make sure you're subscribed to the Re-Examination Show.
Yeah, so I will say this real quick, man. I will say this. I had my first debate in World War debate, and it was against a guy who said that feminism improves modern dating. I'm not shitting you. This is not a joke or satire. He literally had the premise. I literally used this in the debate, and then I used other premises, like if women complain about the pay gap, questions like this, which creates this dilemma. If women complain about the pay gap, why do they still want men that make more than them? That question's unanswerable, just like this one puts them in a dilemma where they can't answer it. This debate was a blowout, and it was literally a bloodbath, as the rest of the World War debates that I engage in. And I'm just saying, probably going to win this whole thing. So, anyways, go ahead, Ben.
Marta, the reason that this doesn't work is because if you extend the logic to as far as you can, then what? Why not date a dead chick? Why not date a retard? Why not date a baby? Why not you can take the logical premise you've constructed and stretch it to the extremes, and it completely collapses.
The reason why you can't stretch this is because I'm only limiting it to that subset of people. Whenever you add on things, you're adding on axioms that also don't exist. What I'm
taking the logic, and it's lateral application of logic to the exact same paradigm, just with a different disability.
Now what you're doing is you're taking something that is a moral obligation for me to go against, because I'll even ask Geoverse, is it a sin to F a dead body? But is it a sin to F a blind woman that is your wife because you're seeking virtue? There are two different things.
Wait a minute. Put up on stove. You said that is it morally is it objectively immoral to commit necrophilia? Yes. Yeah. It would be a net
it's
negative.
A false equivalent.
Even though
it's a false equivalent.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dusty, you're throwing a false equivalent, Debbie. It doesn't work.
No, I'm not.
So
It's the exact same example. Look, if you've got somebody
it's different because of a Christian
ignore the dead body.
foundation.
Let's do somebody who's in a coma. This chick is in a coma. She can take in no information at all.
Once again, she can't ask for permission.
Have you not
she
seen
can't
Kill
consent.
Bill, Dusty?
Blind people can consent.
Remember
False
in
dilemma.
Kill Bill? What happened?
Right. Chuck.
False dilemma.
We were angry in that moment. Like, why are we
hold on a second
about malpractice?
What did you have?
It's terrible.
The one thing I was going to say is, Marte, the issue with this tool is the premise of the debate tonight was the blind pill is a net positive for men, and we've had such issue like comprehending and wrapping our heads around it that very little, if any, of the debate was actually around the topic of is it a positive. It was more about what is this tool and how does it work.
Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why there was such a problem with this. AVG was saying that it's not a tool, and I was saying that it is a tool. We couldn't even get past that. She doesn't acknowledge that it's a tool. She says it's not. When in the debate I debunked this, I said, "Is it a thought experiment?" She said, and I said, "Is it a thought experiment?" Is that what I said? She said, "Yeah." Is a thought experiment a rhetorical tool? She said, "Yes, it is." So by that very promise, if she says it's not a rhetorical tool, she's saying it is by saying it's a thought experiment. So she literally
but
created this contradiction.
Bandit, his critique was accurate because there was question about May 31st and what was this about, and then Rollo's episode, and there was a lot of back and forth, and there were just you guys never got to the nuts and bolts.
They're two different conversations.
I think it would be better if you just own it and just say.
So, go back to the drawing board.
Where the heck was I wrong? Where the heck was I wrong in stating that, like, on May 31st, he failed
I didn't
to
say
say
you
that
were
as
wrong.
a thought experiment, it's a complete rage bait by his definition.
I didn't say you were wrong. I was just saying.
Tommy, did you walk away from that thinking that men should date blind women? That would be a preferable option for men?
Are you asking me? I didn't watch it. May 31st.
Okay, so I'll ask you a question.
But I don't know why he didn't. I think he should have owned it. I think he should have said, "I prefer
number
blind
one
women."
supporter, Marte, that's on this panel right now, can't
I did own it.
or agree
I
with your
owned it,
position.
Tom.
So guess what? It's dead in the water. It's dead. It's deep.
Now speaking of dead.
No, but Marte did say that he did not want to have this debate. He did say that in his closing. He said that there was a reason why he didn't
Because
want
it's
to
a
engage
trap.
this.
The reason why I didn't want to have this debate is
That
it's
is correct.
designed
And
to
did I
put
fall
something
into
in a
your
feminist
supposed
position.
trap, Marte? Did I
You
prove
refuse
myself
to
be a
answer this.
feminist?
What you did is you avoided this by saying no. You literally avoided falling into the trap, which was great. Like, so
I'm
literally,
intelligent.
and
And
this
I
is
have
the
visual skills.
other
I can also
problem.
see things.
The other problem that you have with this is that the fact that you're debating
It's a
against
trap in your
tools-
own mind, man.
So hold
He
on.
trapped himself.
The problem
Yeah,
with
this is
this
your own
is
mind
that
trap.
if somebody
Nobody
creates
here
a
wants to
rhetorical
date blind
tool,
women. Like what?
my
is that
mom.
really
So
what
my
you're?
dad shouldn't have dated my mom.
Is that
or
what
what?
you're advocating for?
Dude,
Like,
if
I'm
you
having
fall
a
in
hard
love with a
time.
blind woman,
It's not a prescription.
if you fall in love with a blind woman, absolutely, Marte, but you should not go out and target blind women.
Yes,
No,
there we
it's
go.
not
Thank
your-
you.
it's not what
Thank
you're
you.
saying,
Hey,
though.
why can't we
And
talk
thank
about
you
this?
for
Marte?
confirming
Did I
that.
ever say
Thank you for
target
confirming that.
women?
Let's say
This is
target.
crazy. I've never
I'm
said that.
saying target. What is the problem? Why?
What is
Nobody
the
can
Uncle
answer
Tom,
that.
what is the problem? Do you know why? Because
Yes, why?
a preference in terms of dating ends up being defensible when a preference is based on a power dynamic that leaves the other individual that you were seeking in the dating sphere. I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Sure, go ahead.
Very
Thank
feminine
you.
behavior, by the way.
Hey, yeah, I know I look like a feminist right now, and I don't give a fuck.
No,
okay?
it's fine. It's fine.
A
But I already
Feminists say
know what
that
you're
too,
going to say,
yeah.
and that's why I'm responding. I already know what you're
Feminists
going
say
to
that
And
too.
Marte,
You mentioned it.
I don't
Power
care.
dynamic.
Guess what?
All
As you said,
relationships
I
have a
Feminists
power
don't care
dynamic.
either.
all the
Can the
time.
Feminists
black man calm down,
I don't
please?
enjoy it, right? I don't enjoy a damn thing.
Yeah, but
okay?
AVG,
don't enjoy that thing too.
I
You're
typically
consistent.
interrupt AVG when I know what somebody's going to say, and I know what you're going to say. You're talking
You
about
You don't
a
know
power
what it is
You're
dynamic.
going to say.
fucking mind
Yes,
reader,
you're
you dumb
talking about a power
You're a
dynamic. Yes or
fucking
no?
mind reader, you
Is it a
dumb
power
fuck.
dynamic?
She's about to make a good point. That's why you're freaking out and you have to interrupt her. Both you
I'm
black
not
guys started
freaking
chirping the minute she was about to make her
I'm
point
gonna
because
let you
you know it's
finish.
going to be
I'm
good.
sad right now,
You
but I'm not
scared. You
going to.
scared.
I'm muting right
Okay.
now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. The preferential. Okay, see, I'm using my nice voice now. The preferential component of dating ends when you are seeking a quality which makes it easier for you to control somebody, not out of love, out of strictly just a power dynamic that is advantageous to you. That is what we call a psychopathic instinct. Okay,
Sure.
that is not a preference.
Are you done? Are you done?
Can you define a preference
Are you
for me,
done?
please?
Okay.
Yes, Uncle Tom, define a preference
Can you
for
name
me. In a
any
dating.
relationship that does not have a power dynamic? Can you describe one?
So there is different power dynamics, correct?
No, they're all relationships.
She can't name one. It's fine.
How is it that these two guys? How is it that neither of you have enough self-awareness to recognize that you're up here publicly defending predatory relationships?
Can you name one?
ABG's boyfriend is going to defend her,
name a
so I expect
relationship
it. So
that
it's
doesn't
fine.
have a power imbalance? Hello, Marte, hold on. Stop.
Marte, you're just mad that nobody wants your little ass.
Let's go into this. Let's go into this. Okay. Are there different kinds of power
I'm
dynamics?
muted. I let you speak. I muted.
Is that what
and
the
You didn't mute long enough. Mute longer.
Hold
Mute
on.
longer.
Name any
Lord of fucking
relationship
mercy.
that does
Can
not
you-
have a power
Are there
imbalance.
different
Why are you
kinds of
talking
power
over
She
me?
didn't
Hello?
say any power imbalance. She said this power imbalance.
This one, okay. So what about this one? Why?
I already told
How many times do you
it-
have to loop over this?
No,
You're just going to
you
keep
said-
asking why because
you're
you
saying
two
power-
want to be
no, because
predatory.
You're putting words in her mouth.
So I want to
All
be
she said
predatory.
is- all
But he
she
is.
This is
said is
just
power
I
and
never
balance.
said
Let me
that.
ask Uncle Tom a
Hey.
question. Uncle Tom,
You're
Uncle
adding an
Tom,
axiom
are
still.
there
This is
power
crazy.
dynamics which are natural and ones which are predatory? Yes or no?
No, you can't appeal to nature. You're doing an appeal to nature. What do you mean natural? That's a
An
fallacy.
appeal to nature.
Yes, it's a fallacy.
Is it natural
Appealing-
for a person to be
It's
blind?
appealing. Okay,
Is it natural for a
you're
person
appealing
to
to
be
nature.
blind?
That's a
Is
fallacy.
it natural?
Is it a
for a
fallacy? Is it a
person
fallacy
to
to appeal to
be
nature?
Hold
Yes, it is.
Is
Look
it-
it up.
Okay, you can't answer it. Is it
The-
natural for should a person be blind?
It's fallacious on its face.
There.
I'm not gonna-
The reason that it's predatory is because there's always power imbalances, right?
like you can't
Between
do
any two people, there's never a perfect balance in power.
listening to
The
me.
reason,
Thank you.
hold on,
You got that
okay.
for me, Dustin. You got that for me.
No, I'm explaining this to you. The reason that this power imbalance is predatory is because it is a sexual preference that is dependent on the power imbalance.
On an unnatural
Did
physical
you say sexual
characteristic.
preference? Are you
My
drunk?
mom was born
Unnatural.
deaf, so this is naturally occurring to my
You
mom.
randomly threw in sexual
That's
preference.
crazy.
No, we're talking about sexual partners here, right? Aren't
What are
we? He was talking about his dad and his mom.
You're talking
Can
about a
somebody
sexual
please
preference.
explain to me
No,
what
it's
the
not-
biological imperative of a man would be in terms of acclimating to a blind woman for reproduction purposes? Can somebody
Okay,
please
so are we
fucking
moving the
explain
goalpost from
that?
public from power imbalance? Are we moving that goal? Are we done with
No,
that?
No,
you're trying to say you're trying to say that power. You're trying to say all power imbalances are good. You're trying to get us to say that all power
He's
imbalances
not
are
saying
all
that.
relationships
He's not making an absolute
have a
statement.
power balance.
Okay, so
right.
what is the
all
Bible?
And some
Do
are
you
bad,
want
and
women
some
to
are
be-
bad, right?
Okay,
Some
so
most
okay,
power
that's your
dynamics.
claim.
Most
your
power
claim.
dynamics are natural.
So
and
which
so,
ones would be
Uncle
good?
Tom,
Which power
a second.
imbalances are
Can I
good? You
explain?
said some are bad. Which ones are good? Which power
Okay,
imbalances
so,
are good?
so if a
That's
Being
power
blind
dynamic
is that
naturally
good?
No. Look at
occurring,
Dusty's face right now.
Strength,
He's got
strength,
checkmated.
strength.
He's got
Yeah,
checkmated.
that's
Strength.
yeah, it's crazy.
Strength.
okay,
bro.
is it natural to want to
No,
peg
a strength power
to wanna be
imbalance is
pegged
good,
in the
right?
butt? Is
Okay,
it
I'll do
natural
the
to wanna be
2v1 if
pegged
you
in the
want
butt?
to, but I'd
Is that
rather
a
do a
natural
1v1.
power
I'd
dynamic?
rather do a
For
1v1.
who?
All right, ABG, let's go.
I'm
I'm
trying
listening.
to. Is it natural for you to want to be pegged in the
Nope,
butt?
shoot.
Is it natural for men to
Okay,
be
you're-
banged in the ass?
The false equivalent, false dilemma.
Oh, now you know what false equivalents are.
You're appealing to nature anyway.
You
It's
mean
a
trying.
you mean fucking with
In
dead
our own
bodies or
mind.
deaf people?
I'm sorry
Deaf
that I'm
people?
using my
Yeah, I've been knowing
mouth,
what that is.
but I have to
You're-
because we're in a
I
You're a
marriage.
false
prefer not to
equivalent
fuck deaf
factory,
people because
Dusty.
they sound weird. Nah,
Is
you know.
it
You're a false
natural for a
equivalent
man
factory,
to
Dusty.
want to
Damn
be
it.
pegged in the bum
Hello.
bum?
You messing
Only
up.
if they're blind.
Yeah.
I just want to say real quickly that
Am
whenever
I
you
never going
reject
to
a
be able to
hypothetical,
follow
it's
this
because
logic
it's
train?
false.
I hate my
Okay.
life right now. This is
So the premises of the
So,
hypothetical are false. This
logic,
is why
it's
they're
all
rejected.
fallacies.
And the point is
Like,
that you ought not
you're
use something that is
putting
false to supposedly present yourself as an argument. That is
Thank
in
you,
fact
It's not
Jubert.
false.
completely
Not
bad
false.
faith. Yeah,
It's
it is
not
false. Yes, you
How's
said
it-
that
how's
there,
it
I
false?
already
In
explained
my
that. You said,
hypothetical,
in fact, you
how is
agreed
my
with me.
hypothetical false?
In fact,
It's a
in fact, you
hypothetical.
agree with me, B, and you said that I ought reject it. The fact that I rejected it is because the premises are false, which means
The reason
that's
why
why
you
it's
rejected
rejected.
it is because you
Every
saw a
single
trap
time,
and you didn't want
every
to answer the
single,
trap.
yeah, I understand. Every
I
single,
would avoid
every
traps
single,
too.
You
wait,
trapped yourself, dumbass.
Sometimes
I have
every
to
single
follow
time
the
you said, every single time you said that I was genius for rejecting it, you were accepting the fact that I rejected it because it was false. Because that is the fact.
thing,
That's the
Evan.
reason. That is in fact the only reason why you can reject hypotheticals is because they either the premises are false or they don't follow logic. So
no,
you
no,
can pretend
that's
that
actually
that is
false
not the
binary.
case.
That's not the
Okay.
reason why. That's
Yes,
an
that's the
absolute
reason
statement
why.
that you made. So
It
they
is an
only
absolute
rejected
statement.
because
It's
of
logic, bro.
No, they
I'm
only
not a
rejected
logic
because
bro,
of that.
bro. Okay, I'm not
Wait,
ortho bro. You.
Geoverse, did you accept it because it was false? Was that why you rejected it? Or did you move towards virtue by choosing a different route?
Yes, that is the part that is
Let
false.
him answer
Blindness
this.
has
Let
nothing
him
to do
answer
with
this.
virtue.
Nope,
How
not
many times
asking
do I have
you.
to tell you that?
Geoverse, when you went around this weapon that I created, was this because it was false?
It's because
Yes.
I wanted to bang a blind woman.
Marte's mom is around.
I mean, she's dead, but I mean, you could talk about the dead. You know,
What's
memory
wrong with
photo.
that? What's wrong with
This
that?
isn't-
Hang on.
this
Why
isn't
can't,
like
why can't men have their
characters.
preferences? Why can't men have preferences, Marte? You fucking feminist.
Can you
All right,
explain
real
Because
it
quick,
to me
once
like,
illegal,
like I'm
Simon.
blind really quick, but what is the
Dusty
blind
doesn't
pill?
even
once
make
illegal,
any
you
sense.
can't have necrophilia,
Doesn't
which
even
means if
have-
you bang
he-
my dead
Dusty
mom,
doesn't
that's
even know what's
illegal.
going on.
Yeah.
Dusty's
Okay, so the laws where
Dead pill?
what's legal
you
is
all
what's
can
moral,
try
huh?
to run away, and you all can try to run away from this, but at the end of the day, the reason why it was rejected is because it's false. Unless you can tell me why is it true, because I told you why it's false. But the reason why
No.
it's false is because I'm rejecting the idea that blindness leads to virtue. You said that the reason why you're preferring this person is through virtue, not through blindness. Thus, the point is I'm rejecting your hypothetical directly by the correlation of blindness on virtue. And
The
I
truth
told you, and I
status
asked you,
depends on
wait,
its nature.
before we move forward, I'm gonna explain this to you one last time. When I asked
You couldn't
at
even
the
answer
end,
the question, but go ahead.
when I asked you at the end, I said, "Would you date
You
a
mean the
blind
question you
person?"
couldn't answer last time?
Would you date a blind person that is leading towards feminism? You said no. Thus entailing directly
Meaning, if my mom
that
was a feminist, I
I
wouldn't
don't
date
care
her.
about
Yeah,
your mom.
that's
Don't bring your
consistent.
mom into this, okay? I don't give a
But what
fuck
if
about
she's
your
not a
mom.
feminist?
Don't bring your mom into this. I'm not
Okay,
bringing my
then
mom. My mom,
then your mom.
my mom is in a wheelchair.
I
She
would
has no
never
legs,
date
no
your
arms.
mom.
She can barely breathe. Okay, I apologize
Yeah.
about that. Fuck it.
Let's leave mom
The
I
drive it.
swear
Mom
this
drive
guy
it.
point I
wants
was
to date
making-
his mom.
Your mom is
I
in a
love my mom.
wheelchair. She has no arms. What
my
would be
mom
wrong
is
with
in a
you?
wheelchair.
Theo,
She can
moms
see and
keep
she
coming
can
into it
talk
'cause
and
he
she
keeps
can
using
breathe,
his mom like
okay?
a
She can
Yeah,
shield.
barely
what would
breathe.
be wrong with me dating your mom then? What would be wrong with me dating your mom?
Okay, I
Emmett?
don't want
You
the black
sound like
person in
you
my
want to
family. That's
date
not the
your
point.
mom.
What would be wrong with me dating your mom in a wheelchair, Evan? What would be wrong with me
I
dating
already
your mom
told
in a
you I don't
wheelchair,
want a
bro?
black person in my family.
This is
So
literally the
that's my
mom
preference.
pill.
So it's a
So-
moral right. Now you're in
So,
another dilemma
no,
that you created.
Imagine
No,
a
I'm not
beaner.
It's a
dilemma.
Imagine a
It's a
beaner
race
trying to
of
shame a
this-
black man.
Yeah,
Look, guys,
yeah,
look,
Sasp guy.
look.
So now you're
Yeah,
Right here,
racist
look.
Sassy.
now. Great.
Hello, Sassy.
Everybody look.
Okay,
Everybody
Marte,
look.
are you gonna listen
Oh,
to
she's
this? Because I
going
asked
So
you.
now you're racist.
I'm just.
Why
I don't
is it
care about
wrong
any.
for me to
I
date
don't
your mom
care
in a
about any
wheelchair?
of your
Emmett?
bullshit. Okay, I don't care about any of your bullshit.
No, answer
When I
the question.
rejected-
Why is it wrong
when
for
I
me to date your
rejected-
mom in a
stop
wheelchair?
deflecting.
Listen,
Sign language
when I
magic.
rejected the
Emma,
hypothetical,
so bad
when I
feelings,
literally rejected the hypothetical, it was directly correlated to the falseness of blindness related to virtue. And the fact that you've been saying that that is genius of me just explains that your hypothetical is false, and that's why it's rejected, because that's how you reject hypotheticals. If
No.
you don't understand logic,
You
it's
had
not
an
my fucking
absolute.
fault.
I didn't. They're different. So your
Hey,
example
Martine.
doesn't.
Martine,
no,
what
no,
about
no.
nuggets?
I say if she's leaning towards virtue. You
Yes.
never said if. You said she does. Yours is
Yeah.
an absolute.
I
when I say
asked
if,
you. I
if
asked you
is not
4
an absolute.
times. I
You
asked
need
you
to
4
understand
times about-
logic and rhetoric and
Yeah.
debate, Emmett.
Yeah.
This is why your
Let's-
ass got
let-
beat by
let
the
me
twice
ask you.
in
Hey,
Let me
Emmett,
debate.
can I
ask you
ask
again
Mark
this
a
You
question,
question?
haven't
okay?
beat me in the
Chris,
debate.
ass
Yeah.
got beat where?
Ought you? Okay.
Time out real
Ought
quick.
you? Or
This
you
is why
choose a
you can't beat
woman?
me in the debate, Emmett. Let's be honest.
Ought
You
you?
haven't.
Ought you
What's
choose
that,
a
2-0 now?
woman? Yeah,
Literally
ought you
everybody ever has beat you in a debate, and you cheat with
Hang
Gronk.
on. No, listen.
Yeah, so
I'm only
on
talking
one
about this
debate,
debate
did I
and
cheat
this
when I
tool.
won?
Nothing else.
When I went to
Ought
Jubilee, did I
you-
cheat when I win?
Marte,
This
ought
debate that
you
I'm having in person, am I going to
Listen
interrupt
to
or what
Emmett.
did I do?
Listen to Emmett.
Right.
Listen to Emmett.
stop running away. Ought you choose a woman because she's blind or because she's virtuous?
Virtuous.
That's the question.
Okay. So Is it that the reason why I rejected the hypothetical was because there is no correlation between blindness and virtue, and I explained you
There's
3
a correlation.
times why.
How many blind women do you know on OnlyFans? How many blind women that you know on OnlyFans?
Gilbert, I'll ask you a question right now.
I'm trying to defend your argument.
Why are you not blind?
No,
Why are you
Gilbert, I'll
blind,
ask you
Marty?
a question, and this will defend the question,
If
Gilbert.
it's so good.
Gilbert, I'll ask you a question right now.
If you poured
Gilbert,
acid on your eyeballs and became blind, would you become more virtuous by default?
Well, that's a prescription. That's
not a
prescription.
prescription.
Yeah, it's a prescription. Do that shit. Let's try it.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So,
one of the-
Gilbert, I'll ask you a question right now because
sir.
you said you're unable to defend this. Gilbert, I'll ask you a question right
Somebody's
now.
feedback.
So,
I think it's Bill Hicks.
Rhea,
There's my
What's
brother
that?
in moderation. Hell yeah.
Bill, get your shit together.
No, we're good.
What's going on?
We're good now.
We're good?
Okay.
Okay.
I think so. I'm here.
Look, I don't want to dogpile on Mate. I mean, it seems that a lot of us disagree with him, but I've just got a question because you're saying that virtue is tied in with blindness. So if any one of us were to just pour
Not
acid on
necessarily.
our eyeballs and become blind, would we inherently become more virtuous?
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying mostly blind women aren't
Yeah.
on OnlyFans. They're not in porn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a-
they will be less
it's a
susceptible.
threshold.
Most women aren't
It's a
OnlyFans.
threshold.
Hang on,
Per
bro.
capita,
Bill,
blind women,
Yeah.
less blind women
Per
in
capita.
porn. And
the
Yes,
argument
per capita.
before the hang on, Marte.
capita.
Now you know I'm unbiased as I can be. I'm only attaching my opinion to your argument, not you, brother. Right? So Dusty, remove your name. We're not friends. I'm just kidding.
I already removed it. We're not friends. Your logic is bad.
They broke up already.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Darn it. It's okay. He always
I was
comes
just
back.
using it for his money.
Marte.
It happens.
If you're saying that if I prescribed that men should head toward Christian or God-fearing women because feminism is so bad, how is it different or congruent than you saying men should prefer blind women because they are less susceptible to propaganda like these other feminists are?
Well, I never said should. That's
Oh my God.
That's wrong.
I'm
What I'm
literally
saying
asking.
is, if no, I'm going to answer this real quick, but I have to reframe this because it's never included as should or ought. I'm
So it's
saying
not a
if
prescription.
men,
It's not.
no, it's not. It's
There's no
literally
pill
a
to
trap.
take. There's
It's
no
a
pill.
trap.
I already
So-
explained that there is an ought implied, and you actually imply that there is an ought because you ought
No.
go for you ought of men.
So hold on a minute. You interrupt all
yeah,
the time,
should
but when I'm answering
yeah,
this
I know
question
because
real
you're
quick.
dumb and you don't
So-
understand.
You're
and
the
I
most
already explained
dishonest,
this.
gaslighting,
So I'm
full of
you've never
shit
won a debate
motherfucker,
against
Marte.
me.
Should wait?
I'm
should
dumb,
I
but you've
men-
never won a debate
should-
against me. I mean, great. Go ahead.
Whatever. Should a
Maybe
man?
he'll do any debate with you.
Hang
Would
on.
you like to set up
Hey,
another
Emmett.
debate with
Yeah,
him?
whatever you
He's
want.
got crushed
Should a-
twice already, so
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. Let's do a debate on whether or not
Yes.
should a man find a woman that is virtuous. How about that one?
That's a good
Should a
topic.
man find
I would
so you
watch
want to
that.
be on the same side in the debate? That's crazy.
Oh, so you're agreeing with me? Oh, okay. So there's an implied ought in this fucking shit. Just like a Muslim
No,
should go to the
mine doesn't
Bible
have a
to just
No,
like a
you said
Muslim,
let's do a
just
debate
like
if a
Mu-
man should. That's
yeah, I
different.
know you don't want.
You know
I
what's
know
the
you don't want to
crazy
listen
thing?
to this.
I
Okay,
mean, you're
but just
derailing.
like a Muslim,
Don't they have
Gio was
similar
asking
views?
Marte a
Crazy thing,
question.
Marte, I
Just
don't have
like
to
a
like. I
Muslim.
don't. An Orthodox person doesn't have to like another Orthodox person just because they're Orthodox. We can say like, "Hey,
Yes.
this person's a douchebag," or like, "Oh, I don't really like."
Marte
this
just
person, I'm
realized
gonna
that's
give them
possible. It's like,
the
oh
out."
shit. I'm
You don't need to like you because you're Orthodox.
did
That's
too.
not like an.
Damn it, that's why I joined this
automatic
church.
thing. Be a douchebag and be Orthodox. That's those two.
No,
things
no, no.
are not
Well, we
interdependent
can-
of one another.
But we can't
Yeah,
be
you have
accountable
That makes no
and
sense.
help our brothers, right?
Anyway,
So this
We
is not
can.
like me attacking.
I'm
I
trying
think
to help
on
him.
this
I'm trying
point,
to
he's
explain
beyond
him
help.
basic
Emmett,
logic.
Emmett, you're
Emmett
just
is not attacking you,
derailing.
Marte.
Okay,
He's not
Please
attacking
shut
you.
up,
Yeah,
you fucking
it's
gay
your
bane.
rant the
Okay.
whole time.
He's fucking.
Not for me.
Oh, okay. I almost, but I didn't say it. I was so close.
He's,
Do you
he's
think that-
mischaracterizing what
Do
I'm
you
saying.
think feminists are
Okay.
angry
You
about
said-
Marte's opposition? Sorry, go ahead, Emmett.
Just like you
They
said
are. They
that
get pissed.
these. Just like you said that this is the dilemma, this is a dilemma, right? That is what you're saying. Just like you're saying that this is the Muslim dilemma and your dilemma are similar. The Muslim dilemma has an implied ought, which means that you ought to go to the scriptures to verify the Quran. in this case, you're saying that you ought find a virtuous woman. It's an implied. It's there because you ought find a virtuous woman. That is the point. And the correlation that is not there and doesn't exist, and it doesn't matter how much you try it, is the correlation between blindness and virtue.
It does exist. I'll ask you a
If
question.
we look at our correlations of handicaps and not being in OnlyFans, how about if you spray acid on their face and they're that ugly?
So,
what about
so
that?
let me-
Would that
we
make
need
them more
more
virtuous?
Retards are really
Emmett, can I respond? Can I respond? I'm like being outnumbered here. Can I respond to one at a
If you had an
time?
acid attack, it would really humble you. Yeah.
Yeah, can I respond to this real quick?
Bro, it's a
So
1v5.
So Emmett has said that there's no correlation yet. Blind people are less apt to be on OnlyFans. They're less apt to be susceptible to propagandization. This is proven to be a fact. And also, if you point out, they're okay. We can matter of fact, we can pull this up real quick right now.
Okay, yeah, pull up the research paper on
I
how
don't want
blind
to
people
find
are
out that
susceptible
they're
to propaganda.
blind.
Also, but let's take the logic. Why don't you just marry a dog? They're not susceptible to any of that shit. You just got to give them a treat when you get home.
Smoke another one, bro.
You're talking
Smoke
about
another one, bro. You don't make
reality.
any sense.
Chill out, man. Dusty went there.
Oh, you don't understand it? You don't understand what I'm illustrating there?
We've already talked about consent.
We have it
There has
right
to be
here.
Do not.
consenting.
Bestiality is its own category, brother.
That's a slippery
people
slope
are
fallacy, and we
less
don't need to entertain it. His
Give me the
current
source.
position is bad enough. We don't even need to
No,
indulge
hold-
in the
hold on.
slippery slope fallacy.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Hold on.
Yeah, but he's not promoting
Blind people are
feminism or
less intrinsically
degeneracy.
susceptible to propaganda. Susceptibility is shaped by our cognitive biases,
What is your
media
source?
literacy, and emotional resilience.
Okay, can you prove to me that on a
Why aren't
majority
you
level we have a
blind?
cognitive
Wait, I wanna
bias
know
to
the
favor
source.
blind chicks?
I want to know the source because I'm Emmett. I'm gonna look it all up.
Sensory
Yeah, right.
differences affect consumption. Would you agree with that? Sensory differences affect consumption.
Give me your
Is that true?
source.
Yeah, sure. Why
Yeah.
do
Your
you keep
source.
why do you
PubMed.
keep saying things that are obviously true in order to free
PubMed.
your current
Exactly. It's
position?
obvious
Exactly.
because Emmett
Exactly.
doesn't know
This
it's
is from
obvious because Emmett's
PubMed.
an idiot.
PubMed
It's
says
obvious.
this.
It's
Is
obvious.
that
I gotta
a
say,
Google
this
AI
this
search?
this panel discussion is not making black people look good.
Send me the
I mean,
link.
I'm
Oh
at
my
the same
goodness.
time.
Okay.
Not making
Look,
you
so
don't
why
believe
is
that.
that?
just
I
a quick
agree.
question.
I
If I may,
I agree.
I'm an Orthodox Christian. And I'm going to school.
if I may interrupt.
I'm bad though.
Hey,
Somehow
why
black
don't you
people are
identity
bad.
Doesn't give you a
politic
pass.
virtue harder,
Black
Marte?
people are bad because
Marte,
they're
hey,
naturally
Hey,
bad.
yo,
can I
how
ask
much
you
I
a
gotta
question?
pay to
Can I
get
ask
this
you, can I
supremacy
actually ask you
panel?
a question, Marte? When was the last time you went to liturgy?
Since I had a blessing to not be at liturgy, it's probably been about 4 months ago.
Wow.
Wait, that happens every
Okay,
Sunday,
all
right?
I got a spiritual blessing. Can you tell me why that's wrong?
Hold on, your
Because it's
your
school.
priest blessed you to not come back. Your
because
priest
it
hates
works
you
in
so
school.
much. He said you're
Wait,
blessed
hold
to
on,
never come back
hold on,
here.
ABG, since you're a catechumen asking a baptized
I've
Orthodox
never heard of
Christian-
anybody
And-
doing that in a
ABG,
church. That's
Can you
amazing.
get a dispensation
ABG.
to avoid liturgy? I've never got one. I've got a dispensation. I sing in
No,
the choir. I'm a
ABG.
soprano in the choir.
He said he's
ABG,
blind.
can you get a dispensation and an understanding with your spiritual father to say, I understand why you can't make it to liturgy because of
Not
school
that I
and
know
work."
of.
They made a
Marte,
special one
I've
for you
got-
so you
Marte,
wouldn't come
I
back.
assume it might be possible. You can get a dispensation for everything. Marte, can I ask
I
you
got
why
one.
can't you attend liturgy?
So why would you make the premise
Why
if you say
can't
you
you
can't do
attend
this
liturgy?
as possible? Why would you make the
I
premise?
assume it might be possible. I've only asked for a dispensation for
Fucking
fasting
crazy.
and a dispensation
Why
from
can't, yeah, why can't,
occasional
why can't you
attendance.
why
That's
can't you make
crazy.
it?
Marte, can you tell us why you aren't able to attend liturgy on a Sunday when I've seen you stream on a Sunday?
No, I can't even stream on Sundays unless it's at night, like really late at night when I get off
Why-
work.
So
What
why
do you do
can't you go
during
to
the day?
church? Are you working on Sundays?
Yeah.
So you're not keeping the Sabbath holy.
Well, I mean,
The
we have
Sabbath
we
was
don't
Saturday,
view it
but
as
it's
Busy
not
not
seen
keeping
on
the
the
Sabbath
fucking
holy to go to
Christology.
church.
we don't
So
view
you
it
don't
as
even know your
Catholics do.
Christology.
We don't view it as like a strict like you
Yeah,
can't
some of us
work.
work.
But we
That's
view it as
what
like
I'm
if
talking
you
about
need
anyways.
to work, you can. So
I would just think
Marte,
that you, for as much as you brag and flex that you're an Orthodox Christian, you haven't been to church in
Yeah,
4
Christ is
fucking
God.
months.
just a second,
love
just a
Christ.
second. Marte,
Yeah.
why haven't you gone to a weeknight liturgy if you can't go to a Sunday one? I'm just going to assume that that's correct because I don't want to discount that.
They don't have liturgies on Wednesday night when I go for Bible study.
Okay, but you have been to Bible study. You've been to church, right?
Yeah, I always go for Wednesday Bible study because that's the only time I can make it. My spiritual father understands. Why would I be wrong?
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask.
So this is pointless. Anyways,
You're wrong. Oh my God! Why would I be wrong?
Look, I understand you have a dispensation, but may I just say,
a catechumen fucking asking me this shit is fucking wild.
Nah, hang on, Marte.
Did you just
to
try to
avoid,
pull rank
to
on
avoid
him?
the straw man? No. To avoid the straw man, I believe that she was inquiring on your spiritual health. Like if ABG asks me, "Hey, how's church?" and I say, "I ain't been in 8 months," as a Christian, she may be concerned about my spiritual journey, right? People check each other, and if I'm wrong, ABG, let me know.
Not only that,
were you roasting?
Hold on.
Were you roasting his
not
intellect?
only that, but I think
like
if
a blessing for that, and like
Tyler. So
If I'm
Tyler,
wrong,
the
and you're
last
roasting
if you're
me, I gotta-
representing your perspective as an Orthodox perspective, yet you haven't partaken in the sacraments for over 4 months,
No, yeah, you
I'll
can't
just
do that.
call that into question. That's all.
yeah, that's
So
fine.
I
but
will
if
stop
I answer
representing my
that-
perspective that way.
But
I'm only
Tyler,
a
can I
catechumen.
answer? Tyler, can I appeal to the moderator to answer the super chat?
Yeah, go right ahead. I put it on the screen because
Tyler, did I have another debate with another Tyler? How did that end?
you won that one, I believe. Yeah, you won that one.
Wait, did he say only debate W?
I didn't know you'd had one. That's
I guess you
more than
did.
I
Yeah.
thought.
And then not only also Menard versus Mr. Work won a 2v1.
Well, you beat
Also,
Circa
my
on my
last
channel too.
debate,
you lost
Work
this
War
debate.
debate.
Okay.
You beat Circa on my channel too.
Yeah,
You
I
lost
beat
this
Circle
debate.
on his channel.
By a landslide. I beat
It's
you
better
by
to
a
choose
landslide.
Yeah,
retarded
W,
debate
yeah.
opponents because it's easier.
We were there, Marte.
No. The reason why.
Dusty wasn't there. but we
Tyler,
were.
Tyler,
By the
Tyler,
way,
can I
will
appeal to the
remind you,
moderator
Marte,
one more
if
time?
you really wanna talk
Tyler.
about our debate history,
Tyler, I have a
the only
question
time
real
you've
quick.
beaten me is when you use Grok.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've not
And
used Grok
and
in the
took
past,
and took the $100
That
and never
debate-
paid
That
it back to
debate.
Grid, Marte. You still owe Grid money for the money you stole.
You know what? I'll even concede that. Yeah, I agree. I've already admitted all this. But anyways,
Okay,
Tyler.
why don't
Yeah,
you
I'm
pay
just
him?
saying
It's
that
taking you
Tyler,
4
hold
months
on,
to
hold on,
learn.
Tyler,
You
Tyler,
learned
the
about
only
it.
time you
Violation
defeated
of
me,
Orthodox
the only
principles
time you
with
did was
respect
when
to
you used
honesty
Grok.
and truth.
Tyler.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
that was honest. When I
Go ahead,
said that was wrong. Yeah.
No,
That was
not
honesty and truth.
repaying. Was that a violation of the Orthodox principles with respect to honesty and truth?
Me and Grid had an agreement, and we talked about that. That was handled off
So
screen.
I
So-
heard what Grid
that you would
had
pay
to
him
say.
back.
Wait, hold
That
on.
you-
So you want me to do something that Grid said I shouldn't do?
Yeah, Grid
I'm
ain't
pointing
here.
out, I'm pointing
Come
out
on,
He
that
was
you're a
the
liar and a
person I
thief.
made the agreement with. If the
I'm-
person I made the agreement with said he's fine
Can't believe I'm
with
No, he
where
did-
everything
He did
stands,
not say that you could keep the money.
Yeah, but
I had a long
You're
talk
lying
with
to
Grid.
me. You're lying to me. I talked to Grid. I know what the deal was, and I know that you haven't held up your end of it.
Grid never said you need to pay me back. Has he ever said that?
Yes.
No, he's never told me that. That's a lie.
So Grid made that shit up.
Grid never told me, Marte, you have to pay me back.
Okay, why don't you text him and ask?
Hey, Marte, you notice how
Because you know that you need to. You already
I got
admitted
his
it.
number. I got
You
his
know
number, a direct number. So I mean, that's fine.
Well, then send him $100, man.
So
like if Marte was like, bet you'll send it,
Yeah,
no problem.
What would be the harm?
Grid.
What would be the
this is
wrong
the
maker
outside of the
interest of
agreement
doing
that me and Grid made. I'm doing this at the behest of you, not Grid. So this
That's
literally
fine.
proves my point.
Send him $100
Because you said so, not because me and Grid had this agreement or we
because
talked about it.
you took
Okay, no,
$100
that's fair.
because you cheated during his debate tournament and won cheating, and then you guys had an agreement. You were supposed to pay him back. You promised to pay him back.
We
and
didn't
you
have an
didn't.
agreement that I was going to pay it back. I never talked to him about that.
I've got Beth in my chat confirming it. We both talked to Grid. Yes, you did. You're lying.
I've talked to Grid as well, and he said
3
he's
people
doing
have talked to
the same thing.
Grid.
What?
It seems like it's new.
How, you didn't know about this? This is amazing.
He never told me about this.
That's okay. If he wants Grid to make a public request for it, that's defensible, right? Like I think
Why don't
that's,
you know what?
that's fair.
No, it's not defensible. It's not. That's not even you. You
Okay.
stole
Wait,
money.
wait, why wouldn't you
stole
want
money.
Grid?
Nice here.
Hang on, Dusty.
Why would
Dusty,
Grid have to
Dusty.
make a public statement for you to return the money
Hold
you
up,
stole?
Dusty. Dusty, I don't
What?
interrupt you. Why are you saying
I've
that
never
Grid
heard
making? Hang on, Marte. Dusty, are you saying that if Grid tonight proved you wrong and said, "Nah, me and Marte are cool," you know, Marte knows what's up, and you're incorrect,
Bandit.
would you concede what you're saying right now?
No. First of all, Grid's asleep right now, so he's not going to respond.
Look,
Second of all, hold on. First of all, Marte already conceded. Marte already acknowledged that I told the truth. Second of all, we're talking about money that he stole. He should not need Grid to ask him to return it.
Marte's not a thief, bro.
No, but that's not what you said, man. Like the way you said it is like Grid is searching for his money.
Well, now I've clarified it. You understand it right now.
That's crazy.
Watch where you be at, Marte. We gonna find you for that $100.
Let's make a concession because Grid is not here. Let's make a concession because Grid is not here. If Greed tomorrow, when he is around, says precisely that he's been waiting for said money, you would concede that Flow State is correct.
That. He's never told me that.
And you'll give me $100 too.
He's never told me that, but I'll concede it. Yeah, for sure. I have no reason to lie to you and say that.
If he acknowledges it, then you're going to pay him the 100. You're going to pay me the 100 for being a douche.
You're reaching now, bro.
You should be happy with the concession, he's never told me that I have to pay him back. This has never been
such a liar. Well, you lie all the time.
Okay, Go
ahead, ask me to prove it. Ask me to prove it.
Tell me all the times
clip, yo.
All right, I'll put links backstage for you.
Marte, I want you to take more like I don't know, like, because you haven't been to church in a while. Like, do you talk to your priest regularly? Like, is your
I'm being held account by a catechism.
Is your priest like okay with like the blind pill and stuff like that? I want you to talk to your priest. I want you to get good with the Lord, because like right now, like I don't feel like this is a good look for orthodoxy, and people like look at you as a model, right, for orthodoxy, right? I tell them all the time when they say, "Oh, you're a model for orthodoxy," I say, "No, I'm not. I'm the worst fucking catechumen ever. I'm a sinner. Like, do not look at me as a model." I say the same thing. I suck. I am awful. I sin every fucking day.
Yeah. So Marte, you don't say that. You say I'm Orthodox and my opinion's represented. That's what's implied by every single time you say I'm Orthodox. No, I never said I represent Orthodox. Just like you used to do. Stop mentioning it then.
The church.
Stop mentioning it then.
Have I ever said I represent the church?
It's implied. Now, are you a catechumen or are you baptized?
He's fully baptized.
I can't say I represent the church. I need permission from my spiritual father to say
but you continuously reference that you are baptized in the church. The only takeaway from that is that
I represent the church.
There's a label in your stuff.
Yeah.
That's
dude.
not me
just
saying I
like how you
represent
used to associate yourself with the crucible all the time until they told you to fuck off. You're doing the same thing with the church now.
Right.
No wonder your priest told you to get lost
so
for 4
to
months.
play devil's advocate, Dusty, for example,
my priest would never tell me that.
Marte, real quick. So I'm what
you don't
call
understand orthodoxy at all.
Marte,
go ahead.
Marte,
I do, and I'm telling you, this is not what we stand
so
for.
My priest would tell me to fuck off, ABG.
No, he would tell you to stop.
Well, so you disagree with Dusty for the first time,
and to at least
you're actually disagreeing with Dusty.
He gave you special permission.
Everybody's failed. You failed to say what is wrong with the blind
would like
pill.
you to admit that you are faulty, that what you have done in your past, specifically what you have done on film, right, is negative and not something that anybody should condone. It's something that you should be like humble for and reject.
Of course I am. I am
and
humble
you don't.
about
You
that.
just glaze over it like it's some fucking I don't know.
Why
like
would I need to go? Why would I need to constantly go to that? I have people like Dusty that make
when you're
jobs.
Talking about
you have not apologized if you haven't set right the things that you did wrong.
If I'm railing against sex work because I'm mostly
you're a fucking sex worker.
You used to at least say I did it, and I'm not okay.
I'm not a sex worker.
Ex-sex worker. Look, the
thing is,
if you're
would you demonize St. Mary of Egypt? Would you demonize St. Mary of Egypt if she spoke against sex work?
Marte, 1 second.
Compare yourself to a saint.
You have to qualify. First of all, you have to qualify. Hold on. Damon Marte, but you don't qualify for what he qualified. Nobody's from a magazine.
You're right. I've never been a sex worker.
No magazine. Playboy approached Marte. Playboy's not approaching Dusty. Right?
Yeah.
You're not being. You don't even have it as an option. You don't even have it as an option.
What are we?
You don't have it as an option.
Yeah, you know why? Because I'm not a fucking porn star.
Because you don't have it as an option. You don't have the physique. You don't have the look. You don't have the option.
I'm not your type.
You would never be approached. No, you would never
Marte's
be
your type.
approached. You would never be approached.
Hey, Marte, where did you get
You could
approached
never
at?
make money from it.
Marte
Hold on,
is a
Tommy.
pro
Marte,
athlete.
where did you get approached at?
You don't know.
What were
You don't know.
What were you doing when you got approached, Marte?
Pro athlete. Okay.
This
Do you
doesn't have
want us
anything to do
to
with the blind
concede
pill.
that you're a pro
We're all
athlete?
sinners, bro. Like we're all sinners. Get over it.
And let's reel it back
Yeah,
in.
but none of us
So-
are
so
still
we're all
liars and
sinners,
hypocrites.
We're all
Yeah,
sinners.
but
My
to,
biggest issue, Marte, is that
to
this
walk
might
away
be your
from
personal
sin is the
preference,
goal.
and so be it. That's your preference. That's fine. But when you say I'm Orthodox, you are implying that this is the Orthodox prescription that we
No.
should seek out people with
If
handicaps.
I say I'm Orthodox,
then stop mentioning it. Then it's got
No,
nothing to
And
do with
don't
your
mention it
argument.
with the blind
No,
pill.
no. I will always mention this, and here's why. If I say I am an Orthodox Christian, and somebody asks
Nah,
me,
that's
would you do
prideful,
this?
brother.
And I
Marte,
say
you're
I
going too
would,
far.
how am I wrong for saying that?
Cut the feed. Cut the feed.
You're
Tyler.
linking it to ideas like the
You're
blind pill.
praying in public.
No.
There's a
Yeah.
fucking
Wait,
parable
hold on,
about
hold on.
it.
ABG. If I said no, I would never date a blind woman. Am I right or wrong? If I say the opposite,
Okay.
Nobody's saying that, Marte. We're talking
on,
about
hang
on.
you
If I may,
advancing your
if I may
somebody
interject,
super chatted and
I got
asked me
10
that. They
minutes.
said,
What's
Martin,
in the
would you
false
do this?
equivalence?
1 second,
Right?
guys.
And
Ball
linking
guy
it,
talking.
They
you
asked
said,
me
you
if
said
I
from an
would.
Orthodox, Marte, you said from an Orthodox perspective, and then you proceeded to outline the blind pill theology, sir. That is
What
what
would
is
be
damning.
wrong with
Because
that?
people think that now we're
Okay.
predatory.
Yes.
We
All
think
right.
that we're
All right, real quick.
No, they're
predatory
asserting that it's
behavior.
predation when I've never added on the predation. You're assuming the guy's motives when I've never assumed that. When I say
Can
that
you
she would go
condemn
to
it
Orthodox,
then? Can
that
you
makes
say
Yes.
me
that's
more,
not from an Orthodox
They
perspective?
want the
that
stigma
makes
to
me more
remain.
virtuous if I'm
Mark,
bringing
they
her
want
to
the
the
stigma to
church.
remain
How's that
for blind
predatory
people.
if I'm
Excuse
bringing
me.
disabled people to the Orthodox church? That's the opposite of predatory.
Nobody's
I'm bringing
following you.
disabled people to the
When,
Orthodox
and
church.
when you
Have a
pray, hold on, let me read a Bible
break.
verse to you. And when you pray, do not be like the
We're gonna
hypocrites,
have-
for they love to stand praying, to pray standing in the synagogue and on the street corners to be seen by others.
I don't even know what that means in relation to
You
this.
know
Yeah,
why
like-
I don't wear a crucifix anymore? Because I don't want what I say on stream to be associated with orthodoxy. I am not a representative for orthodoxy. What I am saying is not a representation of what Orthodox should believe. I don't believe in advertising it as a label. I don't believe in advertising it as a promo. Orthodoxy is what I believe in my Christian soul. That has nothing to do with my opinions on a legal basis, on a career basis, on a secular basis. What I am debating online has nothing to do with orthodoxy. And God forbid, I would never want somebody to view what I am saying online and think that's what every Orthodox woman believes.
Did I ever
And
say
if I-
that?
So,
Well,
Mark,
you're
real
talking
quick.
about perception.
We're
that
telling you,
somebody
yeah, we're
else-
telling you how
that's
you're
what-
perceived.
Dude,
You're talking
and
about
your
an
crucifix and your
implied
icon.
perception that somebody else has aside from mine. This is why the church has canonically.
Gaslight. You're
this is
gaslighting
why
like a
the- no, no,
motherfucker instead of
this
being
is why the
responsible for
church
yourself.
is- Canonically, the church is divided into 300 denominations because of perception. That's their
You're now
problem.
attacking the Orthodox
They
Church.
asked
People
me-
have perceptions.
Marte,
They asked
take a
me.
break,
No,
bro.
no,
You're
they
attacking the
asked
And
me.
Orthodox
this is the
Church right now.
problem. He hates people being able to perceive things for themselves. They can see through your
asked me,
bullshit.
Martin,
No,
would
Dusty,
you
but you're
date a
taking-
blind woman?
Have I?
Marte.
They asked me
I'm not blind.
specifically, would you
How
do this?
crazy.
I said yes. What's wrong with that?
Please don't blind me.
All right. I
If
promise
I
you.
said-
I promise you. I'm going to speak, and I'm going to just ignore other sound. Marte, what AVG is saying is incongruent to what Dusty is saying. Dusty's creating a clip. Let's not be coy here, Marte.
About
right?
what?
So, what's
How am I
understood
creating a
may not
clip?
be
Hold on, no,
explained.
no. You're
So what
down right up
AVG
what I'm
is saying-
saying because it sounds explosive.
Don't do
Don't do
that.
that.
The moment you join, bro, like Gilbert TV's friend, we're not friends.
Yeah.
It's not cute.
Okay,
Moving
but I'm
forward,
not
amicably.
creating clips, and
I
you're just using that
reject
to
your-
dismiss
I
what I'm
reject
saying.
your advance, sir. I reject your advance. I'm married.
Okay.
Thank you. What ABG is saying, like for example,
dude.
if I go ABG, I'm an Orthodox inquirer. I've spoken to my parish bishop. I understand the schedule, and there's a divine liturgy coming up soon, and also a few members are going to graduate, I guess, catechumen school. And I was told to bring my family. Thank you. I was told to bring my family and observe. I have
Oh my
yet to
God,
go.
so much group.
I have yet to go because here's why. As a veteran, I have preconditioned myself to fear social environments. But I live and breathe in the Word. People like Marte, Jay Dyer, Sam Shamoon, God Logic, all these guys, I consume all. But like Marte said, there's division. So meeting and inquire, I first have to arrive at the foundation outside my opinion, my preference, what I like, dislike, and then I can have those opinions, but I can never say, well, the church says this, so I'm cool, right? What you're doing is saying, this is my non-prescription, but this is my worldview attached to orthodoxy.
Orthodoxy, yeah.
20% of what I do on a day-to-day basis, my bishop may tell me to stop the first day I walk in. And I have to be ready to make a shift in my life. That's what I believe orthodoxy is. If I go to a Protestant church, as long as I can clap my hands in unison and sing a little bit, I'll be okay, right? Just clap my hands and praise. Orthodoxy is, in my opinion, to be honored in a way that other churches do not even present. Dusty doesn't understand what I'm saying. Me,
I wasn't
ABG,
even listening to
Emmett would understand what I'm saying. As an inquirer, I would never attach my worldview on music, pop culture, politics, Trump, with the Orthodox Church. They're different. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
could you
your regular
separate-
life is different
Yeah.
from the Orthodox faith that you follow. Like Christianity, Orthodox Christianity is obviously your life. But would you advertise it in terms of your job, right? In terms of your career? Absolutely not, unless there was an ethical consideration that you need to enter into. But what the frick does it have to do with this debate? And I resonate with Geoverse, Marte, because I am a catechumen. I've been a catechumen for almost a year. I actually probably should be chrismated because I've already been baptized, right, by now. But I've missed some services myself due to my job, right? And the way that you talk about it, the way that you basically, I've talked to baptized Orthodox, Marte, who have been baptized for years, and they say, I'm still learning. There's no way that I could ever be an apologetics debater. There's no way that I would ever speak on
apologetics, though, but go ahead. You say
I would never
the
speak
line.
on behalf of the church, and here you are, and you're tying it back.
This
I
is
don't
how-
understand.
this is-
I don't understand why a
this is how
manosphere
to sit on the
talking
fence.
point. I don't understand why a manosphere talking point needs to be tied back to the Orthodox faith.
It's
I
not
really
a
don't.
manosphere talking point.
It's a pill, Marte. What else is
It's
it?
not even a pill because it doesn't have a data packet. Try
It's
again.
literally a pill. It's a blind
No,
pill,
it's
dude.
called a pill, but
Sorry,
it's not
do you wanna
exactly a pill.
rephrase
Oh my
It's a
God.
rhetorical. It's a
So
it's
could
a
you
thought
call it
experiment.
not a pill
That's what
and
it
it still
is.
mean the same thing?
Lord, I'm gonna
Could you call it like,
is there a
No,
if you
so
call it
is-
blind intuition?
So the red pill is a
Yeah.
pill because it's a data packet. It has statistics. It has averages.
No,
It was most
The
likely to
Matrix
happen.
was a movie, and it was
Right.
a point of it was a vertex point
No,
in which you
I'm not
accept
talking about the
reality
Matrix.
or
I'm
live in a
talking about
simulation.
what the manosphere
It
calls
was
the
a-
red pill.
I don't subscribe to the games and the fresh and the fit.
Yeah, but why?
And this is why I realized that when Myron Gaines tells young men to slay 50 hood rats as a prescription because he deems that women aren't valuable.
Yeah,
as
I
an
don't get
Orthodox Christian,
prescriptions. Yeah.
I had to stop and say, hold up, red pill ain't really my thing. So I had to say Andrew Tate is not top G. He's actually very
prescription should be
confused.
Okay,
well, you don't like Andrew Tate,
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like,
but the thing is, you
and look at
follow
how the
red
demons manifest
The
below
thing
me.
is,
right?
you
Amen.
follow red pill
All
though,
glory to God.
regardless. Gio, you follow.
No, I don't.
Red pill.
I have a
Well,
chatter.
Okay,
I have
so if your son came to you and said, "Hey, I'm thinking about dating this girl. She's got 3 baby daddies," versus another girl who doesn't, which one are you?
Oh, okay. You just like Rachel Wilson.
Yeah,
You
but
just like
yeah,
Rachel
but
Wilson. You
hang
want
on.
to her
I'm
husband
just
as
saying,
baby
you
daddy.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
You would.
What does
choose
that have to do with
red pill.
anything?
This is your
I'm
friend.
talking
But the
about
red-
my prescriptions for myself. What would my
Saying, but that's
what
part
would
of
my
red pill,
extension
but
to my
that's
son have to
part-
do with
but that's
how I
part of red pill, though. Everything
No, it's
about
not.
red pill you would follow. Yes, you
negative? Negative.
I
If I
disagree.
only
I'm
followed
saying-
48%,
Can we
it's
get
not a
trippy in here? Can we get trippy in here?
I'm down
You're
here.
both red pill until further
Can we do
notice.
it?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
a
yeah,
second.
until
I have
further
a member
notice.
of my chat. 1 second, Trippy, if I may, sir. I apologize. I know that
As you
you're.
will.
I have a member of my chat that says he was looking into orthodoxy, but after hearing Marte, he questions it.
Say it ain't so.
Yeah,
Everybody on
Look at me.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at ABG. Look at Emmett.
The main thing is just
so
follow.
Just Google Jay Dyer. You'll be
Okay,
all right.
you can exclude blind women if you want to.
Everybody on YouTube that claims to be orthodox is a
doesn't
bad
seem
representation of what it's supposed to
I've
be.
never said
You
that
guys
this
are
is
all
orthodox.
no, no, no,
We
no,
can't
no.
talk
You
about
can be
good
quiet for a
choices,
second.
Trippy.
Look, let's
can't
talk in
about
order
good
of height.
choices, Trippy. Yeah,
How about that?
or
Let's
weight.
talk about. Let's talk in
How
order
about
of
weight?
height,
Say
Marte.
Father
I'm
Josiah
5'9".
Trentham is a bad
I'm
How
tall.
about
representation.
circumference?
Yeah, shortest
Father
goes last,
Josiah
Marte.
Trentham is a bad
I'm 5'9".
Hey,
representation,
Trippy.
right?
What is the
Andrew
Pythagorean
Wilson's
theorem
not 6
of your
foot.
body's shape?
A
All the
Pythagorean theorem.
Orthodox saints are a bad representation, right? If all orthodoxy is false,
You went straight to
then
height, bro.
it's what you're saying is
can't-
true.
That's a false correlative. You can't compare yourself to a saint, unlike you do.
Saint
What are
Martin.
you doing, Marte?
The patron saint of lost causes.
Everybody in Orthodox.
You
Trippy
can't
said
defend them.
You're like,
everybody.
oh yeah, no, I'm exactly.
Trippy said everybody.
Moses the
No,
Black,
Trippy
I
said
stand
everybody.
alone
So
with
when
no
I bring up
defender.
No, but ABG, did you hear what Trippy
Trippy
said?
said
ABG.
All of you
Orthodox.
closeted
Trippy said ABG.
fucking sexually repressed
said everybody
assholes on the
Orthodox
internet
is a
claiming
false
orthodoxy.
representative.
ABG,
And then
he's calling
going-
you false.
You're going wah wah wah, bitch
What are
this, bitch
Cool
that.
Vic
You call
and Jake
everybody
Carr
whatever
doing
name
on
you
your
want to call
channel?
them,
If
but
not,
then
There
you're
you go.
like,
This guy,
oh, my religion's
this guy
my
weighs
shield.
500 pounds, by the way, ABG.
Who
Is
does?
that
Trippy
called
said
poisoning
all,
the well?
all the
I don't feel
representation
like
pretty
I
sure
could,
that's
like,
poison.
Look at here,
judge
Geo
you.
first. Just because you weigh a pound and a half and you're like what,
I
5'3"
recently did lose 17
or some
pounds.
shit.
I'm still kind of fat.
180.
I lost
Can
20.
I ask a question, Marte? In comparing
I
yourself
gained
to your
15,
patron
so-
saint, you said that everybody was against you, and you basically fought alone. Can you tell me what
I'm
Cool
not
Vic
against you at all, brother.
and Jake Barr are doing by basically, I guess, co-piloting your channel on their segments?
Do you know what
Because
I
they
talked
agree on
about
that.
when I was referring?
Change the
so when
subject so you don't
reference-
have to answer the question, Marte. Keep doing that.
When I'm referencing
Change the
this, you know
subject
that
so
I
you
was-
just don't have to answer. Okay.
Can you answer the question? Yes or no?
I was actually trying to. I keep
Yes,
getting
type
interrupted.
Y or N instead of. Well, let me explain this other thing first, so I can
Are they
try to
supporting
distract
your
you for long
channel?
enough.
Yes or no?
So I can't talk.
Are they supporting your channel? Yes or no?
Yes, they are. Come
Yes,
on,
they're
Marte.
supporting my channel.
Okay, great.
But do you know what I
have
meant
friends
by-
then? You do have
All
supporters.
Y'all have
You're
a
not
great
listening
show
to
about
Black.
woke autopsy. It's
I
a great
said
show.
blood
You never
family.
unalived a mass group of people
Can you,
like St.
can you
Moses
still
the
man what I
Black did.
said? Can you still man actually what I said in that post? I'll read it to you
Yeah.
right now.
I will. Yes. In that quote, you said, I stand alone.
I fucking had it as
Nobody
well.
on my side
Yeah.
is with me.
Doesn't
I
matter.
effectively am a redeemed sinner, and I on my own stand for virtues that other people will not support. And
That's cool.
so
I've never
Taking
said
credit?
that. That's actually a false mischaracterization.
Aren't you reading his
okay,
post?
should I go to the
I have
post?
it right here. I have it right
Okay,
here.
read it.
Let's-
Read it
yeah,
to
let's-
us then.
Read it to us.
Myself,
Let's see how good he reads.
I mean, halfway done writing my book.
Go
But
on.
anyway, from the Phoenix streets, homelessness, and a combative past, IFBB pro bodybuilder, former law enforcement, and unapologetic Orthodox debater, I stand virtually alone, no backup, fending off attacks from the same worldly circles I once knew. Meaning that anybody else that attacks me from my past
That's
or
me.
regarding my past, like Dusty and things like that, weaponizing my past against me. That's a
Dusty was
reference.
never your friend.
So-
You're talking about me. Come on.
This wasn't even about you. So I once
What was it
knew
about?
no support.
Let him spit it out. He's almost done.
Yeah, you guys won't need to let me finish
What's
this.
it about?
He's almost done.
Well, you
Sure,
just read exactly
No,
what
but
she
I
said.
find nothing wrong with that
She
post.
said what was in your post.
Yeah,
She
you
was
asked
right.
her to steel man this, and then now you're like, well, no, that's
I'm
wrong.
reading
Let me add all the
verbatim-
other
I can't
words.
read verbatim what it says.
You
guys
said
don't tell us
she
to
said
finish.
you said you stood alone. You're like, no, I didn't say that, and then you read it, and you're like, I stand alone.
No,
He asked her to
ABT,
steel
what
man
did
it,
I mean by-
moron.
What did I mean by virtually alone? Do you know what I mean by that?
I only know what
Virtually
Virtually alone
alone.
means technically
If you-
alone, i.e., there's nobody supporting you in a sense
No.
that you can comprehend.
You also said I stand
No.
here an orthodox debater, which I will point out is the exact representative thing that you just said you don't do.
No, I
This is
happen to be
ridiculous.
an Orthodox debater.
Wait a
That
minute. I
doesn't
just
mean
realized
I
it's gonna
represent the
happen. Take
church.
that shit off me.
If I say I'm a Christian debater, that
I
doesn't
will.
mean that I debate theology. It just means that I'm a Christian that does debates. That's all this is referencing. So back to this.
You
when I
say
say virtually
Orthodox
alone,
debater.
I did a stream. I did a stream explaining this about how this was like St. Moses, because when I'm in the IPB and compete, there's nobody on stage
It's
helping
not
me.
like anything in
When
the
I go
Bible.
to-
Imagine
Calm down.
comparing yourself directly to your patron saint. I would never compare myself
Calm
to
down,
Saint Helen.
Marte.
I have a super chat for
I
you.
can't even finish this. This is crazy.
I mean, back then they
the
were at
thing
least
that
his
makes
man.
the
height.
blind
Hey, to be
people
honest, man,
predatory
I
for
kinda see the bias
targeting
here a little bit.
blind women, says P. Fletch. What do you say to that, Marte?
Couldn't even hear it.
I don't even know who to answer. Who's talking?
P.
Like, I don't
Fletch,
even.
83 says, Marte, the thing that makes the blind pill predatory is that you are targeting blind women.
Yep.
No, The blind pill's not a
It's not
prescription.
even-
It doesn't
That's
say to
just
target
an
them.
assertion.
It
Even
says
if
you're
you were
adding. It's an
targeting,
assertion.
it wouldn't be
You're
wrong.
adding false axioms
Okay,
to
well,
this.
all right, Marte,
You're
why don't you
using
just
If you
admit?
were targeting,
So
it's
weird.
not a problem.
Why don't you
Right.
just admit that it was a
I've
stupid
never
thing that
said
you
that.
said on a live stream and you didn't really mean any of it and you have nothing to back up anything that ever
I've
comes out
never
of your
said
fat
that.
face?
This
Huh?
is a sad day.
It's
for
not a
Orthodoxy.
pill. It's something
No one's
stupid
ever-
that you fucking made
Yeah.
up that you
You're
thought would get some
You're
laughs.
welcome to the
Yeah,
Orthodox
it's not
Church
a pill.
Club.
And now you're
Yeah,
sitting
right.
here
It's not a
like
pill.
thinking
No
that you
one's
went
debunked
viral when you didn't really go viral. You're
No
just
one's
another
debunked
fucking.
it.
I want you to
I'm
know,
sure.
Marty, this makes me sad inside because I want more people to be like close to the one true church. And what
I'd
you're
like Mark-
doing by linking
Yeah,
the
that's my
blind
struggle
pill to
too,
that
man.
is
I've
discouraging.
never
struggle,
linked the
because
blind
I
pills to the
think that
Orthodox
it's
Church,
related
but
to
saying
it.
Yeah, you should be
No,
discriminating
hold on.
against blind
Hold on,
people. You
can
should
I say-
discriminate
no.
them.
She's
That's
No,
what
reciting
we're
everything
talking
wrong. I'll
Nobody
clear this up.
fucking said that. We're saying that like you
I
shouldn't
don't number.
correlate it
Can
with
I
the Orthodox
Can I
teaching.
respond to this? Can I respond to this?
Yes, Marte.
What I
Please.
said was, if I take a blind person to the Orthodox Church, it would be beautiful. That's what I said. What would be wrong with introducing a blind person to the Orthodox Church? How is
That's
that a good
kinda-
representation of
That's
the
kind of
Orthodox Church?
anti-blind right
If-
there. You're like, it would be beautiful. How would they know?
But
You're
I'm
looking for
currently
like a
introducing my
blind
wife to the
girl
Orthodox
What would be wrong
Church,
with
and she's
taking
not
the
blind.
because you can pretend to be taller.
There's
Just
different
admit that.
aspects of the liturgy that like a blind person might appreciate, but like him deliberately
Yeah.
choosing a person and targeting them because they're blind is the
Yeah,
fuck.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's
Nick,
targeting.
look,
Yeah,
look,
that's
Once
the
again, I'm
premise,
not
but you
targeting
haven't
them.
substantiated why it's a
I
problem.
I'm
give
not
you-
giving a
Wait,
prescription.
Uncle Tom, advise me, please. Can you define to me how deliberately telling a blind woman because she is blind that the Orthodox Church is beautiful of no other reason than she is blind, as opposed to just trying to
I never said no
you
other
know,
reason. You're
introduce
creating
other people
absolute-
to the faith, right? Because I've done the same. In fact, I have a Ukrainian friend that I have a romantic interest in,
Well,
and
that-
he,
no,
and
Oh,
he
Dustin's
lives
gonna get
near the
jealous, by the
church. And
way.
I've said, hey, you should come to the church. Did I say it's because he's Ukrainian? Like,
So
and
you're
that's not
cheating
even
on
a
Dustin.
But
disability.
Marte obviously didn't say that. Marte obviously
I didn't say that either. Yeah.
So,
Never said
Marte,
that. Why would you?
how long is it going to be before you say on a live stream that you watch out at the short buses for girls that you're interested in? How long is it going to take before that's the next thing? Because this is stupid.
That's
You're
what I was
sitting
saying.
here
He should
I'd
be
like the
retard
blind
maxing.
girl. Well,
Good
maybe
Lord.
the blind girl
I
can
mean,
stand further away from you than your camera.
No, hold on. Let's entertain this. Let's entertain
Because your
this.
fucking head looks like a fucking balloon. Wherever you have your camera, you should back that shit up.
Like, there you go.
Bro, you don't even have your
There you go again.
camera on. Your
Trippy.
camera's
Yeah,
There
I
you go again,
know.
bro.
I don't even have my camera
Hey,
on. I'm
hey,
probably fat
how
and
much did
ugly.
you-
Who cares?
No, you actually are, Trippy. And that's the
How about
problem.
you retards
Hey, guys.
learn how to
Hey,
argue
guys,
the
full
point
stop.
instead of the
stop.
person?
Dusty,
You want me to
this is
turn
why
my
we're not
camera
friends.
on?
You just
Trippy is why we're not
attacked
friends.
this-
You want me to
attacked the
turn my
person.
camera on because you can't
You
fucking
literally just
imagine
did the same thing.
actually.
You attacked
It's not
him as a
Panelverse.
person.
Oh, what? The guy that
Trippy,
does
these
gay
guys are just
porn and then
mad
says
'cause
he's
you don't want
straight?
them to retard
Really?
max.
I don't do gay. I did.
You
I
did
never
in the
did gay
past. You
porn.
did in
No,
the
I never-
past. Why
I
do you
never
show
did
up under
that.
fucking every AI as a guy
you're
who's
just-
known in the gay
Marty, I got
gay
you.
porn
They
era?
put me on those
Hang on.
sites. I didn't do anything
They
with a
put
guy
you on the
ever in my
sites, but
life.
AI knows that you're on them.
I guarantee
You're
you that
known
Trippy
as
Cast
a
will not
guy
answer
that
They
my
does
put
question.
that.
me on those sites.
You
What
are
are you talking
known
about?
as a guy that does that.
Porn
It is
files
part of
that
your
you
past.
made say bisexual.
Hey, let me help you.
My
Tag
God,
me in Marty.
I've never
did
done
you
that
did
in my
you
life.
That's
finish?
exactly what they said when he was making the videos. Smart, hey, let me help you.
Yeah.
Tag
I've
me.
never been
Listen.
Did you have a
guy
male
like-
fluffer?
Okay.
It's
Once
crazy.
again, back to the
Trippy.
Geoverse,
Let me ask you a
nothing that you
question.
say is
What
going to
you guys
have a
are doing
matter.
is you're attacking
Like,
me
nothing
instead of
you
the argument.
say is
You're
I know.
attacking me
I know,
instead
because
of
I-
the
Let me
argument.
attack the argument then. How about that? It's
No, you're
fucking
attacking
stupid to
him
go on
and
the
it's
internet
because
and be
head.
like, I only want blind women
Negative,
because they're
sir.
the only ones that'll fall for my bullshit.
You're
Never
attacking
said
Marte.
that. That's a false.
Marte, it doesn't matter if you never said it,
You've
but
already
we all
got a
know the
pass as a
truth.
sexual degenerate. You need
So
to be
it
careful with
doesn't
how you
matter
do
if I
fucking
never said
dipshit.
something
Tyler, you need
brilliant.
to probably
All right,
step
easy.
up.
You
If I never
short,
said it, it doesn't
fat-headed,
matter.
bitch-ass
Yeah.
fucking wannabe bodybuilder who can't even train somebody to get an award. You couldn't even manage to train that girl into getting a win.
Trippy is not.
How am I a wannabe when I'm a pro athlete? How am I how's that a wannabe?
All right.
It's because he's morbidly obese.
If I was in the NBA, how would that make me a wannabe basketball player? If I'm in the NBA, does that make me a wannabe basketball player?
It's easy for men who never had the option. Nobody's approaching them.
Nah,
to
it's
say,
cool.
Hey, you look pretty
Especially
fit.
when you're
Hold
on.
I'm a pro.
Hold on. Who, Tommy, who on this panel has been approached to make porn?
Yeah, you've never been a pro. That's not even how it works. People approach you.
How does it work?
Model.
I've been approached by a talent agency. Hang on.
You can be
Geoverse TV has been approached for a talent agency. I'm a salsa instructor of competitive street salsa.
There you go. You can be approached to be a model. Nobody
cares, Moby.
Dusty or
so this phenomenal butt chin and jawline.
Tommy, you're saying that Marte's hot. Is that what you're telling me?
Negative. I said that my face was the promotion for clubs.
Apparently, people think that. So they approached him, and he got paid for this quite a bit of money. And then
he didn't actually.
Yeah,
I did get paid.
Yes.
What was the guy's name?
Hold on. Then what happened the other night on your stream when you said it?
Whoa, hold on. Nobody cares. You guys.
Yeah, like all they're doing is attacking Marte.
I try to argue the fucking.
About the woman's position. If a woman did this and didn't get paid, she wouldn't do this again. I was talking about the woman's position. What you did was you clipped me out of context.
You don't know how to put a woman in position. Obviously.
I had a contract with Color Flash Studios in Miami, which paid. I was referencing a woman. If women did OnlyFans and realized that they didn't get paid one time, they would live with decisions that could be irreparable for the rest of their life, even though they made no monetary money. I said this, and what you did was you took a clip, framed it, and laughed at me and said, this is his position about him. That's crazy.
Yeah,
just like you actually said if they didn't get paid. I thought you said if they couldn't debate. You said if they. He
said that he was talking about adult film industry, and he said that he tried it once. It wasn't for him because he didn't get paid. That's what you said.
You're reframing it. Didn't get paid. No, that's not what I said. I'd never. So okay, I had a contract with a studio, but never got paid.
Marte, did you repent for your sin?
Hey,
I think you said that the women don't go back to it because they didn't get paid what they thought they would get paid.
We're bullying Marte. One second, Marte.
Why are we
did you
repent? Why are you attacking me instead of this argument? We're supposed to be talking about the blind pill, not my past. I've forgiven myself or asked for forgiveness and repented for this. Why do I have to relive this with you guys?
So that's good for me, but not for these incels, right? So the atheists will use that as fuel, Marte. So you have to be ready in season and out of season. Galatians says that, right? Full armor of God means that whoever I was before Christ, come at me. Okay? I'm an Army veteran. I can tell you stories, right? 20 years ago. So all I'm saying to you is they can use that as fuel. AVG only asks, when's the last time you went to church? Notice the difference. We all don't agree with you. AVG asks you, how's your journey? They're calling your head weirdly shaped. Trippy weighs 500 pounds.
Geoverse.
Dusty's dusty
Don't
as
make
hell.
me do it.
Why are you hearing them and ignoring me, AVG, and Emmett? Respect.
You look like a human condom, boy.
We're
Don't be talking shit. You're acting like people are fat when I know you've seen me on camera. Don't act like that.
I just mute all that, and I hear Emmett.
Geoverse, I know you've seen me on camera. You know I'm not 500
I
pounds.
didn't reject you, Marte. I got to know you, right? And I made a decision from there that like it wasn't a good match. But I didn't reject you based on your appearance because I would never reject a person based on their appearance.
So I'll say this right now. I have a podcast coming out in Warrior Saints podcast where my spiritual father and me will sit down and we are going to discuss catechumens towing the line in debates and orthobros. We're going to be discussing all
You're going to be discussing orthobros.
So when you hold on. When you say things like how close are you to the church and are you deep in the church and what's your relationship with the church? Me and my spiritual father
I'm as deep in the
podcast
church as you
together
could want.
regardless.
I'm a soprano in the choir. I'm almost baptized. I'm a highly respected catechumen, and I'm sure your podcast
Dusty's
is going to
baddest
frame me as
supporter
somebody who
according
should
to
be
him.
respected.
You're jealous.
Yeah.
So
no, I'm not jealous, but Dusty,
He's jealous of a lot of women.
Dusty, have you said that ADD was your badass supporter? Dusty, have you said this? I got it on.
Have I said that?
I'm not
Wait,
doing that.
I do believe.
I don't know.
Have you said that ABG was your badass supporter, Dusty? I got
don't
you
know.
for saying this.
Okay, so you are jealous. You are jealous.
Not
You're
jealous.
sitting here upset.
Dusty,
Not jealous.
You guys all argue like a bunch of fucking
ABG
children.
is a part of the Panelverse. ABG is a part of the Panelverse.
Marte, look, hold on, Marte, hold on, let me talk. Marte, women like me. They don't like you. You should be used to it by now.
Women don't like me. I'm married.
Dusty, do I work for you, Dusty?
You don't work for me.
You don't have to work to be an allegiance.
Have I
with them.
offered you information on an unprovoked sense?
You can call anybody a badass supporter.
You can be in
Marte.
alliance without all that.
You don't need
I'll
to even know them.
Have I
still
offered
be
you
okay.
information
Yeah.
about Marte and his Orthodox journey in an unprovoked sense? Yes or no?
No, we never talked
Okay,
about that.
great. Okay, so Marte, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's
Shut
not a
the fuck
deceiver.
up.
I think you
Wrong
can
again,
see
he
all
is.
that.
I've got a super
I
chat
think you
question
can see
from
that
Marte.
doesn't mean that you're not a supporter of his or
Marte.
on the Panaverse side.
Kinetic
Oh my
Cal wants to know
God,
if she
I
can
go
be
to
your
the
spiritual
channel
father.
sometimes. Like crucify me. Like what? The
I mean, I've been there.
Marte's
Trippy
doing
can't
identity
stand me.
politics and virtue signaling, but Kinetic Cal wants to know if she can be your spiritual father.
I'm cool
Marte.
verse all day. I'm cool verse all day. You heard?
I don't
Anyway,
think
I believe that cat
Am
has
I
a
allowed-
That's heretical.
works. I don't
Yeah,
like that
that's
that
heretical,
works.
first of all.
Marte,
That's
That would
not
be
how it works.
heresy.
can you tell me what
do-
rule in the Orthodox Church prevents me from going and actually talking to people who don't share the Orthodox faith?
If you go and fellowship with people and you're supportive of them and also you back
How am
their
I
positions,
fellowshipping with Dusty?
you're fine with doing that. So
How am
what
I
you do?
fellowshipping with Dusty, and where is that wrong? In
Can I answer the question? You've interrupted me already. Okay. Basically, what you do is you go over, you say, hey, what's going on? And you hang out on the panels sometimes. I've seen you do this with 10th Man, panels
Oh,
with Bell
no.
and Dusty. And what you'll say is you're like, well, if I disagree, I'll say something, but hey, it's fine. And recently, Dusty has said she's a badass supporter of mine. When you put 2 and 2 together and you are on panels literally right now, backing Dusty and promoting his side of the argument, this is
So,
like on the
AVG,
optics. It looks
please
You
don't
owe me
stop
allegiance, AVG.
Hang
You
on.
have to support me.
I don't think
like
she's
that.
promoting his side of the
That was the
argument.
answer.
He's
This is
promoting
my
her
final
side of
statement,
the
and I'm gonna drop
argument.
Tyler, I promise.
Okay,
All right, so real quick.
I support your
AVG,
If you were
AVG,
blind, you wouldn't even be over here.
One second, guys. Last
Dustin,
comment.
stop
My
fucking
closing
me
statement
up.
right here.
You're-
So
The smoothest
look,
person on stream wants to
so
comment.
for example, after I leave, I want you guys to ask Dusty and Trippy if I've ever been in the Panaverse space and how many times I've defended.
Yes, you have. You look like a sperm with a
and
goatee.
Marte.
What's the point?
I defended both you and Speakeasy because all they do is create content, clip people like me, you, Coolverse, Andrew.
Oh, really? Is that what I do, Geoverse?
And then
Hold
they
on a second.
record AVG.
Hold on.
But let me finish.
Is that really what I do, Geoverse?
Can I-
You can look at my
can I
channel and you
appeal to
won't see
Tyler?
clips of anything.
I know
asshat,
OG Orthodox does it, not you, but more so Dusty and I think OG
cracker
Orthodox.
ass, fucking
What is it?
goofy ass,
Aren't you
Three
Tyler?
Musketeers facial hair
Aren't you
having
Tyler?
ass.
Isn't he Tyler guy?
What?
I'm sorry.
He's Tyler, right?
The host?
That's Tyler
Who's
TV.
Tyler?
My name is Taylor.
Who is Orthodox OG or whatever his name is?
Oh,
Orthodox
He's not
guy?
up here.
He's not even
Are
on
you
the
making
channel.
your
No,
list of
Orthodox
people
guy's
that
not
you don't
here.
like or something? What are you doing?
Just like chilling in the
All I'm
back.
saying is that people like Dusty will clip individuals, right? Like Speakeasy, like you just did 2 days ago on Speakeasy when he was doing the mascara thing, right? And that's your content. Me as an inquirer in the Orthodox Church, one thing I don't do is say, I believe this because I'm
So
Orthodox.
what? Nobody cares.
This
Why
is
does it
so
matter?
meta.
That's what I'm
This is
I don't know
so
how that
meta.
conversation
Oh my
gets
God.
The way that-
around that.
Even if
Hang
I
on.
clip
We
my
got this
debate
dude up
with
here
you,
I know.
making argumentative
Irrelevant.
about
I'm
sex
saying
with
AVG.
blind women.
Tyler, I
And
gotta,
you
guys
I
wanna
gotta
talk
go.
about
So,
religion?
I'm gonna finish.
Sorry.
Let me
You're
finish.
virtue signaling.
All-
I'm sure you already finished 2 or 3
I'm
times with the
virtue
look of your
signaling.
room.
Emmett, how?
If she was blind, she'd let you finish.
Dusty's talking about his porn history. I'm addressing his argument.
Or
Let me
something. Like,
explain
I'm not.
to you
We're
why.
not
let
insulting
Marte go.
Marte. These two are.
No, I
So
know.
what?
The point. The point.
You're a
We're
really
not the
nice guy.
same.
You're a
What
really
I'm-
nice guy, Geoverse. Congratulations.
let's let
Hey,
Marte
I
go.
do
Like,
my best,
unless
Dusty.
Orthodox guy has one
Amen.
more question, let's let Marte go because he does have school tomorrow. I
I've-
understand that
I've
he
been
has
better.
like obligations.
No, wait. Cat has one more. Cat has
Yeah,
a
he's
question.
he's
and
giving
she'll
us
shoot
a lot of time beyond.
Yeah,
what-
this guy
He's
right
given
here,
us a
Orthodox
lot
guy.
of time beyond his
Hey, baby.
availability, and I really do
Oh, that's the
respect
fat
that.
guy. My bad. Trippy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
I
yeah,
do
just
want to
win.
say, I
Alright.
do want to say one last thing before I go. I appreciate everybody for kind of engaging in the spirited content, except if you indulged in attacks towards my personal nature and past. I think that's really bad, and I think that's bad rhetoric. Actually, I will pray for everybody on the panel tonight, but I will say this though.
exclude me from
I'll
that
pray
shit.
for you too, Marte.
No,
Did you just need a
I'm-
woman to tell you to
I'm
go to
praying for
bed?
you
I
again.
Did you
get-
just
God,
need
let
a
him
woman to
finish.
tell you to go to bed?
I
Like
would
you couldn't
trade
even
for
say it
a-
on your own.
I
Like you
I
had to
just want to
leave.
say before you
Just
leave,
let him
Eric,
finish.
You gotta be told to go to bed by a woman, don't you?
He's saying his farewell, guys. Let's let Marte speak.
Let's let him finish, please.
If Trippy Cat says I'm being told by
You needed a woman to tell you to go to bed.
That would mean that a woman likes me, which refutes
That's her
Dusty.
spirit-
When he said
it's-
so.
It doesn't mean she
Anyway,
likes you.
So meanwhile,
She must be the only one.
The reason why I have to leave is because I'm training to qualify for the Olympia. I'm doing the New York Pro,
You're
and
too
I'm
old.
fighting against people from Germany, Russia, the Ukraine before, and I
I'm
have to
unimpressed.
represent the United States. You don't have to be
I don't
impressed.
care. I don't care.
This is
How
my
vain
closing
and
statement.
how
You're gonna.
vain can you be?
I don't care. You could have said goodbye and left.
It doesn't
Or
mean
explain
anything.
this faster.
There's
Just
a
let him make
reason
his
why-
exit. Just let him make his exit. Like
He's
I
doing his
promise you,
final
it'll speak
points.
for
He's one of the
itself. Please.
debaters.
I know what he is. He's a little jackass who
Is
thinks
he?
he's smart, and everybody that fucking talks
Oh
to
my
him
God.
proves that he's a
This is not
dipshit every
helping.
Hey,
Oh my
deep
God.
shit.
Just
Shut
eat
the
him.
fuck up.
This is not
But
helping.
yet he
the
keeps
reverse
going on.
side. The way that you win debate is you
Special
allow
orth-
the other side to present their position fairly and competently. And if you don't do that, you lose the debate. Okay?
I don't debate, and this is an exit.
put him
And
in
this
the
guy
bag.
can't
This
even
is
have a
why
conversation
ABG
without
Okay,
it
well,
being
then,
debated.
then you're
These
gonna
dudes
get
aren't
booted.
like us.
You're gonna get
Yeah.
booted by Tyler until Marte is gone. Do you want that?
I had a couple of points to make, but
No,
nobody
he's
would let
not
me
going
talk
to.
when I first joined. And of course,
I can
he's going to
almost
have the excuse that
guarantee
he
you-
had to
Tyler, do what
leave.
I
you
can
will,
guarantee you,
Tyler.
Tyler, that Orthodox guy and
put him in the
Trippy are not
back.
here in good faith.
What
Dusty,
the
for the
fuck
most
does
part,
good faith
behave.
mean? That's
Like,
that's
you
a pretty
didn't
bad.
cross-
That's a bad faith claim that you just made.
Go
Pretty
ahead
bad
and cross
faith
the line
on you
again.
there.
You, Trippy, and OG are the only ones mentioning his past, his head shape, who he is as a person. Me and ABG
I
are
don't give
consoling
one
a
fuck,
brother in
We can
Christ.
talk about your head
We're not the
shape.
same
What
I
person.
wanted to
did
come
in
and
his
talk
head.
about the point
I
of
hear
the
that
stream,
Marte
which was
doesn't
him
bring
saying
that
that he
up.
wanted to bang blind chicks. But
Me
then
and
you
him-
guys changed
me
it.
and him don't agree, but I'm not gonna attack him. You know what I'm saying?
Like, I wasn't going to.
That is not what he said. That is
Let's
not
let
the argument
Marte
either.
finish, please, and then we can talk about it amongst
Let him
ourselves.
go lay down and think about blind women. Go ahead.
The reason why I have to say this is because I do have to promote myself as a pro athlete. There's only like 6 of us in my weight class and represent the United States. And the reason why I say this is because I signed a contract with Old School Labs in
Go
California.
the fuck to
And
bed, man. God
a part
damn.
of this contract, so a
It's
part
just
of this
humble
contract.
bragging. That's all this is.
It's all right.
No,
These were the
this is-
debaters
Spit
tonight.
it the fuck out and leave.
Look. Can I at least say my closing statement
Yes,
real quick?
just stop being a Brian Shapiro. Stop being like I'm a syndicated
this
radio host.
isn't-
I have deals with like XX and X.
Don't call him Brian Shapiro. That's crazy. That's a
It's
huge
Marty
mistake.
Shapiro. No, it's Marty Shapiro. Like it's not Brian Shapiro. It's Marty Shapiro. He's the Brian Shapiro of the right. Sorry, go ahead.
You're comparing me to a liberal leftist that hates Christianity.
He's an
Great.
independent.
And
Marte.
instead of just saying goodbye, you
Okay,
continue to hit different
independent
points. I
hates
guess you got all the
Christianity.
time in the fucking world.
You're comparing me to somebody that's an independent that hates Christianity and fights against it. Great.
You're forcing
Great
us
for
to
you
agree with the
support that.
panel verse.
No, not.
I
in the
compare you to a
context-
retard and they
in
have a
the
higher
context
IQ
of
than
I
you.
agree with Dusty,
It's
and that's a problem.
celebrism,
Right, Dusty?
Like
We shouldn't agree on
celebrism,
shit.
I guess is the term, right?
Fucking dick.
I'm sorry. I know I like hated on people for like interjecting.
I'm being
and then I
compared to
proceeded
Brian
interject.
Shapiro. How good faith is that? Great.
You're Marty
The reason-
Shapiro. You're Marty Shapiro.
So
name's
I'm Brian
Brandy.
Shapiro when I'm fighting against feminists in debates. Right.
No,
Sounds
when
very
you're
good.
talking
you
about
okay?
your
Get over it.
IFBB
Don't-
pro
oh my
title
How
and
long do
talking
closing
about your
statements usually last?
You guys keep
Usually
interrupting,
keep
so I never get a
interrupt.
chance
Yeah,
to
Sorry.
say.
This one would have been shorter.
Nobody gives a
I
fuck
never
about all this
get a
other
chance.
shit, dude.
This is bad for me.
It's his time.
Hey,
Let's-
I'm Marte. Check out the Marte channel and then you leave.
It's his time. Let him
Just
speak.
shut the fuck up, Trippy.
It-
You're
That's
basically
maximum.
saying
Yeah,
I
blame
can't
me. Talk
promote
shit.
myself.
Go ahead. Fuck off. Oh, shut up, Trippy. You guys have all said
Yeah,
some
shut
shit.
up.
That's
Trippy,
kept
why are
his
you jealous
fucking
about it?
big-headed
I've
ass
not
over
had a
here.
chance to say anything.
And you guys don't
Like,
say
why are
it. You
y'all
guys
jealous?
don't say
Yeah,
shit about
fuck
anything
you.
else.
That's what
Let me
you
go
do when you're
protect
closing
Marte
statements.
because my
Justice
name's
for Pharmacat.
Geoverse and I look like a human condom.
Yeah, justice for Pharmacat.
Oh, come on. It takes
Yep.
guts to be bald and be like a good man and a masculine man at that. Geoverse deserves a W. Go ahead, Marte. Finish your point, please.
Yeah.
My coach has texted me twice already, and that's why I got to leave. You're basically saying it's bad for me to advertise what I'm doing when really I'm a public figure. I'm going to advertise what I do. That doesn't make me Brian Shapiro. What I'm actually doing
Boo,
is helping
fucking
the
who,
United
dude?
States.
His
Let
closing
him
statements
finish.
are arguments back at
Let him
people.
finish.
These are
He will
closing
never
statements. They're
finish. If you
arguments.
don't let him finish. Just let him finish.
Fuck, I
The
can't.
girl wants you to finish. She's tired of
Pretend
this.
He's like an ugly woman who you wish would leave you alone. Let him finish.
Jeez.
So I'm being demonized for the preferences that I'm making, meaning like if I'm going to advertise what I do as a pro athlete, why would it be bad for me to, on my outro, for saying, hey, this is what's going on? Because channels do this all the time. Hey, Marte, plug what you're doing. When's your next debate and where can they reach you? They say this all the time, but when I do this right now, I'm being compared to Brian Shapiro. This is crazy. And it doesn't make sense to me for me not to use Tyler's broadcast to reach a wider audience for something that I'm doing that's good. Now, you can say whether or not Brian Shapiro's podcast is bad or not, but when Tyler says you can leave, can you tell them where they can reach you and do all these other things? That's often said.
Right.
Is that not normative for people?
So where can we reach you for your exercise shit? You still haven't told us where we can reach you.
Is that, wait, hold on. Is that not normative for people making an outro?
Stop asking questions. Your closing statements. Where can we reach you for this
I want to
exercise
know where your
shit?
channel is at, Marte.
It would have been normative.
I got abused. I got sent his gay porn. I can send you the link for the gay porn.
God damn it!
Come on, guys.
Orthodox guy, shut up!
You guys
I don't want to. I don't
called
want to
it.
think about his gay porn.
Hey, Tyler, I called it.
Are you going to let him
It's
do this to your
Steelverse.
channel,
Steelverse
Tyler?
did
He's
call
literally
it.
going to break TOS. You're going to let him break TOS on your channel, Tyler? That's crazy.
Yeah, drop him, bro.
It's not a TOS violation.
It's crazy.
You're
not
trying to
TOS
snitch on something that's not
It is 18
snitchable.
plus, but it's
Guys,
not.
it's just not entertaining. You guys understand what we're here for, right?
This
To
is
be
true. This is
entertaining.
basically tearing people
Call
down
people
personally.
names and
That's the
tearing people
point.
down. Yeah, exactly. It's not entertainment.
It's not edifying or beneficial for anybody. I mean, I can
Well,
understand.
It's a
You're
debate
a
platform, right?
fucking liar because Grid was literally on my channel and said, "Ask Marte about the $100 he owes me."
He's never talked to me about a due date or needing to pay
He
me back.
literally said he
The only reason he's bringing it up is because Dusty brought it up. Like, you
I
see,
never
Dusty,
told me
that they emulate you and they're bad at it.
To address it
You gotta
with
train
Marte
better.
rather than talk to other people about it, because Marte apparently
he
has
has.
not heard about it. So now that he
Marte's also a
knows,
documented
now that he
liar.
knows- now that he knows, we'll
Like,
see
y'all
how-
must want Marte to stay here for another hour. I mean, all he's doing is posting his shit.
No, I
dropping off.
literally just come up and tell him he was a lying piece of shit. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for having me up, Tyler.
Phenomenal.
Later.
Walk more.
I would like to thank Marte for having a good faith debate. I think he was a
what's going on,
very
Grid?
good faith debater, despite being this
I
like
want to ask
effective.
you a
He's
question.
calling Grid.
Hold on. Grid, did you tell me that I had a due date or I had to pay you back the $100 for that debate?
No, I never. You told me to take care of it.
Yeah, but did you tell me that I had to pay you back?
I never said you had to. You said that you would.
I never said, look, you never told me that I had to, right?
Oh,
and
man.
that I,
Early birthday.
right. You never did, but I said that I'll take care of it, right? But you never told me that I had
Golden
to, right?
girls.
Because there's this there's
Seems
this
like
confusion.
Marte's been
People are saying
vindicated
that,
here.
that
Damn,
you're
Dusty.
changing-
What are you talking about?
chasing after me for this.
Dusty. Your Gossip Girl Foundation and oligarchy.
So
is
you're
coming.
okay.
What is your official
That's what I was
statement?
trying to tell you.
Gossip Girl, that's crazy.
I
Right,
told
that's
you,
what
I
I was
don't talk shit about nobody for this reason. I don't talk
And
shit
he,
about
and he talks about
nobody.
black people too, but he wears this flat
Sorry,
bill
sorry,
hat,
I'm,
like
I don't mean that
imitating
to-
black
Dusty's
culture.
100% racist. 100%.
because
Yeah, and he wears this
Dusty
flat
is
bill hat,
basically-
like
Hold
Hold on,
imitating
shut up, guys.
black
He's
culture.
trying to talk to Grid.
So Dusty was basically saying that you were on a different stream saying Marte needs to pay me back or something like that, or referring that Marte needs to pay me
You're
back.
gaslighting Marte.
I don't think I was on it. I don't think I was on the stream. I think somebody asked me about it. So,
Y'all were fishing.
Yeah.
Did
And
you
then
say you pay him back?
Never. I said I'd take care of it.
But have you?
No, not yet. No.
Okay,
But
that's it.
Grid has never. No,
And
Grid
that's
has
what he
never
told
told
us
me I
not
had to
to.
pay him
He
back.
wouldn't. Why would he need to? You said you'd handle it.
All right, sounds
Damn
good.
it,
Sorry.
Marte.
All right.
Yeah. So you're both kind of.
So
not
hold on. So the
correct.
guy
No,
that you
no.
haven't repaid stole money from. You called him and woke him up at 1 in the
I told him I'll
morning.
take care of it. Yeah, I told him I'll take care of it, but he's never
You
told
woke
me
him
he
up
paid me
at
back.
1 o'clock in the morning. The man told us to ask you why you haven't paid it back yet. So we asked you why you haven't paid it back yet.
I told
Damn,
him I'll
when you-
take care of this.
Yeah, right.
This
Who
is
is
so
this?
bad.
Who's this?
How very
Botox
And,
guy?
and now, hopefully, you will. Now, maybe you will.
Am I going to be here for
Very
another
big
hour,
miracle,
Tyler?
yeah.
Because I can't even have a closing statement. This is crazy, but
Oh, let's
Becky
let him have his. I
enters
thought
the
you already had a
chat.
closing statement. Do you want another one, Marte? Would you
Yeah,
like another
he
one?
needs another one.
I couldn't even get to it.
Damn it,
Let's do
Marte.
that. Let's do that.
Damn it, damn
Let's
it.
allow that for him, please.
My coach is literally waiting for me with like at
take care of
the
it.
Olympic
Is he in bed?
facility right now.
Is he in bed right now?
My coach?
Waiting for you?
Jesus
Oh, really?
Why would my coach be in bed at the gym? Like why
is he waiting for you then?
He's my coach.
Can we stop? Can we stop?
I know we gotta
I'm
stop.
a part of
Yeah,
team.
he's
I'm a part
waiting
of
in
Team
bed for
USA.
him.
What are you talking about?
Like the
this doesn't make
Panaverse is
sense.
here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You gotta respect it.
I think
Can
you're
we
just
stop the
making up
meta?
excuses to get the fuck out of here. Because you don't like what's happening to you right now.
Wait, I don't have to train, even though I put out the fact that I'm competing at the New York Pro, and that's what's going on.
Brother,
I'm
that
training
has
for that.
nothing
Yeah,
to do
when?
with how everyone is
When?
disagreeing with your pill debate, but they're attacking you.
You
personally.
don't need to
But that's
justify
different.
shit to us. We don't
Wait,
run your
why
schedule
do
for
guys
you.
talk- What is this about, anyways? I'm trying to leave here. Anyways,
And yet-
you guys can check me out on my channel. I'm going to be competing. If there's anybody out there that supports Team USA, you guys are welcome to do this. I will be producing content on my road to try to qualify for the Olympia against these other athletes internationally. Also, I want to announce that I just signed a contract with Old School Labs, and I have other debates planned in the future. In World War debate, I'm destroying people. If you guys are a supporter, please tune into the channel. You guys can find me on my channel, OTE with Marte Reyes, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I
Guys,
hope you
like-
Marte, and I hope you get more viewers. I've noticed that you
Good
only
job.
average about
Good
4 to
seeing you,
15
brother. Good
viewers
seeing
a
you.
live stream, and I hope that you get more viewers because I think that you have a good message. Absent the blind pill, I think you have a good orthodox message. Oh, he's gone. Oh,
Guys, go subscribe to Marte. His link is in the description.
AVG, if I may.
To
So
Marte.
I don't.
You gotta
So
hand it
AVG,
to him.
because
Yeah.
there's more history on your part than on my part. Like I only look at Marte and what I've seen, and tonight was not the Marte that I followed. Right? Subscribe to. That logic is not logic.
This
So I
is
paid
always
you guys-
Marte. This is the always
It
Marte.
pays- No. Y'all do the same shit with everybody. Y'all don't like.
He
Big
doesn't
Easy
want
and
to hear
Marte,
from
and
you.
Marte
He
are
wants
your
to
top
ask
two.
me a
Are you
question right
kidding
now.
me?
So.
Yeah, so again,
Yeah, he wants to ask me a question. So like,
I don't
please,
even know who that is.
let him
So
allow.
AVG,
Yeah.
my problem is that not only was he arguing with them who were attacking him, he was arguing with us when we're on his proxy, like we're in his proximity. And if your own friends are telling you, hey, wait a minute, reassess your math here, check your work.
Yeah.
That's pride on a whole no level. So I definitely learned from you tonight and having discernment and giving him guidance because that was not it.
Why the fuck didn't
That's
you
not-
learn that from me? I've been doing this for
That's
years.
because
Okay,
I don't
Dusty,
learn from.
Dusty, you're not. No, he's talking from an orthodox. He's talking from an orthodox perspective, and so.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
forget. I
Muggle.
keep forgetting that you have to be
Dusty,
orthodox to
Dusty,
understand just
you're a
basic
Muggle,
human
Sometimes
brother.
you do.
You're a
Sometimes
Muggle.
you do to understand the
Yeah,
nuance.
you're a
Sometimes
Muggle, bro.
It's
Sometimes
not
you do.
nuanced. He's a liar. That's
You're a
it.
Muggle.
There's no
Exactly.
nuance.
Will
Muggle,
you
brother.
just let me respond and I might
Go
actually
ahead.
prove you right? Like fuck, Dusty. Okay, so here's the thing. Yes, absolutely. There is an orthodox perspective with respect to mate strategy, right? And we know that it ought not be deliberately targeted on individuals that are less fortunate. There's also no teaching that my priest has ever informed me of that says that like blind women, for instance, are going to bring you closer to theosis. There's
Nah.
no teaching that defines that. And so when Marte goes and says, hey, you should go for a blind woman because they're going to be more closer to God, I ask myself, hey, was the divine liturgy not beautiful enough when I was singing it? When I was singing it in the literal freaking choir, was I not thinking like, oh, this is beautiful? Which, by the way, like Christos anesti naina.
girl.
Is that not beautiful? Is that
That
not
was
beautiful
beautiful.
on its own? Is
But
that
no,
not
no, you're
fucking amazing
Yeah,
when I
take five.
sing that
Take
on its
five.
own?
Take five.
Do I,
you
do
can
I
close your
need
eyes
to be
real quick. That's a gift
blind
ballot,
now
'cause
to
Dusty said-
appreciate the beauty in my
Wait,
voice?
no. When Dusty said,
You
why
know
do you have to
that
be
you can
orthodox?
close your eyes and experience it too, right?
Why do you have to be
Oh my
orthodox to
goodness.
engage with that?
So
Wait,
you
because the
don't,
problem-
Kel, you're missing, Kel, so right now you're missing the feminist point. So the point is Marte is arguing from an orthodox perspective. So when we're talking about his blind pill, we're talking about it in the view of a woman
he's
approaching
borrowing it
it
from the
from that
yeah.
perspective. Yes.
He's
So
holding
we're
on to the
talking
church
about-
as
He
he
knows how to
says
get
he's
me
right.
with those words.
All right, Dusty, I got a boot you. Somebody paid to remove you,
Oh.
buddy.
All right. Hey, thanks for having me up. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat, except for the asshole that booted me. Bye.
Later.
Except Geoverse, you're his friend.
Hey Tyler, I'm gonna actually head out as well because I only came up to actually try to run the logic trap that Marte was talking about. Engaged with that.
I apologize. I know you wanted to come and do.
Yo, for the record,
I can defend it. Go ahead. I'll defend it.
Now, for the record, Tommy, you are a bad representation because you confuse us more, and it pained me to not concur with Marte.
He is an Orthodox.
But I can't do
I don't
it.
know. I don't see how it would
He's
be
an Orthodox,
confusing.
so it's not.
Actually,
a-
all I
it's
asked
not
you
a
to
direct
substantiate
correlative.
your
Can we
claim. You
allow
couldn't
Kat to ask
substantiate.
one question to Tommy?
Yeah.
Kill, I hope to God you're.
To go along with Kat's question, though, I'm curious, as you're explaining the trap to her, I'm curious how during the debate, Marte kept saying that AVG was falling into that trap repeatedly, but then afterwards said she avoided it beautifully.
No, I think he said somebody else avoided it.
He said me and Emmett
no, he
avoided
said
it beautifully.
He said that to Paige.
So I finally got to talk and make my exit, and my headset died. So sorry about that. But yeah, I'm gonna head out.
No, it's fine. So, like,
Now,
Kat,
but
Kat,
Pharmacat,
can
your
you
comments
please,
were
provide
based.
your outro, please?
Yeah, Pharmacat.
Oh yeah, no, I only came up here.
What was your problem?
Hang on, let Pharmacat talk.
I didn't have a problem per se. I just wanted to give Marte the chance to run his the trap, since he said that the whole premise was a trap. So I wanted to come up and answer the questions in the manner
it is
that
it is a trap.
I wanted to answer the questions in the manner that he would expect a feminist to do, so that we and the audience, everyone, could see the trap and to see if it actually is a trap.
Yeah, the feminists
And no
just
one was
feel
engaging
like
with
it's
that.
yeah. The feminists just feel like it's predatory.
So
They
devil's
feel like
advocate type
there's
thing.
they feel like it's an imbalance because they fail to realize all relationships are a power imbalance.
But Tommy, the same can be done about the draft and the age gap conversation. Is it immoral for a 50-year-old man to marry a 19-year-old girl? You can still approach their logic and the invention of the pill that he did.
What is the
doesn't
logic?
help.
What is the logic?
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't help when those that agree with your worldview cannot comprehend it. So how can you package it when it's not comprehensible?
No, I get you're coming at it from a moral standpoint because
But so is Marte. You're not, but he is. His foundation is objective, and yours may not be.
Right, fair. But I mean, even from an Orthodox standpoint, I still don't see why it's problematic.
This is.
I mean,
I have no further questions, and you guys are making
the opposite. The opposite would be,
more right
hey,
the
let's
more you defend it.
discriminate. Let's discriminate against blind people then, and just
Like, what would Andrew say
let's
about
just
this, you know?
let's prescribe
Oh,
that
we're gonna pull
mention.
the black card. We're gonna pull the black card now.
let's
It's a false
prescribe-
correlative. It's a false
Oh, nah,
correlative.
brother.
You know what?
Yo no
That
soy en Puerto
race
Rico,
is
papi.
different than
I'm Puerto
dating
Rican, brother. That don't work on me.
Would you understand
AVG.
that race is
Okay.
different than dating
AV.
preferences?
AVG,
Tommy, I
the
have a-
whole
I have a-
thing is coke because the bottom line is that entire stream was a response to someone in his chat asking him if he would date a blind girl.
And guess what? A race is a legitimate dating preference, i.e., I could prefer to only date Asian men and white men, which is my preference, by the way.
Okay.
And that could be a legitimate preference. Guess what? It's not based on a disability. Marte's
Yeah, but
blind
what is
pill
a
is
disability?
exclusively based on a disadvantage that functions within the relationship dynamisphere. And
It's
that
not a-
is
it's
what
not
makes
a
it
me- it's
predatory
not a
and questionable.
It's not
Yes.
a mental disadvantage. It's actually
It requires
an
oversight.
He
advantage.
literally
No,
Tommy,
it's not a
He
mental
literally-
disadvantage.
Because it's
He-
an advantage because they're not susceptible to the
What's
propaganda of feminists.
The man that takes
Yes,
advantage
they
of
are.
Tommy, you know what
Yes,
a
they
But
are.
how are they
Tommy?
taking
It's
advantage?
a
How are you
disadvantage
taking
of the
advantage?
senses.
Hold on.
Disadvantage of the census, but not of. I mean,
Tommy.
there's still
What would
going to be
that matter?
Beth, hang on. If you know what being a caretaker is, right? That can come in many variables. But to be a caretaker is a agreement with the government that you can commit malpractice to your partner. You can literally go to jail for not treating
but
someone that requires your
you
help.
think blind
So again,
people aren't independent?
You're selling it
Very
like it's.
No,
you're
I think
selling
they're
it as a
independent.
victoria's
I think
secret
it's a
so well.
disadvantage, and that's why it's seen as predatory, because
Blind
it is a
women are not
disadvantage that they
bi-
I
would
gotta reach out to somebody. I have a
possibly
blind friend.
need you.
I go
It's
find
not-
sorry,
it's
Pharmacat,
not
go
a
ahead.
disadvantage in dating. It's a disadvantage for driving.
I stopped talking so far.
Disadvantage for driving.
Filtering.
It's a
It's a
disadvantage for not burning
it's a
your own feet.
disadvantage across the board, not only in
it's
dating,
not.
not
It's
only
an
in
ad-
driving.
It's an
Unless
advantage.
anybody has a
So being
question for me,
blind,
I'm
having one
going
of
to
your
bow out
senses,
soon.
like
Unless
having one
anybody
of
has
your
a question
senses
for me,
not
I will bow
present
out
is an
soon.
advantage.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a stigma around it for men. Men should
No.
be able to
No, no.
date these women. There shouldn't be a stigma.
Yes, they should be able to date them, but they
blind
shouldn't
men cannot be
target them.
What would
Exactly.
they target?
They don't belong.
what,
Oh yeah, we can
They don't
judge.
belong
you gotta
targeting them
outline
for
the
the fact.
problem. You have
They
to
don't belong
outline.
targeting them for the
You
sole
have to,
purpose
yes,
of
you have to
filtering.
outline the
Like, y'all
problem.
can't talk at the
You
same time.
repeating it. You
This is a migraine.
repeating it
Can we
doesn't make it
can we put
like
a
predatory.
can we put a pin on this?
I
Tommy,
heard
can
that he
you
said
ask
that
the
blind women are
can
closer
you
to
ask
God. Why
Let
would
me
is it
hear
possible
from
that
Kel. Let me
is
hear
it
from
Tommy?
Kel. Let me hear from Kel because
Yeah. Is it possible that you can run the questions to Kat so that she can answer them?
That was her only request, by the way.
Yeah, I'm like,
the-
Was it?
I heard the claim.
well, yeah. I mean, what I can say is that I don't see everybody's failed to point out the problem with
You're failing to
destigmatizing.
deliver. We're still asking the same
Failing to
fucking
listen.
question.
You're
Let
failing
God
to
give you
listen, not failing to
Yes,
hear. You're failing to
saying there's-
listen.
You're saying there's a power imbalance. I'm going to steel man you. Are you
Are we being
saying there's a power?
Okay, go ahead, try.
Yes. Are you saying there's a power imbalance? And
There
you
possibly
fear-
could be. There possibly could be.
Right, and I'm saying that every relationship on earth there's a power imbalance.
But usually,
Well, why
that's
add?
not a
Why
disability.
add an additional? Why add an
Well, it's
additional
not
power
additional,
imbalance?
It's just a different.
Okay, so a typical boyfriend, girlfriend, man, wife, their power imbalance. Okay, let's add that power imbalance to also now the new power
It's just a
imbalance
different-
of blindness.
just
So
a
it's
different
additional.
just
So why
different.
target them? Why
just
fucking
different.
target them?
It's
Because it's
different.
easier than
Because
dating a
it's
feminist.
supposedly easier to get
His
your
answer,
pants.
Marte's answer was that it was easier than dating a
Blind women
feminist.
can be
And there's no feminist blind people? There's no feminist blind
There's gotta
people?
be
That's
thousands.
fucking
There has to
insane.
be. There has
there
to be
definitely
blind
is.
There
feminists.
are literally braille books on feminism. There are braille books on feminism.
Yeah, no one said there isn't. No one said there isn't.
We are talking
feminists
over each
that are
other
blind.
now.
Yeah, so
There's
you're
no
looking for a
effective
cheat code. You want to
conversation
find a
happening.
girl who's somehow not going to be pulled into
Yeah,
being a
not be porn
feminist because
star.
she can't
Yeah,
see.
Yeah, not be on OnlyFans. Not be degenerate.
Right, that's so
came up-
stupid.
Not
That
watch
sounds
porn.
like
Do
you're
you know they wouldn't watch
Trippy.
porn?
You guys
Do
know.
understand
Trippy.
You
that?
guys know that being
Trippy and Pharmacat. I came up with the perfect solution for Marte.
It
He
means
just
Okay.
needs to go and pick up a nice Amish girl who's about to start Rumspringa. And
There you go.
You go. She will not have been exposed to jack
She'll be
shit.
fit,
The
you know?
point- Yeah, and the
Good.
thing is, he wants utter control. He wants to be her superhero. He wants to filter what
That's all a bunch of control
Yeah,
shit with these
It's just an
ortho
assertion.
fucking
all about
It's an
wannabes.
assertion. Yeah.
And
it's
that's
just
But
an
that's my
assertion.
problem. You have two Orthodox Christians that do not agree with Marte, but here you are with your rhetoric that all ortho bros are Marte.
No,
I didn't
we
say
are
all.
I didn't say
accountable
that.
of our own.
Didn't
I
say
said
that.
ortho
I
bros
didn't
like
say
himself.
that. I didn't
That's
say
not
that.
my fault that you can't hear what I say.
Do I share his argument as an Orthodox Christian, Trippy?
Yeah. This
Probably
is,
not,
okay.
apparently,
The thing
according
I
to how
would
you're
like
saying it.
to-
I
the
know.
thing
I never
would
said you did, though.
really-
Emmett, turn your mic up. You're real quiet.
The thing I would
Yeah,
really
that's
like
fine.
to know is if Tommy can ask the questions to go through the logical trap to Cat. Can you do it? Can you go through the questions?
No, I don't think there was a. I think the only question is.
Then how is it a trap?
It's hyperbole on the Islamic dilemma.
The only question is what is the problem with destigmatizing men, including this in their pool? Meaning, I'll just give a hypothetical. I'll give
Only
an
because
example.
women prefer high value men.
You're on a dating app. An average man on a dating app, instead of having Tinder, he has one now that's for blind. Right? It's called Blinder. We'll call it Blinder. Okay. And
Father
so
forgive him, he knows not what he does.
he's got so it's destigmatized to where, hey, oh, you're looking at that app with blind women. Okay, cool. Instead of it being shame. What's the problem with that?
I know exactly what I do, sir.
ChristianMingle.com
To your
has-
point, hold on.
okay,
To your point,
ChristianMingle.com has nothing to do with blonde women or blind women.
I'm going to bow out. Can I at least like show my channel? At
Yeah,
least?
absolutely.
Yes.
Hurry
yeah.
up! No, I'm sorry. I'm just playing.
So my channel is at capital A, capital V, capital G, lowercase female debater. And yeah, my next debate actually will be a moderated debate. I'm going to be moderating a debate between Emmett, Count Emmett at Count Emmett, who is lowercase over here, and Witchy Bishy. And the debate will be Christianity is Witchcraft? ? And that will be on the 19th of June. I am so excited to do that. It will be a limited panel because I do not pay for the extravagant StreamYard of unlimited people. It will only be 6. And if you want to vote somebody off, you will have to pay extraordinary amounts to vote them off. And I look highly forward to that one. In terms of my debate this evening, thank you so much, everybody, for viewing it. I do not take any pride or virtue in terms of debating Marte. I view him as an Orthodox brother in Christ. And if you all derive some kind of conclusion about his dating preferences based on this, that is your own subjective opinion and not one which I condone. So thank you so much for supporting me and have a great night. God bless you all. Good night.
God bless you.
Good to see you, AVG. God bless.
God bless.
Okay,
Guys,
so
make sure to
that
follow
was-
AVG.
that
Her
was a
link is in the
question-
description.
That was a question for Kat. Can you try to engage with whatever Tommy said?
Yeah, it's a pretty simple
be honest,
question. Yeah, what
that
would
wasn't
be
what
the
I said.
problem? Just what would be the problem with these?
So you're adding variables that need
Oh,
not
so
be there.
what would be the problem in
would
expanding
destigmatizing-
expanding the man's dating pool?
Yeah,
Is
even
that what you're asking?
even prescribing it, even telling men, hey,
Okay.
you know,
For,
what you
for
can do,
me,
you're
I
having
don't
trouble.
think that his dating pool should have been closed in the first place.
Well, hold on.
So-
Let me make it more specific, which is going to make it easier for you.
Mhm.
What would be the problem with actually prescribing it to young men? and
Marte said
saying,
it's not a prescription.
"Hello,
You're shamaning his entire argument.
I'm
This
So
is
you're-
what
I'm
I said.
making it
So
more
you're asking
difficult.
what would be the
I'm
problem
making it more
with
difficult for me. I'm getting away from the whole
No,
rhetoric
but it's
tool
the
thing.
standard.
I'm
Okay,
going
No, it's
okay.
the standard
Crying
So
to a
principle.
you're
fellow at night.
so
Yeah,
in
just
this
gonna-
hypothetical,
All right,
in this hypothetical, you're prescribing that he
Prescribe-
should go after blind
Yeah.
women.
Well, definitely not exclude them because you know the normal dating.
Well, then
life-
I think that's fine. That's fine. But I don't understand why. I don't understand why we're having to expand this dating market. Why was it closed to blind people before?
Well, just ask anybody because, like, when I went to high school, for example, I don't even think I went to school with anybody that was blind. So it never,
I didn't either, but that's
Right.
irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. I'm going. If you
It
let me
is.
speak, bro. If you're just gonna crash out,
Bro.
you can't have this debate.
I'm not crashing out. You're
I'm
not
giving an
making any
example.
sense.
Right. Okay. I'm giving an example.
Okay, go for it.
I went to school. You went to school. We didn't know any blind people, so those weren't even people we considered in our dating pool. As a matter of fact, handicapped people in school could actually get shamed when you're just a young person and there's bullies and so forth.
Yeah, kids are
and
shits.
hello, exactly. So if you were even considering a blind person, it might end up like this panel tonight, where it's just laughed at and it's humorous and all of that. These people there's a stigma. So if you open
I don't
it up
think
and
it's
say,
funny.
well, I'm not saying you did. It's not about you. I'm just saying in general, I pointed to examples that we both all can relate to, that this is stigmatized, where nobody's really doing this. And if you remind young men as a prescription to say, hey, you're having trouble dating, you haven't had a date, you're like a lot of men, 30% of men under like 30 that are still virgins. Hey, did you know you could actually go after this Target? I'm actually making the prescription to Target, right? So that's making the debate more difficult for me. I'm doing that on purpose so we can actually have an engage on this. So target these women so that way you can get more dates and maybe like get in a relationship and get married and have a family. What would be the problem with that?
I just don't understand why they're needing to be targeted. Why were they not in the pool
Well,
to begin
somebody's
with?
having
Like that's what
difficulty.
I'm
telling
having a
you
hard
why,
time
because
grasping.
you understand the statistics around men and
But I think that's an internal flaw that needs to be addressed. Is
So
that
who is
he,
actually on Marte's side?
we know I'm debating.
I don't care whose side I'm on, Trippy. I just wanted to understand
no,
the trap
I
because
wasn't
he's
trying to-
saying that he's saying this wasn't a prescription. He said it was a trap, a logical trap, and that's what I'm trying to understand.
Hold on
I
a
get
second.
that. I get
Marte
that.
is saying it's not a prescription. That's an easier for him to defend. I'm making it more difficult so you can actually debate and have an advantage over me. I'm actually making the
You're
prescription.
exposing the flaw.
Don't you get that? Yeah, don't you
You're
get
exposing
that?
the flaw in both of your
Good.
arguments.
Why not? Hold on.
Okay,
I got a
point out the
question.
flaw.
Why not just suggest that you date a fat chick? Would you be fine with that? Would you be fine if that
there's
were the
plenty of men that actually do that, but with hypergamy, and this is known from
another made-up term.
studies with OkCupid. No, there's
Gotta have your own
studies.
terms. Gotcha.
These are
Yeah, I know
literally
about
studies.
hypergamy.
But aren't men who target
creative.
obese women, they're stigmatized? Like, aren't they known as feeders? So they are actually stigmatized for this.
They're not getting the dates either. Here's the thing.
But they are
Fat
actually
women-
stigmatized.
What about tall girls?
I'm gonna fat women and skinny women, doesn't matter, ugly, doesn't matter. They're all going for the top 10 to 15% of men, and that is
That's a blanket
borne out
statement
in
that's
the data.
completely
It's borne
false.
out in the it's okay. Well, I can pull up the study then. You want me to do that?
Yeah, I get plenty of
Okay.
chicks, and I
Are
don't have
blind
like
women included
stuff.
in your study?
You
What
know,
did we-
matter of
He's like,
fact,
I get
it's
plenty
more
of-
likely that I
Bro,
fuck your wife. You know what I mean? Like I'm the kind of guy that your wife would go
Tommy,
for
I
on the
can't
side.
stay much longer. So let's continue with this. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. I'm just saying that you haven't really pointed out why this would be a problem. No one has.
I just think it's a flaw in the logic. I don't understand why they weren't in the dating pool to begin with. And then if he's going to be successful with blind women, then maybe the dating pool should have been open the whole time. Like,
Yeah, I can't argue with the fact that should have been. We should always been considering blind women, and we should never.
okay, then we agree. We agree.
It shouldn't be a stigma. Well, then that means you concede that you can prescribe that men should be looking at blind women. Great. Yes. they
I'm
should be.
saying that men shouldn't be closing their dating
Yes,
market.
exactly. So they should be going on to.
So I don't understand why this needed to be a pill or a trap, because I don't think that anyone, even anyone who was
As far as the
on
trap-
panel talking to Marte, I don't think anyone disagreed that their dating market should have been closed off to blind women. I think it was just that it seemed like it was predatory, that he was just targeting.
Right, but you don't think it's
The blind
predatory
women.
anymore, right?
If he's just targeting blind women because they're blind,
What would be the
that's kind of sus.
Yeah, but
That's
why?
predatory. It's
yeah, but
predatory.
why- yeah,
And
but
here's
why?
why.
Like it would be
Here's why.
okay.
Here's why.
Here, I gotta hear from
Can-
Clay.
can I-
He's the only one saying, "Here's why." Do you
Here's
guys
why.
get that? This is a debate.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So here's why.
It's a debate for you.
Because
Got it.
well, he wants to hear a reason, right?
Exactly.
So in logic and all that, everything has to have a reason. If you're going to go with like this is why, that's reason. So here's why. Disabilities are recognized not only in morality and legality to be something where the person physically or mentally has a weakness.
Correct.
Okay, it's completely recognized. Okay,
Correct.
Now because of that, if you're targeting specifically for that without any other reason, depending on what the outcome is, it can be considered predatory. Now,
correct. Are you
those
done? Go
those
ahead.
predatory things are because you may disadvantage them more. The things that are not predatory are because they may advantage them. In the case of the dating pool, you could go either way. However, because statistically, the disabled end up being disadvantaged more in a lot of situations. This produces a serious flaw in the argument of
It's not a
you
flaw
should-
in the argument, but you're saying so. Is somebody who loses a
should
finger,
target.
could they get disability? Could they be disabled if they lose a finger?
Well, to consider all of the factors, right? It's not just the disability, okay? It is the lifestyle that the person disabled has to live because of the disability. So blind people have trouble at the ATM, a person can come up and take advantage of them at the ATM. If a blind person needs to reach something that's on the top shelf, they could be asking for help, and a person, just reach over and touch them on the shoulder, and it's difficult to know whether the person's being cordial and just trying to reach over them.
I agree with all that.
Or if it becomes a sexual thing. So the advantages versus disadvantages, just seeing it from the outside, without any context, you might not think anything of it. But if someone is saying, I am targeting them specifically for sex,
no, that's not what targeting means. Targeting doesn't imply sex. It means targeting, like, hey, if I prescribe this, you're saying you're lonely. You're targeting them for a relationship.
Well, relationships lead
why
to
do people date?
Male and female relationships lead to what?
for a relation. Okay,
lead to what?
Why does it? Okay, so relationship, sex. Kids, right? So what?
Marriage.
I mean, if she's blind and she's sleeping around, then it kind of defeats the whole purpose.
But I mean, how does that?
Is the blind woman a concubine? What's happening?
No, I'm talking to Clay right now. The only one engaging with the argument. So
he agrees with what we've been arguing with for 3 hours. We've been arguing this for 3 hours.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with it. No, what I'm saying
he thinks that you do.
No, I don't agree with it.
He's the only one engaging and substantiating, backing up the problem with it.
The problem,
I'm going to refute. Yes, and I'm going to refute it when he's done. So we've already. This is something you may not have been here for.
You heard that, Emmett?
When you talk about mental, that's one thing, right? So obviously, if they can't consent, then that's Marte would never agree with that. So we're ruling out mental disabilities.
How is being blind and not having perception of sight not a neurological impairment? How can your process of information not be infected by not being able to see? That's where I'm at. This is actually ableist and very close to like a reason for me to raise my voice. But I ain't going to do that. I'm gonna say, Tyler, have a good night, brother.
Anti-ableist.
It's a pleasure.
I understand your argument.
Everybody else, Tommy. I've heard you.
Later, Gio.
Okay,
have fun. I actually wanted to bring this up as well. Before we get too much further on it, because there's what's called the National Sexual Abuse Hotline, and it is available for everyone online. RAIN.org, if I'm correct, actually is the originator of that. So just for everybody's knowledge, if you have any problems, abuse problems, definitely call the hotline. Is my own personal opinion. I'm not giving you legal advice or nothing like that.
Thank you. That's good. Glad you brought that up. Actually, so, and I don't condone obviously taking advantage of anybody. We've talked about what you're alluding to as power imbalance is what you're alluding to. I'm saying that there's a power imbalance with every single relationship that exists on Earth. All of them have power imbalances. If you're talking about taking advantage of, hypothetically, anyone can take advantage of anyone. Now, to your point is if someone is disabled with, let's say, vision or hearing, or those are kind of major disabilities. If they're disabled in that way, your argument might be, hey, can they be taken advantage of easier? Is that a possibility? It is a possibility, but within the context of this panel here, which I didn't realize, but there's a lot of people who are Orthodox. So someone who is Orthodox, they would not do that. Like Marte, they would not do that. And so if he did commit a crime or was considering committing a crime, that would actually make him not Orthodox. So within the when Marte's talking about it, then that's in the confines of orthodoxy. Then it's implied he's not doing it to take advantage.
Would this be a prescription for just Orthodox men though, or all men in general?
Good question. So if you're going to prescribe it for secularists, then you could argue, okay, well, maybe there's more of a risk that they would take advantage of this power imbalance. However, that's very hard to try to predict or try to claim or assert, because anybody can take advantage of anyone.
So I have
that's why we have laws. That's why we have laws in
Correct.
place.
Yes.
So
so all the regulations. Yes, I have a quick aside, because I actually I know Spin. He's a friend of mine. Spin, which is the angry American here. Now he actually.
I'm sure people in here have heard of me.
Yeah, he has a severe disability, and I would actually like to get his take on this. And I have a kind of a question for him actually. Now, I know that you're married. You've mentioned that a few times on stream. I try not to go to people's personal life, but that's just kind of, I know that there's certain things about you that people know. And this is a very good question for you. You're not blind, but because you have a severe disability, I would like your take on if it was the case that a woman saw you and your disability and specifically targeted you because of your disability, regardless of what it was for. Like if it was to gain a relationship, or if it was to gain sex, or if it was maybe just to gain your money. Like I want to know those dynamics. How would you see those things?
That's a really good fucking question.
Thank you. I'm good with the questions, man.
Yeah, I know. That's why we do what we do. But
yes, sir.
While you're thinking about it,
yeah, I want to think about my answer before I say anything.
Yeah, while you're thinking about it, the answer is he wouldn't know. Like nobody's gonna come to you and say, "Hey, I'm taking advantage of you." He would have to date them. He would have to get to know them. He would have to use his judgment to understand. He might even consult with his family or caretakers or people to understand, is this person, should I trust this person? So there's even more reason why the people that are disabled have more protections against these things. But could it happen? Of course it can happen, but you can't, that doesn't disqualify the argument that you can prescribe this. How I don't see how it would disqualify, or is the argument that you could prescribe this to young men to, hey, why don't you look into this? You're lonely. There's these women are nice girls. In fact, some men would be like, oh, really? Are you sure? I never thought of that. Actually, I don't think I could do that. There's a lot of men that are, obviously, we're all men here, but men are benevolent creatures. So we would be like, I don't think I could do that. I don't know, how that would be. So just to go in, and I guess I'll just wrap it up by saying, just to assume that people are going to take advantage because someone has a disability. No, maybe they're looking for someone in modernity here that isn't a woman that's not on OnlyFans, that doesn't watch porn, right?
Well, here's what I would say. Here's actually what I would say to that. So it's not a description, meaning that it has to be a prescription. In other words, now you are specifically targeting. If you're describing something that happens, like two people meet and one of them happens to be disabled, that's okay.
No, my argument is no problem with targeting. I'm taking the side of, hey, you guys can target these people, target this group. I'm trying to figure out what would be the problem with me saying that. And you've given some examples of the problems you would have, because you would fear that there's a power imbalance. You'd fear they could be taken advantage of, but they could be taken advantage of anyway. They could be taken advantage from another blind person.
But just because it can happen in a different instance doesn't mean that it should happen because you think it should happen. Just because somebody else could steal their money doesn't mean that you also should steal their money.
It'd be easier to steal from a blind woman, though.
Hey, why there's a power imbalance. Yes, there's a power imbalance, but all relationships have power imbalance. There's people who are just cognitively
and here's another aspect. I know this is just something I know. that humans are worse than imperfect. They are literally out there doing bad shit, making very poor choices, being tainted by the system. And so because of that, to prescribe it is a slippery. Actually, that's the best argument I can give you, the slippery slope. Because of the slippery slope, this is why. Because if you prescribe it, then people will do other things to take advantage.
Well,
That's
that slippery slope the slippery slope would mean that you're actually committing the fallacy. You're the one committing the fallacy. You're saying that because this, then that.
Well,
that's not true.
Well, here's the why that's actually wrong is because the prescription is not coming from me. It's actually coming from the affirmative, right? So if I'm the negative, I'm saying no, you should not prescribe this. Then the slippery slope argument is a simple defense. Sure, being disabled isn't a disqualifier from the dating pool, but it's not a qualifier. One of these things is not like the other. You know, the disqualifier is the fact that they're disabled, but it doesn't mean, or excuse me, the qualifier is not because of the disabled factor, right? It's not because she's blind, it's because she treats me well, right? It's not the disability as to why I enjoy being around this person. It's because that person treats me well and I like being around that person. You can date blind women that treat you poorly.
I know. I get the kumbaya side of it. Like it needs to be serendipitous, but that's just not really how life works. It's people actually pick people, especially women. We all know they will pick a man specifically because he's an athlete, so his advantages, his athletic achievement, specifically because he's tall, specifically for certain
those
reasons.
Are strengths, not weaknesses.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that doesn't change anything. That's still a power imbalance.
Okay, I want to hear Spin. It sounds or it looks like he's got his thoughts together on that.
Well, Tyler, thank you for letting me come up, man.
Hey, no problem,
Appreciate
dude.
It.
Yeah.
I'm known in the Panelverse by Trippy and Clay and probably some others in the chat. So I am a man that has a severe disability. I'm in a wheelchair 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whether I like it or not. Prior to this, I worked in emergency medicine. And I can tell you, I'm going to give you a story, and then I'm going to ask Clay to ask the question, and then I'm going to respond to something that Tommy said, if that's okay. I don't want to be a panel hog, right?
Can I dip out first? Thanks, Tyler, for letting me up, man. Sorry, I made a terrible first impression, but I just had to stick up my ass, I guess. I don't know. I rarely get to talk to that guy, but y'all have a good night. Thanks for letting me up, and
night,
have a wonderful rest of the stream. And y'all in chat too.
Good night.
Bye.
So my story is very basic. I became complacent in my job and I hurt myself. Plain and simple, right? That had detrimental consequences, which put me where I am today. The second thing I want to say is in emergency medicine, I heard and have seen with my own eyes people being taken advantage of, whether it's mental disability, visual disability. So in all types of disabilities, right? Whether it's mental health or just maybe cognitive impairment or something like that. So I've seen that. It's very disheartening. I fortunately have not ever been taken care of because in my own cognizant mind, you see those red flags, right? However, what I will say is I believe that there are a lot of people out there that would try and take advantage of somebody that has any type of disability. That's their MO, if you will, for unintelligent words, right? Now, remind me one more time of your question, Clay.
So we wanted your perspective on it, but what ends up happening is that it ends up being a causation fallacy. Just because people do take advantage of people with disabilities doesn't mean all people are going to take advantage.
I would never allude to all people.
I know that.
Right.
I'm just saying that.
And the reason I wanted his perspective was because, if, and just obviously it's an if, it's a hypothetical.
Sure.
Actually, I'm sure that you've had this happen to you in the course of your time in your chair.
Mm-hmm.
Various different peoples may have seen this and taken advantage or tried to help you in certain ways.
Yeah.
Right. And both can feel some kind of way. And I know that a lot of times in these spaces, people say, well, it's not about feeling, it's about logic. Well, I don't actually agree with that. I believe that the way you feel is very important. The way you feel about a situation is very important because we are human beings. We, have our own experiences, and this is what gets us through life. Now, if we only operate based on logic, well, then it's iRobot. My logic is undeniable. And we could just wipe everybody out.
Absolutely.
So
I know what you're saying, Clay. It just, I never want to allude to it be all people. I want to say that again. And I don't want to sound like a parrot, but I'd say 60% of the people out there, if somebody has a disability, their automatic thinking is they have money or they have a limited but unlimited means. So yes, I can see where you could allude to the fact that people's MO could be that way. I asked somebody the other day, would you date someone that was in a chair or had a disability? Their words were, yeah, why not? And I asked them the same question. Would it be because of resources or because you generally like that person? That person's words were, it depends. So that just goes to the illusion that it is very well possible that their MO or their purpose is for a monetary gain. It is not
it
for
should be.
It
should be for resources, though. I know I'm interrupting you, but for women, I don't know if you asked a woman this, but for women, it's supposed to be resources. Being that they're the weaker sex, that's part of their biology. They need they're going to be pregnant for 9 months. They're not going to have access. They can't work. That's in their, it's baked into their biology that they need to secure a man that has resources. So that is, for me, that's not problematic. That if women do that, they should be doing that. It's how they survive and stay alive.
I agree with you on this point. That because biologically they happen to be in that weaker form. No problem with that. But then you add another factor onto that, and then it becomes an even more important part, that being sure that the individual who is in the dating pool is willing to go that extra mile and actually does care about this person is very important. Think of it like it's your daughter, right? If your daughter happened to be blind and she's now 18 in the dating pool, walking around with a little blind cane, trying to tap on everywhere she goes, and some, kind of weird looking dude, remember that scene from Family Guy where the girl was like rubbing his face and she's like, oh, hell no, I ain't with, I'm sorry, I like you, but no, we ain't doing this, right? So, but then he pushes up on her and he's like trying to help her with the little box off of the top shelf. you've got these dynamics playing into this factor, and she, because of her disability, it brings in a whole new dynamic. And you as a father, or me as a father especially, when I would, gauge this situation, I might look at it and say, look, here's the thing. He was friendly with you at first. He's not really good looking. And now he's getting kind of pervy. I'm going to say, no, honey, he's not good for you. And then, she's probably going to go with
mentality, Clay. That's what that is. And I will honestly say, I'm the shotgun daddy. Okay. I mean, I won't mince words, bro. I mean, Tyler, I obviously I won't do anything to say anything.
Tell me this: would a 30-aught 6 penetrate?
Well, I'll put it this way: a 30-aught. No, it wouldn't be that. Trust me.
There's worse things in life than death.
Yeah.
Not advocating.
Tyler just turned around and looked. I'm like, yeah. Listen.
So let me here. I'm going to say one more thing. So let's take the disability out of it. We know that there is love. What you're kind of alluding to is lover boy scams, right?
Sure.
Yes.
So without any disability, there's still the lover boy predators that exist regardless. So what you're hoping for, so what you're hoping for and what you're concerned about is already covered under protections. There's a reason there are protections, and these protections
I don't mean to interrupt you, Tommy, but let me say something to that entity. The protections, if you're talking about legal protections, I think those legal protections need to be a little overhauled. I mean, and let me say, and let me explain why. If you have a girlfriend or partner, suitor, whatever, right, that has some monetary assets, and say, like me, I'll use me as the example. I get hurt at work, or I got hurt at work, and now I'm not the breadwinner, and the suitor, partner, or whatever is financially supporting you until whatever means of income come in, whether it's workman's comp or whatever, right?
Okay.
There are some people that take advantage of that, and I've seen it with my own eyes, where it becomes a problem because now the partner, suitor, girlfriend has to take care of you. And it can be, and that's where you will find out why or where the relationship was not about a loving matrimonial or whatever you relationship.
Yeah, I mean, we can. But hold on, I'm just gonna say
I am going to exit. So I just want to say thank you for having me on, Tyler. When it comes to this whole thing, I agree with all this conversation. It has nothing to do with the other one. It's just that the poll has never been closed. That's the thing. I don't understand where it's the idea that you couldn't date a blind chick, or what kind of emphasis do you get? I would be weird maybe, but it's never been like something that you're like, no, don't date a blind chick because you like her. It's like, I don't understand where that comes from.
Have you dated a blind woman before?
I never dated one, but I haven't met one. That wouldn't be a reason
with your
for
friends. But with your friends, you've talked about dating a blind woman with your friends.
It wouldn't be a reason for me to say no. I don't want to date you. There's like a billion other reasons that I can think of, but being blind is not one of them.
Sure, but
I've never been.
But I'm sure you've talked. I'm sure you've discussed with your friends about dating a blind woman, right?
Yes, it came out after the black chick. It's like, would you date a black chick? It's like, no. But a blind woman, yes. That was exactly what happened. In that order too. It was like, would you date a black chick? No, but a blind woman? Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Well, we know you don't even
yeah,
like women,
thank you.
but nonetheless,
I mean, I'm not
as
gay
far
like you,
as-
but anyway, thank you for having me up, Taylor. Have a good one.
Good to see you, Emmett.
Later, Emmett. Guys, make sure. I feel like everybody here probably is subscribed to Emmett, but make sure that you're subscribed to Emmett if you guys haven't yet.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I will tell you this,
think
Tommy.
It's
Tommy,
I was just going to
hold on.
say it's a different argument, though.
I
Like,
actually. So hold on before you go.
ahead.
I have dated a almost blind chick, and it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. She wasn't like completely blind, but she had a lot of trouble seeing. But you know, when I met her, I had no idea that she was blind. You know, I saw her and I said, "Hey, you want to hang out?" You know, and she's like, "Hell yeah!" You know, got her number. We hung out. Later on, I found out that she was blind. So, you know, the idea that I was, you know, it's like, oh, I see this
You
chick.
found out when she wasn't replying to your text messages.
You know, like the idea of, you know, well, I saw that she was bumping into the furniture, old Helen Keller style, and ooh, man, that's kind of sexy. You know, like, no, that was never a thing, you know. But yeah, no, I definitely have. And no, she was a lot of fun. You know, and it's definitely something that's possible, but it's not a prescription for sure.
Here's the best. I'm going to make your best argument for you. You could say if somebody actually prescribed this, and it was like, let's say Myron Gaines was out there on his huge platform telling everybody to do this, you could argue, would more people with disabilities be taken advantage of? Would that number tick up? I would probably have to agree that it might to have an uptick, right? But generally speaking, it's really not a reason to not prescribe it.
Fair enough.
That's not really a good reason to not.
It's
All you have to do is you have to worry about the laws and protections around it and prevent it, because let's face it, even able-bodied, able people can be taken advantage.
Well, it's like this. Okay, you know, I'm sure a lot of guys have been told you should date a church girl, right? This is just common among you know, older folks. He's like, you know, you shouldn't get out there in the streets. You should date a church girl. But what if you do find a girl in the streets that you love being around? She's a lot of fun. She just happens to not go to church, right? Does that mean that all of a sudden you have failed? No. This is the one you want to be with, you know, and this is just normal interactions. So prescribing something like this is kind of the same to me. It's like, you can't find this person in anybody else except for this one prescription. That's what prescribing actually means. It's like, this is the best option at that point. And that's not accurate when you talk about, okay, only in the church, only.
Well, Marte would say, which I would agree, it is better because, again, you know, they're not watching porn. You know, they're not super vain about how they look, because they're not in the mirror every 10 minutes. And maybe possibly less makeup, and also not in pornography, or only not a history of sex work. So that would be the goal, is because that is pervasive in the West. That behavior is pervasive.
Now that's some good reasoning behind prescribing it, but you can find all of those qualities in girls that aren't blind. You can find all of those qualities in girls that aren't blind. You can find them in the qualities of girls out there in the streets. All of those.
Oh, of course. Yeah. But what's more likely?
Possible.
What's more likely? If you have two women to choose from and you had to guess at which one didn't have a history of
Old
sex
country
work.
girl.
Yeah, but you if you had to guess which one didn't,
Southern Belle.
I live in the South. No.
I'm from the South.
So when I say sex work,
Yeah,
so in
I am
the
that
West, in the West, and this is, you can look at Aaron Clary's book on this. It's estimated 1 in 5 women have participated in sex work, and that's not just OnlyFans or pornography, but that also includes Instagram, being in DMs and offering sex for money, WhatsApp. So it's very pervasive.
Instagram is the new Vegas.
Right. So it's very pervasive. So if you want, so Marte's idea is to go somewhere where the probability is less likely. And that would be,
a disabled chick.
Yeah, but are you trying to wait a minute? Are you trying to prescribe that we're gonna, ruin the poor church girl's life?
What do you mean? How would we ruin the church girl's life?
So if I may, actually, that's a really good point. So essentially, right? So you're supposed to be the good Christian or the good guy who comes in to swoop in, Prince Charming and all of that. But if she happens to be a good girl, at that point, are you now Prince Charming? Because it sounds more like you're the bad boy swooping in.
And then that I would prescribe that they would be then trash.
And they're choosing.
And what I'm saying is that is a choice to be trash. That is a choice to be a degenerate or a piece of shit or whatever.
Well, lowering standards even.
Well, right. You're lowering standards to fit the narrative that you may or may not feel that needs to be prescribed.
Yeah,
I guess I don't follow. You're gonna have to repeat this. Who's lowering what standard?
Well, essentially, like if it's the disability because she happens to have a disability,
that's not a lower standard that you're asserting that.
Well, no, hold on. Because if it's a disability just because she happens to have a disability and you find out about it and that sort of thing, that's fine. But if you're targeting,
should I be held at a lower standard because I have a disability?
No, you should be equal. That's what I'm advocating for, is that you should be treated equal.
That would be everybody's prescription, right?
Everybody's? No, there's a stigma there's a stigma in society that people.
Okay, let's take the stigma out and let's bring ourselves to reality, because I'm a nationalist and a realist. Okay. I believe that everybody is equal. So let's take the stigma out of it and let's look at it on a realism point of view. We are all equal human beings, regardless whether we are in a wheelchair, we're going around with a handicaps or a blind stick, whatever. At what point, other than the stigma, should we lower our standards, moral standards, whatever, to be at a level where it fits a specific narrative? And I know I use some words, and if you don't understand, Clay understands where I'm going. I promise.
So, but do you understand what he's saying, Tommy?
No.
Let me see if I can clarify it a little bit. So
the whole standard thing, I don't understand.
Well,
if anything, I'm advocating for everything to be equal. You guys are saying these people are special and they should be treated differently and protected.
No, Well, I'll give you a parallel to it, or an analogy, like a restaurant, right? Now, a lot of people growing up, we like Taco Bell, McDonald's, because you're a kid, right? But you find out that they got some dirty shit going on in those places, right? and you realize that, and you're like, well, that's kind of like this disability, right? They are actually disabled in the restaurant industry, right? So then we begin to choose other places. But that doesn't mean that the people working in, like, the actual mindset of the restaurant is like a bad thing, right? So it only becomes a bad thing if you're targeting for that weakness, right? If you target McDonald's, you go eat at McDonald's specifically because they have that fatty, greasy, nasty food, you're going to get fat and you kind of become a piece of shit, you know? But if you go to these nicer restaurants and you actually eat some decent food, you're going to find out that you're going to become a healthier person and you're going to have a lot better wait staff typically and all that. Not giving McDonald's and Taco Bell. If you guys want to eat that shit, go eat that shit. It's gross. But you know, like the idea of targeting specifically a weakness, you take that in, you soak that in, it becomes part of you, and it's just like I mentioned before, it's a slippery slope. You're gonna choose crappier and crappier things, and in my opinion, it's going to be to your detriment as well as to the detriment of the people around you. You know, like if I go into McDonald's and I get some really gross food, would I say something to the staff there? Well, sure, I would say something. Absolutely. I'd be like, dude, this is gross. There's no way I could eat it, and I'd walk out. I don't even
I'm
want
not following. Tyler, are you following this? I'm not following it.
A little bit. I'm trying to, but I keep getting distracted with chat. I got DMs and everything.
Oh yeah, do your thing, Clay. You gotta. Can you
my cam
summarize?
went out. I'm not gonna worry about coming back in.
Oh, your cam went out?
Yeah, it's so because my computer's really old. Like it'll like freeze up and then the cam's off. But
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
yeah. StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I'll hang
Clay,
out. I'm not worried about it.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, I mean, you made the what's it called? Analogy with McDonald's, but and you guys are talking about standards, and you know, again, I don't know. I feel like I've pointed out the worst possible case for your argument. The worst possible thing that can happen is people can be taken advantage of. I pointed out that people
Absolutely.
Yes.
Anybody can be taken advantage of. You could be taken advantage of.
Right. So I
But
haven't
to
heard any
target-
good idea, any good reasoning
Well,
why
okay,
we shouldn't
fine.
prescribe it.
I got you. This is the best way that I can explain this. When you are in the dating pool, and you are looking for that significant other, because marriage ought be the prescription you're after, and not only marriage but producing a family, right? If that's what you're after, and you are not looking at that as the prescription, but rather anything else, I don't care if she's butt ugly. If you're looking at, you know, the fact that she's just, you know, a 10 times 10 out of 10 gorgeous supermodel from Tahiti, then at that point, I'm going to question your morals. This is just me. Like, I get that you're attracted to her. I'm attracted to her too. Yeah, that's 100% true. I might actually go after her myself.
Oh, I'm not making the claim target people with disabilities for sex. I never made that claim.
Sex or marriage. Marriage has to, that's exactly right. So because in relationships the goal is sex. Like that's the only way you make
the goal would be family.
Right, you can't make family without sex. You just can't.
Okay. So I get
I mean,
that.
I guess you can. I guess you can, because man and woman can be married. That is family without sex. And I actually
it's baked into them making a family. I get that for sure.
Yeah, but
the issue I have is that I think I can understand what you're saying. Hey, don't target. You hear target and you think of nefarious. Or you
I think
malice.
the idea here is predator versus prey, right?
Right.
Targeting
Right.
is predator versus prey.
Right, but that's an assertion. The prescription is to target, meaning so you can have better success. So lonely men can have better success and get away further. Yeah, yes, have better relationship success. Get away from feminism. Get away from things that have. And again, this is kind of what Marte was talking about. Trying to avoid that. Trying to avoid feminism. You're not You're not trying, because if you wanted sex, you wouldn't need to target people with disabilities.
Feminism
If
is a
you
whole
were
nother
void,
debate.
if you just want sex and you're void of morals, you would just get a prostitute. Then it wouldn't have a problem.
Well,
So
you can marry.
we're
You
not
can marry
talking
an
about
ex prostitute and have no problems in your life too. There's ex prostitutes who married and lived happy lives after having their fun in the early ages.
That would be
saying you can make a hoe a housewife.
That would be an extreme exception.
It's an
Actually,
exception.
prostitutes
It's not
have
the rule.
We need wait a minute. We need a fucking reality series making a hoe a fucking housewife. I gotta make that.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be an
Oh.
exception though. Mostly they don't get married. They have 100% more likelihood of actually homicide, higher rates of domestic violence. Yeah, there's nothing good about prostitution whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
But yeah, so I just don't want to like mix up my argument. My argument is targeting for it within the confines of
Well, here's
like,
the problem. When you bring feminism into the argument, that's when it starts to get mixed up, because it's either prescribing the blind pill or feminism, which is a totally different argument.
No, but so
Well, it's over the
feminine.
counter. It's not a prescription. Remember.
Yeah, and
Say it again?
Arcade wasn't making a
Joking.
prescription.
Oh, okay.
I'm making
It's over the counter. It's not a prescription. The blind.
Yeah, I found her in the aisle. I love it.
But no, feminism is supposed to empower women, so they should be. It should be acceptable for them to do sex work, and that's why the idea is to get away from that, because you understand that blind women are. The idea is that they're going to be less degenerate. That's the idea. Could they still be?
Guarantee.
No.
I think there's kind of a misconception that all women are a certain way, right? I think we just see what we see isn't the majority of women, right?
Well, there's this little saying.
No, I mean it's pretty.
My
It's
mother-
pretty known. They've done studies on it. It's pretty known that women, the top, 90% of women want the top 10% of men. It's pretty known.
Right,
It's
They've
actually
done
easy. It's easier than that. My mother and your mother are both mothers. You understand what that means?
No.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah,
What do you-
it
what
really
do you mean?
happened. Your
What do you mean?
papa and your mama are your papa and mama, and my papa and mama are papa
My
and
mother
mama.
was a saint.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
never. Right?
The
That's the
last-
truth of it,
My
right?
stepmom always said a bird shit on the stump and the sun hatched me. So I don't know.
The stork was a piece of shit. He
Well,
probably
you
ran in the
can't.
fucking chimney.
I have to say this though. I think we're defining women. What about the male characteristic or the male person that is disabled? Meaning, why does the blind pill, which I think is absolutely funny because I've never heard of it in my life.
Yeah, it's new.
Why are we isolating? Shut up, Clay.
I can tell you the reason we're isolating is because there is a problem in the West with male loneliness and hypergamy and feminism. So men are obviously unaliving themselves, and they're reporting to be very lonely and all of this. And I can't remember the exact stat, but it's like 25%, I think, of men under 30 are still virgins.
Right.
So
and a lot are accepting the fact that they're going to
and-
just be an incel.
You said they're accepting the fact?
Yeah, a lot of them are just accepting of the fact.
Yeah, and then becoming.
Well, yeah. Well, they're the ones who are accepting are, I guess that's kind of like black pill, meaning they've accepted it. They don't. They basically don't care anymore. They don't care about society. They don't see the value. They don't even want to pursue anything or try anything. So guys like
Back in
Marte,
my- you had to have game. Now it's all online stuff. You know, everybody's lost their game.
Yep. Yeah, that's well,
there's
see,
a-
oh my goodness, Tyler, you just hit on one of the biggest portions of this, and that is game, right? So one of the things that I have 100% seen across the board is that men tend to be boys now. They have zero game. They don't know how to talk to women, and they aren't even willing to. Then that's, I think, the biggest problem.
Well,
it's
because
the ability to talk to women, and then now if you throw in, well, you know what, guys, I've got a plan. All you have to do is target them blind women first, because they won't even see you, and you'll be able to talk to them. Like, here's the thing: like, if what you're after is that hot blonde, then that's what you need to go for. You don't need to go for the blind chick, because you'll never enjoy it. Here's one thing that I was told by a chick. And she said, you have to be attracted to the person, because if you're not attracted to the person, it's never going to work out. Okay.
I think we need a female's perspective.
Oh, that's the
They
last
got
thing.
some earlier.
Well, there's one in the back, Tyler.
Is there?
Oh, is there? I didn't even know.
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh my gosh, that's the last thing we need. Bring her
Oh
up.
no, this is one of the best. Oh yeah.
Hi, boys. I'm here. Are
Hey.
you ready for this?
Damn,
Now,
I wish
Tyler, I hope you
I-
didn't mind that I invited her over.
No, that's fine. I just
I-
wasn't eyeballing the back anymore.
Oh,
So
it's okay. Look,
He's
I
a lot
fully-
easier
should've been
on
on
the
this.
eyes
Hold
than
on,
you guys.
Hold on. Now, I fully understand that there's a lot of male loneliness. There's also a lot of female loneliness. It's not mutually exclusive to just one party. However, I will say this. It is not the women's side in the world to spread our legs because you feel you are at a disadvantage. If you need to get laid, then it's your due diligence to get your ass out there, learn your fucking social skills, get yourself together, and learn how to get laid, boys.
Yeah, so you can
You're not
record
just
it.
going to
You
get it
can
because
record
you're
it and put it
male
on
and you think-
Instagram.
It's not-
So
you're
you
not
can
gonna
say,
get it
man,
because
you
you're
can say,
male
hey,
and you
look,
think
he's
you're
not
owed.
paying the
Hey,
bill.
man,
Look,
hold
he
on a minute. I want to hear her.
Oh, it's the same trope. It's the same feminist talking.
That's not no
points.
fucking
This is
feminist point.
feminist.
That's no
That's
fucking
true.
Bro, this
feminist
is
point.
this is
You aren't
straight
going
up
to touch
brutal
me.
here.
You aren't going to touch me because you feel you have the right because you got a fucking swinging dick between your
See,
legs.
listen to this. What is
Straight.
this? Touch you? What are you
Straight.
talking about? Touch
Straight.
you?
I'm talking straight
Tommy,
to
do
you,
you
honey.
tuck?
I was one of the biggest hip hop dancers from the 90s and the early 2000s. Don't fucking talk to me that way, bro. I'm telling you straight. I come from the entertainment industry. It's not my job to lay down and spread my legs because you're swinging dick and you think
talking
you're
about
owed
that.
something.
We're talking about blind
Bullshit.
pill. No one's
Honey,
talking about you
honey,
spreading your
honey,
legs. You spread your
honey,
legs.
I
pretty
know all
plenty.
about the red
Yes,
pill.
you
I've
spread
come up
your you
against
spread
the red
you spread
pill.
your legs plenty.
I know
I'm
all
sure
about
you have.
Lolo Tomasi, the homosexual brigade.
Wow, did you really just
okay?
call
You
her
mean the
like
guy
a
that's
Damn
slut or
married?
straight.
whore or
You mean
something?
the guy that's
That's
been
kinda
married for
gross.
30 years? Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, you mean
know
the
what?
guy who
What-
has
what-
a woman as a front for his relationship?
Can I
like most
point something out
homosexuals
really,
do to
guys?
have
Guys, can I point
children?
something out really quick? Here's the problem, Tommy.
Yeah.
This is the problem right here. That type of talking to women will never.
She just got on here, bro.
Get
I'm
them
not gonna
into
lecture.
your relationship
Bro,
status.
I'm
This is
in
why
right.
you need to go
He's
after
right.
blind
Bro,
women.
You don't
I'm not
deserve a woman.
single. What are you
You don't
talking
deserve
about?
a woman.
Actually,
You
you
don't
might want to
deserve
go
a
after
woman.
the deaf
My
woman.
Men
woman
with that
is
attitude,
like
you
half
don't
my
deserve,
age.
League
you
skills.
don't deserve a woman with that attitude.
Hair
You
dribble.
realize that,
My
right?
woman is like 20 years my junior. I don't.
So
why
what?
I would. Okay,
So
so
what?
like, I don't have any problems with that.
I so what? My
You're-
ex-husband's younger than me. You think I give a flying fuck? I don't care.
Your ex? Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a reason he's
my
your
ex.
ex. Yeah,
No,
there's
he's
a
an
reason
ex
for that.
because I chose he's my ex.
Oh, I'm sure.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that makes a
yeah.
lot of sense.
I'm
Makes a lot of sense for
I'm
you to
pretty
choose
fine,
that.
honey. I'm pretty fine. I don't give a fuck. I
Okay,
don't give
but
a fuck
what
you
is
say.
your point that you want to make on the panel?
My
What
point is you guys are going around spreading your red pill bullshit, your male feminist talking points, and you're creating more division between the sexes as opposed to
I get it.
uniting.
But
You
what is
can't
the
have
bullshit?
one without the other.
But what is
we
the
need
bullshit?
each other.
Can you be
Bullshit.
specific about the bullshit?
I'm very specific. I
Okay,
just
what
said it,
it-
didn't I?
You
I'm
just
very
said
on
you
point.
all what I okay.
I've
let
come
me
up
let me
against the
steal.
red pill.
Let me
I've
steal,
come up
man.
against all you
Can I
incels.
steal? Can I steal, man? What you said?
Sure,
Well, all
if you
you
wanna
said
try.
is that there's no reason for me to open my legs, and even though you've opened your legs like plenty.
You
Even
know
your
so much
ex.
about
So were
me.
you a virgin with your ex-husband? Were you a virgin?
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
none of
I
your
didn't think
fucking
so.
business.
Yeah, I didn't think
You
so.
weren't.
I didn't
You
think
weren't.
so. Well,
You
what do you
weren't.
mean? I thought body count doesn't matter.
Can I
What
ask
is
you
it none of my
something, Tommy?
business? You shouldn't
Can
be
I
I got
ask-
ashamed
lower
of it.
body
Can I-
count
I
than
thought-
you'll ever
I thought-
think.
Ah,
None of your
what-
fucking
Tommy,
business.
can I ask you
It
something,
doesn't.
sir?
Body count doesn't
Can I-
matter. Why are you
Tommy,
ashamed of it?
Tommy, can I ask you
Yeah.
something,
I'm
sir?
not ashamed of anything.
Yeah.
Have
Oh,
you
then what is it?
Have
What
you
is
ever had
What is
had
yours?
sex?
20, 30, 50?
No, but it's well.
Have you
over
ever
100.
had sex with someone outside of marriage, Tommy?
Yes.
Then how are you going to sit here and throw
I
stones?
was engaged. Ooh, I won on that one.
You can't throw stones, sir.
Not,
That's not how it
I'm
works.
going- don't- okay, bro. What are you, a male feminist? Am I
Bro,
voting?
it's not feminism. You're
Bro,
sitting.
it is
oh,
a
are you?
feminist,
Wow.
bro.
So
Bro,
Jesus was a
bro,
feminist, huh?
Bro, this is a
Jesus was a
2v1.
feminist
You
too,
want to
then,
do
huh?
a 2v1? I'm not going
Because
to
you
argue with
pretended
both
like you're
of you.
Christian. I don't know if you're Christian or not.
I'm not
Tell
going
me,
to
was
argue
Jesus a
with both
feminist?
of you.
Your red
Was
pill
Jesus
shit
a
is ran
feminist?
by homosexuals. You a homosexual? 'Cause that seems to be all you guys are
Are you
into.
aware that
You're
I
both
literally
over.
took that out of scripture?
Okay, yeah, your wife should submit. So, anyways,
So are you going to throw stones?
Well, you got to give her a reason to submit.
She came in
Yeah,
here throwing
exactly.
stones. She came in here throwing stones. She is not
Well,
talking
she
about the
didn't throw
blind
stones
pill.
at you. She threw stones at the incels.
Blind pill.
Are you an incel? I mean, you're projecting like you are.
Bro, okay, so describe
Oh,
an
you
incel.
didn't want
What's
to
an
hear from
incel?
the woman at all.
What's an incel? That was a joke, bro. But they're not. You don't
No,
take
it was
advice.
legit. Really, what
Yeah,
you
you're not
you
advice.
were
You don't get
projecting.
advice about
Listen,
dating from
I've
women.
heard
Yes, you
Hold on.
say
Hold on. You're
exactly
saying
what
you're
he
saying
said.
you're gonna get advice about dating from
I
women.
heard Ortho Bro say it from day one
Bro,
that women
bro,
don't
answer
have
my
any
question.
room to speak. So how
Not,
is
not
it
about
that you're going to
dating.
pretend
Why
like
would
you're
I
not
listen
doing
to
that
somebody
exact same
who's a-
thing?
Why would I listen to a divorcee on like anything about dating?
Why would you listen to
what sense would that
Are you
make?
sure?
hypocrites?
Are you sure I'm divorced? Are you
What-
real sure?
Because
about
it's
that?
clear that you're getting your advice from hypocrites.
Okay, so what problem do you have
In America, look, here's the thing. In the United States, how many virgins do you think exist over the age of 25?
over the age
many.
of 25? I don't know. Just look at the data. What's your point?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you can look at the data.
What is the,
It's a
where
very
would you
low-
get where would you get statistics or data from?
From the GSS studies. They look at this.
Yeah.
And you do realize GSS studies are not biased.
Bro, you asked me a question. I gave you an answer. I
asked you another question. You
Okay.
do understand that.
So, but what?
GSS
But,
studies
okay,
are
I
not,
get it.
are-
But
are
you
not
have to
biased.
have a point behind the arguments you're making. What is your point about virgins?
I didn't make the point about virgins. I just asked where you were getting these statistics from.
GSS studies.
Okay, go ahead, Clay. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You know what I think it really is? It boils down to this. These men are afraid of vagina, and I can't do anything for them.
You're so fucking right, Clay.
You know those things have teeth.
Nail on the head right there.
See, all they can do is attack the
Take a
people.
fucking
They
drink, Clay.
can't attack the argument, so they attack the people when they can't attack the argument.
Okay,
So-
are you not afraid of vagina?
Masculine game.
Are
You you
what,
you rip on the guys that are at the bottom of the totem pole.
They're at the bottom of the totem pole because they want to, which is also called culling of the herd and natural selection. You do realize that, don't you?
Hey, I'm all about
Exactly,
it. Too.
exactly.
Here's
That
the
is
thing.
red pill.
So it's not
That
the
is a
women's
red
problem.
pill talking
It's
point.
not
You're doing. Yes,
the
it is.
woman's
You're
problem.
talking. The point you just made is a red pill talking point.
No, it's
So,
not.
yes, you just
No, it's
appeal
not,
to
because I said it
evolution.
long
You
before the red
literally
pill did.
appeal to evolution. That's red pill. Are you brain dead or what?
I don't know. That's evolution.
I don't know. I think you have
Continuation.
much lower IQ
Evolutionary
by demographics,
psychology.
sweetheart.
She
You
said
wanna go
natural
there.
selection. She said natural selection.
Yeah,
That
guys
is
who
red
don't
pill.
procreate, there have always been guys
Yes,
who don't procreate.
yes,
and
that's
part
red
of
pill.
natural selection.
Exactly.
Oh,
That
fucking
is
well.
red pill.
Whatever, if
tells
that's
that
what
to
red
men.
pill to you, then you are the bigger retard than I've
That's
ever
what
seen.
red pill tells men.
You have a very hard time with common
don't
sense and
understand.
language, don't
Yeah,
you?
Literally what
He,
red
he
pill
has a
tells
problem
men.
with the
You're not
description,
saying-
so he
you're
wants
not
to
saying
prescribe.
anything different,
He has
but
a
you're
hard
not
time
saying-
with common sense
but you're
thinking.
not saying
He can't
anything
discern
different than
words.
red pill.
It sounds like murmur in his
You're
brain
not
when
saying
he's
it.
talking.
She just comes on the panel like, look at my big breasts. That's it. Like she.
Is that the first thing you
wants-
saw?
See my
looking
boobs?
for
It was the
attention.
first thing I
Yeah.
saw.
Looking for
I gotta
You
attention.
admit
must
it.
be looking, honey.
Just
You
like-
like that, huh?
You have a tank top
Yeah.
on. They're like falling
Yeah.
out of your shirt.
So what? I'm not your fucking wife. Get lost.
So what? Like, yeah, let me just seek attention online. And this is
You
the whole
think this is
problem.
attention?
This is
There
feminism.
it is, right there.
No makeup on
This is
in my
feminism.
house. hanging out with my homies, and you think I come up here for you and you're dumb.
Let me ask you, Tommy, should be
What's wrong? Do I look
wearing a
better than the
burqa?
bitch you got? I probably
Literally
do.
for
Don't I?
like-
Was she 300 pounds? Was she was she one of those white throwaways no one wants, honey? You got yourself a white chamois whale? Murr.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
but
you
you're
know what
huge.
the fuck I'm talking
You're
about.
huge. You're
Get
way
lost.
overweight.
Get lost.
Ma'am, you're way
You're a
overweight.
loser. You're a
Just
loser.
being honest.
You're
What
a
is your
loser with a
BMI?
low
What is your
IQ.
BMI?
You're
What
a
is your
loser with a
BMI?
low
What
IQ.
is your BMI? Can you answer a question or not? What's your BMI?
What's it to you? What's it to you? You're hiding behind a little avatar there.
That's fine, but
What are you, about 5'2"?
My situation's
With
fine.
a
I'm not
skinny,
the
scrawny
one
dick?
who has
I
the
bet you
problem.
do.
I'm
I bet you
4'6".
can't even
All
get
I
it up
said,
for Shamu the
is
fucking
don't take advice,
Right,
relationship
right.
advice
You
from
can't even
women.
get it up for Shamu the fucking whale.
I think there's
You gotta
I
go
think
buy
there's a
it,
flaw.
honey. Do you
There's
go
a
down the
flaw
street
in
and buy it?
not taking relationship advice from women. You have to be able to listen to a woman to understand what they want. You're not
Absolutely.
entitled.
They don't
Nobody's entitled to being in a relationship with a woman. You have to understand a
No, that's
woman.
not
You have to
true.
also be a
They want
provider. And
fighting
that's a
men.
true alpha right there, dude.
I
The
can
alpha is not the guy that walks around going, "This woman should be mine," and I'm a man. So no, you have to actually understand and be able to make it work in a relationship. Having a marriage, having a relationship over the long period is a constant series of decisions to always choose that other person.
Yep.
And
I'm in a relationship just fine, but I'm advocating for men because as a young man, I didn't have a relationship. Most young men don't. They don't have status. They don't have money.
You don't need status.
Wait a minute. Why do you need? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have to.
Look, Maxine. Look,
Wait a
Maxine,
minute,
losers
Tommy.
over there.
Why is a young man? Why is a young man? Do you need, or why do you need status as a person
to attract women?
It's the manosphere shit, honey. Well,
Yeah,
a woman.
Yes.
Okay.
So here's the
so
thing.
If
with-
I had buck teeth, okay. So you're saying if I had buck teeth, a smashed nose, and deformities, I would not be eligible to most women. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, most men in general aren't eligible. For only 40% of men have reproduced throughout history. So most men in general aren't eligible. And so, yes, if you had deformities, yeah, you wouldn't be in the
Are
running.
you selling books and courses? Is that what your deal is?
I'm just repeating. the
Yeah,
stats
that's.
that are
I don't know
out.
who the
He's
hell you
repeating
are.
the shit he heard.
I've seen some
all these
ugly
guys
dudes with
who don't know
relationships.
better.
Yeah, that's an
Okay.
anecdote.
Actually, the poor,
We
the
can
poor
point to it
actually
to
have
accept
way
it.
more children than the rich.
What
This
does
is
that have to
bad.
do with anything? What does that have to do with
Your
anything?
prescription is
need
trash.
money to have children?
Status.
It means
The,
people
the,
in Walmart.
the rich get married
get
way
women.
less than the poor. Your prescription
Status
is trash.
material.
It's not reality.
I didn't make a prescription. This is a description of what is.
No,
Well,
this
the
is
description
a
is
description
wrong.
of you selling something to guys and young boys
not
who don't
selling
know any
anything.
better.
I'm not
That's what you're
selling anything.
doing.
I'm not
I don't
making
believe
any
you.
money.
I don't believe you because I've heard all this
Okay,
shit too many times.
Then don't
Okay,
believe me.
Star, let me
What
ask
are
you a
what are
question.
buddies with
It
Glenn
literally
Lord too?
literally describes your life. You're literally a divorcee.
I'm not
So
a
it
divorcee.
outright.
You
You
think-
literally said
you
that. So, okay,
think.
so you're a
Tommy, you're
liar.
genius shit.
Okay, so you're a liar.
No, I said
Okay,
I had
good.
an ex. Now,
Okay.
what did you want to ask me, Spin?
You said you were
Okay,
married.
Star, let me ask you. I'm in a wheelchair. You
Yes.
know me.
Yes.
You know me.
Yeah, I do.
okay?
Yes.
If I wasn't married
Mhm.
and I, we hit it off.
Yeah, I have no problems with it because I have no problems with that.
You watch what women do, not what they say.
Oh
that's-
my God. Don't listen to this. Don't listen to this guy.
Look
boys.
at their
He's
actions.
brainwashing you into a bunch of shit. Thinks
Not
you
brainwashing.
have to be rich with a car
I didn't
and be
say
built.
that.
Or bitches
You know what?
ain't gonna
I have
like
a
you. Don't
vehicle.
listen to this shit.
I have a
No,
vehicle.
You know, listen, shut the hell up. I know fat guys who've got more game than
Yeah,
you.
the
You know what I
exception does
mean?
not prove
Fat
the
guys
rule. The
with a great
exception doesn't
personality,
prove the rule.
who's
Tyler.
charming.
The
You know what?
exception
They
doesn't
have-
prove the rule.
You have no
They've
idea
got
what you're
drop
talking
dead
about.
fucking
You have
gorgeous
no
fucking
idea what
eyes,
you're
bro.
talking about.
Fattest guy I ever met in life literally had more game than any
Yeah.
guy I
Yeah.
ever met in life.
Okay, so Star, I have a car.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
it is accessible,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Okay, I have a home.
Mhm.
I have all of this. Would you say that I have money.
No, I would just say you're normal to me.
I'm a normal person.
Yeah, you're just normal.
So my status. So what would you say my status is?
Status is described by like other men that respect you and admire you. Other
It's
men.
the man.
Other
This is
men.
the gay shit right here.
Yeah.
The man is
Gay-
telling the
don't
man what the
tell
status
me-
is instead of the woman.
Don't
Yeah,
you-
other-
exactly.
Can you refute
Thank you,
it?
Clay.
Can you
Thank
refute it?
Clay. As a man, don't
Tyler,
you tell
would
me
that
what
be the
I find
brosphere?
attractive, you homosexual
Yeah.
in hiding.
I think there's a lot of bro jobs
Don't you
going
tell
on
me what
around
I
there.
find attractive and other women find
Yeah,
attractive. You're a fucking
Other,
homosexual in hiding.
other men and women that respect you and admire you. Yeah, that's part of your status. Social
Okay,
proof.
so if you were a
What's going
homosexual,
on right
okay,
now?
this is hold on, Tom. If you're a homosexual and that is your target audience, if you will, quoting, right? What kind of game are you looking for, or what would one look for game in a homosexual relationship? Let's take the vagina and the tits out of it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say the game would be for a homosexual relationship?
Well, here's the thing. You see how she came. You see how Clay and Star, they call people incels. So they shame virgins. Actually, women don't like men without experience.
That's a
so the
lie.
fact that you literally call people incel, you call people incels. That's a virgin.
That's a lie.
Don't
you tell me as a woman what I find attractive.
Stop
and what I
calling
don't find
people
attractive.
incels.
You know what I
then.
don't find
You're
attractive?
shaming it.
Is
You
guys like
shame,
you
yeah,
who
but
are
you shame
liars
people who don't have
projecting
sex.
what you
But
are
you
onto
shame
everybody
people.
else
But you
because you're a
shame men that don't
man.
have sex. You're shaming men that don't have sex, though. But
Can I
you're
ask you, Tommy,
shaming men
why I
that
shouldn't?
don't have sex. So you
That
don't
also
like
is on
men
my
without
screen here, and I've got
experience.
the
You want men with
WWW, Tyler.
experience. You want
Why
men with
should I
experience.
not?
You don't want incels or virgins. You want men with
Tommy,
experience.
around like
Tommy,
that.
Tommy, I am
Okay, well then
describing. You
stop
are
saying
100%
incel.
right.
Then okay, well then remove incel from your vocabulary.
I have to remove the word.
Okay, Tommy, do you know? What would be your definition
I
of an
am
incel?
prescribing it. Yes, have sex, have lots of sex. This is exactly what I'm prescribing.
Yo,
Yes,
Tommy,
I'm also
what is
prescribing
your
marriage.
definition of an incel?
Relationship.
An ad hominem. So women get backed in the corner. They don't know how to debate. They can't refute arguments. They can't substantiate their claims. So all they
I've
come
just
out
wrecked
with,
you.
and they
I've
say
wrecked you the
incel.
minute I
They
came up
say
here.
he's an incel. He's a
I
virgin.
wrecked you the minute I
Okay,
came
yeah,
up
it's
here.
because
You're
it's
full of shit
virgin
and
is shaming. They
Boys, don't
shame
listen to this
virgins.
guy. You ain't
Men
gonna
without
listen to this guy.
experience.
He's a
Men
homosexual.
without
He's
experience.
competing
They
with
don't
you.
like men
Sorry,
without
Tyler.
experience.
Yes,
Fuck
I'm
you.
saying get
Okay?
married and have lots of sex.
like
This is
the
exactly what I'm prescribing. Why is that wrong? Why is getting married and having lots of sex wrong? Explain that one to me, Tommy.
Yeah, explain that. I would
never
love to
made
know.
that claim. I'm so confused. I never made the claim.
If you're in a
You just said
relationship
that.
and you
Just said that. You
dude,
just said
Tommy,
that I'm
if you're in
shaming.
a relationship with somebody,
Tyler, you
Because
gotta
they want to
moderate
create
this, dude.
304s.
This is crazy, bro. Like,
Tommy,
they're just-
if you're in a relationship, whether it's homosexual or straight or whatever, and you fuck like drunk monkeys 3 times a fucking day, is there a problem with that?
I don't know much about homosexual
know much
relationships.
about-
What
I
I
don't know much about
tell
sex.
you though, what I can tell you is there's less domestic violence. So when you take women out, when you take men out of the equation, and it's just women like lesbians, they have like a way higher domestic violence. So they're the problem.
He's doing all
You just deflected.
You know why?
Answer the
Because
question.
women will report it when men are are
sexual
throwing
relationships.
blows, and they don't report
Okay.
it. Get
No, I
lost.
don't-
Okay, if two
Yeah,
lesbians have sex with each other 3 times a day like drunk monkeys, does that mean, or would you as a man, would you see a problem with it?
I see I see a problem with homosexuality. Yeah. What do you mean?
With the way
Okay, if you and your girl fuck like drunk monkeys 3 times a day, is there something wrong with that?
Are we married? Or what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. Any type of situation, monogamous relationship.
Do I think it's a problem that heterosexual people have sex? Like, no. Why would that be a problem?
But you have a problem. But you have a problem with a homosexual or a lesbian relationship doing it.
Sodomy, yeah, that's not.
How is it? How is
Well, it's a sin.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to make the correlation. I apologize, Tyler.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. But regardless of that, this is the thing that I'm trying to understand. Why is it that I'm saying it is not advantageous to be a virgin? This is why. Because you can't have babies unless you have sex. It's really that fucking simple.
Whoa. Okay, dude, take your emotion out of this. What you're
How
saying?
is this emotion, bro? I'm just telling you what is.
Okay, you're
He has
saying
no talking
you're
points.
saying
He's
why
saying-
it's a problematic.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I really
He's
got
trying to
destroyed here.
maintain.
I really
You've
got
been
so
trying to
destroyed.
maintain.
Okay.
Here, I'll sell. Here,
Are you
boys,
looking
I'll
at the
sell you
super
toys.
chat?
I'll tell
Are
you how
you
to
looking
get
at the
bras
super
left and
chat?
right.
By the way,
And I'll do it for free. How
Are
about
you
that?
Are you looking
You
at
want-
the
you wanna
super
get bras?
chat?
I'll
I
do it
really
for
am
free. I'll
getting
tell you how to do
I'm
it.
so destroyed here. So
Yeah,
Clay,
you are.
I'm not going to
Yeah,
do a
you are.
two. I'm not
All
going to
you
do a
can do is
2v1.
read from
I'm
your
not doing a
pathetic script like
2v1.
Rollo
I'm not
Tomasi.
I'm not doing a 2v1.
And,
All right.
and Wilson.
I'm trying to answer Clay's
and
question.
Glenn Lawrence.
See-
and all
see,
the
look
rest
at-
of the homo brigade.
This is what happens when you have women on the
Uh-huh.
panel. They just
Uh-huh.
crash out. They can't
Let Tommy answer.
substantiate their arguments. So, Clay, repeat your question.
Yep. So why is it wrong for me to advocate for men to get married and have lots of sex?
Okay, but when did I make the claim that I'm actually making with the blind pill? I'm trying to help men be able to get in relationships, get married, and have
No,
children.
You're formulating predators
Oh,
to
sure.
prey on the weak.
That's fine.
That's what
That's
you're
fine.
doing.
That's what
Uh-huh.
laws are. That's what laws are for.
Really? And
Hello.
that's
What
shotguns are for, too.
protections are for.
Yeah, that's what shotguns are for too.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Get
Stop.
it.
Okay,
trying
but
to
wait a
feel
minute. Wait a minute.
terrified.
So you're advocating for people to get into relationships, but your logic is skewed by trying to let them know or prescribe to them that this, and this may happen. So, what are you actually doing?
You have to explain how the logic is skewed. What do you have? What specifically? You're not even following.
Okay,
I don't
so
think you're actually
I'll
following.
I'll break it down like a schoolgirl for you. You are telling other men your perception. You are not letting them formulate their own opinion of what reality is or what a relationship is.
I mean,
So-
technically, I mean, the ideal way is for men and women to have parents, right? And their parents will raise them, and like the mother will teach the daughter how to be a good wife, how to
Okay.
have
Which
recipes. They
starts,
pass
yes,
down.
lead
Couple
by
stars, yes,
example.
recipes your mom gave you that you can cook, and so you can keep a man like that. That's how it works. And the
Okay.
same thing.
All right. So
keeping
let me ask you something. So let me ask you this: is your opinion of a woman to be in barefoot, pregnant, and in the kitchen? Is that your logic? It's a question. It's not an I gotcha.
I think that we should be having more children. Yes.
Okay. So what if the woman,
Mm-hmm.
like Star, has a career
Mm-hmm.
in journalism,
Okay.
and she does not want to be, or she does not want your prescription of barefoot, pregnant, and in the kitchen and taking care of the house and the kids?
There's women like that right now, and they're single. I mean, women have to make decisions about what they want for their life. I think they have the freedom to do whatever they want. Some women don't want to do that, or they don't think that it's valuable, and that's their prerogative. But I think that I'll ask you. So you asked me a couple of questions.
Sure, absolutely.
I'll ask you one. So
Sure.
For psychiatrists, right, shrinks that prescribe medicine, who do you think they see more frequently? The 40-year-old woman that's made partner at a law firm, or the 40-year-old woman that's got 4 children and married happily with children? Who do you think they see more frequently? Give me your honest answer.
Well, I cannot honestly give you statistics.
No, that's fine. No. I don't want statistics. I just want your opinion. 40-year-old career woman with no kids, no family, no husband, or 40-year-old woman with 4 kids, grandkids, and a husband, happily married for 25 years. Who do you think a shrink psychiatrist is seeing more of?
I would say it's equal.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's void of logic.
It is actually. So here's actually the reality on that one. No, it absolutely is. So
it's not, dude. It's not.
Okay, well then don't hear the answer. I mean, you can choose to not hear the answer.
Bro, we know who's taking SSRI drugs. Yeah, we do.
Not me.
Oh, really?
Women are taking.
Okay. So you're going to tell me, you're going to sit there telling me that these normal women aren't actually taking drugs and having to go see a shrink because they got into trouble and now it's court ordered? Because I see that in the hood all the time.
Oh yes, very much so.
You're saying that the normies aren't doing this.
Oh my god!
Antidotes aren't going to help you, bro.
It's not an antidote. This happens all the time. Do you understand that the justice system is rife with women who need help?
Yes,
it is.
Well, I kind of I kind of wonder.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about how bad men can be to women, right?
Hold on a minute.
Bad men to prey on
Tyler.
women,
What
right?
Tyler was trying to get in here. The host of
I kind of wonder if a lot of women, once their kids leave the house and they become empty nesters, if they don't start seeking psychiatric help as well.
And let me respond to that. In emergency medicine, a lot of the times, or what we considered a neuropsychiatric emergency, was from empty nesters. And I will say this, in my own experience, a lot, or well, I don't want to say a lot because I don't want to over exaggerate. I would say 10 to 15% of the patients that I saw that were having some sort of psychiatric crisis or whatever was very young females that that some had children, some that didn't. I could say very limited, on a very limited basis, did we ever have any type of psychiatric emergency that you know, from a housewife that has children and is happy. Now, could I say in good, I'm sorry, Tyler, say it again.
I was just going to add, or if one of the children dies.
Well, I mean, life situation. I mean, I think a lot of psychiatric emergencies in my 26 years of emergency medicines are situational. Right. It is that crisis at the time, the PTSD. You know, they say I have PTSD. Well, it's like, I'm tired of arguing with you. I have asthma, right? It goes back to that analogy where any psychiatric emergency is situational. If you put yourself into a better situation, you might not have to take those SSRIs. You might not have to be prescribed to see a counselor. And also a lot of times there wasn't a parent or the family dynamic of mother, father. That is a very rising
angry
thing in
American.
America.
I get it, bro. I get it. Good things, bad things happen to good people. I get it. My platform, you can find me on X. This is my handle. Is not to attack women. It's actually to empower women. It's, I mean, friends tell you, friends tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. Right? I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. As a matter of fact, my parents' anniversary was yesterday. They've been married 52 years. I'd like to see more of that.
I would too.
Men have different issues that they need to accomplish, and women have their issues. It just so happens over the last 75 years,
Tommy, would you have a problem with a male going to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist?
I mean, I'm not into the soft sciences. You're talking about
that's not soft science.
It is, bro. It's soft science.
No. Okay, so it's okay for a woman to go see a psychiatrist.
No, I didn't say it's okay. Why are you
okay, so why would you say that it is not okay for a female or a male to that if
I'm
they
just saying
they need professional guidance? Why would you not prescribe that for them?
I'm just saying it's a soft science. There's nothing like firm or decided with
how
that.
Many men need therapy and then they get misdiagnosed because they have other personality issues.
That's not propaganda.
Here's the thing. If you go to war, right? Yeah, you could make a case for someone going to war and getting blown up, seeing their friends blown up.
You understand what it's like in the hood?
I was just going to say, if you go to the ghetto, you can see a war any day of the week.
Guys don't know.
I'm literally from Jacksonville, Florida. Listen to me, Linda. Listen, Linda, you don't. Yeah, that's actually, you know what? I think you said the most important thing tonight is that you don't care. You don't care about these people.
I don't want to
care whether they get
They
help.
don't care about men.
I don't want to hear about your struggles in the first world. You got champagne problems.
Okay,
buddy.
that's exactly what I'm saying. You don't want to hear it, right? So what you're validating here is that you don't actually care about what people's struggles are.
How about we talk about making
You're trying to prescribe something without actually care. There's this little thing, it's called standard of care, okay? Now, what I've noticed in the churches is that these church leaders, as well as the politicians and all those people in government, they're running away from a standard of care, okay? Now, I agree that a lot of times it's not wise to go see these quote-unquote leaders, but here's the thing. If that's the case, then where do they go?
I get that trauma and problems exist in the West, right? In America, I get that there's poverty and things like that.
Too. It's in the north. Dude. It's in the south. Do you think that all of a sudden one region in the world doesn't have problems?
You're kind of obtuse, brother. I'm just gonna
listen, brother. Listen. Let me say this, and I'm not trying to do anything racial here, but why is it everybody of different race complain about their struggles?
Mm-hmm. But women can talk about their struggles, right?
That's where I was going with that.
Exactly.
About their struggles.
Well, certain
demographics.
I'm trying. Help me, Clay.
Demographics.
Yeah, certain demographics say they're oppressed. Certain demographics say that
the victim mindsets.
Right.
So
what makes the virgin male so different?
That's where I'm going with that.
I'm just looking at.
Oh, crickets! We don't have anything we can say back, huh? Because we've ran out of our talking points. Here, what's wrong? Do you want to turn the page to your script, honey? Do you want to turn the page to your script? Oh,
bro,
you lost.
I don't even know what he's saying, bro.
Oh,
okay,
I'm the virgin male so oppressed that he needs advocacy. What makes the virgin male so oppressed in this situation that he can't get sex, that he needs advocacy? What makes your points so much better than someone else's? Why is it that he needs help? Does he have a penis? Does he know how to use it? It's a natural thing. This is actually a problem that I had when I was actually talking to the doofus, old Ben Thorpe. That dude's a huge doofus, right? I like arguing with him, but he's a big doofus, right? And I'm like, I'm like,
All right,
dude,
can I
you don't
answer
know
your
how to have sex?
question,
This
bro,
is
or are you
this
just
is the,
gonna
this
keep
all you
going,
do.
dude?
Do it.
Okay. First of all, hey Tyler, did see a chat that said everybody's talking over each other and we can't hear what the fuck we're saying. So
gotcha.
say what you say, Clay. I'm gonna try to be respectful, but you land your plane. I hear your question.
Here's the thing.
You
I have
asked
to
you
do
asked
mute
like
up.
10 different things.
If you see my mute button on, that means I'm not talking, right? And I do
Okay.
wait until an opening happens. Typically,
I'm not
It's
saying you're
very
being
rare
rude.
that I.
I'm
so
not
stop
saying you're
accusing me.
being rude.
You
I'm not
are
saying you're-
accusing me
No,
at this
I'm saying
point
you're
of being rude on
rattling off
Tyler's
your
panel.
kids
I have not
galloping
been rude, sir.
like rapid fire.
Stop
all these
accusing.
damn questions.
Just
Let
get
me
out of
go
the
to-
meta, dude. Make a
let me
fucking
ask-
point.
let me go to your first.
Stop being a crybaby little bitch.
Okay,
If you got a
so-
solid point, you can just make the solid point.
He
Stop
doesn't
being a
have
bitch and
one.
get caught in the
Answer your
meta.
question,
He's
bro.
floundering. She's
What's what-
floundering and sucking up for time because he
Okay.
doesn't have one. He's stalling.
Okay,
Don't
so
blame me
your
for your
first
tiny little
Put it out.
question-
Let's go.
Your first question was, why do I think these people need advocacy, and why do I think that I'm the right person to do it? Is that kind of summarize your question?
Correct.
That does. That summarizes my question. Why?
Okay.
So your prescription is what I'm looking for.
Okay, you can go next, Gary, if you want, or Angry if you want to. All right. So I think that there's a lot of people that need help. And I'm definitely not an authority on any of this. I am just some guy. So this is a debate panel. There's a little bit of debate. I'm giving some of my opinions. Doesn't mean, I'm right. Doesn't mean it's the best idea. I just feel like some of the people I talk to, my ideas seem to be more reasonable than other people's, and if they're not, then they can refute the things that I'm saying, and this is where you do it right here. So that hopefully that answers your question. Again, I'm just to repeat,
No, it doesn't.
I'm not an authority. I'm just saying I don't think I am the best person to do it. I'm not an authority, but why do I feel these people need to be advocated for? Because I was a young man once myself. And so I understand the struggles of young men, and it's not going to be a woman that's going to be able to advise on that. That's for sure. We know that.
Oh
for a
my
fact.
God. A woman. The very thing you want to get, but you don't want to ever listen to, right? The thing you want to say, you want a relationship, but you don't want to communicate with, right?
Okay. So I don't know. So I'll just land my plane.
Right. Yeah. So everybody should listen to Reverse as an actual professional.
I just said
many
I'm
of
not
these
an
men.
authority.
My channel deals with all this crap. You understand that? And many of the
deal
men
with it
that you are
now.
talking to actually have disorders going on that need to be addressed professionally, not just listen to some bullshit coach who wants to sell you books, programs, t-shirts,
selling
and
anything.
mottos
Why
that
don't you
never
talk to
work.
them?
It won't ever
Talk to
work. And it's
them.
not going to work in the future.
Talk
You
to
keep them
them.
in a perpetual circle where they're circle jerking just so they can come back and get the next latest summary and accusation of women, because it's always the woman's fault and never yours, when the common denominator is always going to be you, period. The problem starts with you and it ends with you. It isn't everybody
Can
else.
you give an example? Do you have any hypotheticals?
You're
Are
the
you able
fucking
to-
example right here. I just
substantiate
annihilated you. You got nothing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Clip
Can you
that, baby.
How about
Put that on your channel.
substantiate anything that you said? Can you
Uh-huh,
back
sure.
it up?
Sure. Go check out my channel.
Are you
You're
just-
part of the cult.
Are you just
You're a
on here
cult
just
leader.
to just
You're
show
part
your
of the
chest?
cult. Go check out my channel. I've got a whole series on how.
Yeah, I bet. I bet it's all cleavage.
Spaces,
It's all
gentlemen.
cleavage. It's all cleavage
You
everywhere.
must
That's
like it, huh? You like it, honey?
I don't
better,
mind it.
better than what you got at home, isn't
I
it?
don't necessarily mind
Better
it.
than
I'm
what
just-
you got at
I'm not
home.
gay. I mean,
Yeah, you sound like
let me ask you. Let me ask you this, Tommy.
Like it.
So what you're saying is, because you were young at one time, I don't know your age, I'm in my late 40s. Just because you have experience, or what you would call experience, would you say that you are trying to imply that logic to other people? Answer that one first.
Well, experience is used obviously in all walks of life, right? So when
Absolutely.
you go to college, you have professors, they have experience on the subjects that they're talking about. So do I feel like my experience could benefit someone else? Yes, I do.
Well, okay, I have experience in life. I have experience in life.
Sure.
Okay. But I would not try to prescribe my life experience to another individual because they have not walked, and I say that very lightly, walked in my shoes.
That's what your experience is.
Right. I mean, I can advocate to my daughters and say, this is what I went through, but they are their own individual in their own right and in their own mind.
You can if you have daughters, you can absolutely make prescriptions like curfews, right? Would you rather them out till 1 a.m. or would you rather them come home at like 9
Okay,
p.m.?
now that, sir, is an authoritative standpoint.
Yes. Yeah. So would you tell them it's a good idea that, hey, you guys should would you make certain recommendations, prescriptions that they should follow throughout their entire life to keep them safe?
What about the boys? Where's their prescription? Where is their being taught to be a gentleman and etiquette and morals? What about that? Why don't you talk about those prescriptions?
Oh, yeah. We want to hear morals about someone who's got her breasts online all over the internet. That's who we want to get.
Bro, are you really afraid of the breasts like that? What?
Wow.
Holy
fucking
crap!
By a woman with tits doesn't mean you gotta fucking attack her tits like a fucking pussy. Fucking attack her lady. Actually fucking debate her.
Dude, you sound like you got marbles in your mouth, dude. What the hell's going on here?
I don't give a shit what you fucking think. Actually fucking debate her.
I mean, the point I'm trying to make. Let me land the plane here for a second.
You ain't landing no fucking planes. You ain't never
Just
fucking
because.
What's wrong with this guy?
Toast the yellow, bro.
Who are these people?
What? You got a fucking problem? You got a fucking problem?
Yeah,
we love you.
Your mic is
got
lower.
Twitter
You might want to
fingers?
put the mic up.
The bottom line at the end of the day is your prescription is based upon your own experience.
I use
one
data.
would ought to prescribe that to his own offspring.
No, I use data also, sir, and yes.
And all the red
So here's another part of your skewed logic. You're going to go on Grok or Gemini or whatever and look up data. On, so are you trying? So what you're trying to do is saying
their stats are irrelevant.
What was that thing that you were telling me earlier, Tommy, about talking over people?
So
Sorry,
what you're
Tim,
going
sorry.
to use is data you found on the internet or in the library or whatever for you to prescribe.
It's a correlatory. You can use correlatories. You can make prescriptions about people, sir.
Okay, but that worked for them.
What do you mean that work, sir? It'll work for okay. If I prescribe you to not leave your car unlocked in the Jacksonville hood where this Clay guy lives, would that keep your car protected? Would that be problem for me to tell you to lock your car?
No, that would not be a problem. But in the Jacksonville hood, because I live in Central Florida, and I don't live in the hood. There's a reason I don't live in the hood.
Sure.
And just because your car is locked or unlocked does not make it safe from anybody.
And actually, I want to correct you on that. Hold on, Tommy. I want to correct you on that. When you are driving in the hood, you do not want to drive your nice car, number one. But do not.
So you're
lock
making
your
a prescription.
Hold on.
Okay.
Do not lock.
Making a prescription.
Hold on. But do not lock your door either, because then they just break your window. That's the stupidest shit you can do.
Okay, so you're making a prescription. Okay, good. Wow.
No, I am not making the prescription. I'm telling you
just
what
did,
I would do.
bro.
No, I'm not. No,
Not even a prescription. That's just straight fact.
Yeah,
that's fact.
But
no, actually,
honest people.
The way that I said it, it's a prescription. But actually, what I normally say is, this is what I would do. It's actually exactly what I was taught to say is,
so someone
I
prescribed
would do it
to
this way.
you.
I'm not telling you what to do.
So
This
somebody
is the
prescribed
interesting
it
thing
to
that I find
you.
out about these ortho bros that travel the debate sphere is that
I'm
they
not
tell
an
you
ortho
what you
bro.
should do, what the oughts are, where Aquinas wasn't ortho, for one. And number two is, when I say I would do things this way, that doesn't mean you should do things that way. You are your own fucking man. You got to figure this shit out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so your take, if I have you correct, no one should tell anybody anything. Is that your
That's
take?
not what I said. No.
Well, dude,
Clay.
well, make up your mind, bro. Like
I
you're
said
saying-
this is the way
you're
I would
saying-
do it.
you're
That is
saying-
not meaning you should do it this way too.
I
If I
didn't
do things
say
this
that.
way,
Low
and it works
IQ.
out for me, and you see that it works out for me, hey, that's great. But that doesn't mean
Clay.
you should do it.
Right.
Tommy,
so
you
you're-
have a low IQ.
You're saying that nobody should make prescriptions, or you have a problem with people making.
I'll put it this way: the deep end, I can swim. Okay, so I would jump into the deep end, but that doesn't mean that you need to jump into the deep end.
You're not contending with any arguments here.
No, I
buddy.
absolutely am.
you're not.
You are trying to say one thing is equals another. That's causation, correlation, fallacy, if you want to
no,
call it that.
I'm not a-
But it's not
not
even fallacy. It's
causation.
just stupidity.
It's called
Hello,
dancing
Clay.
around everything.
I'm
It's
sure.
called
Can I-
shucking and jiving.
Beating
I'm
around
just
the
trying
bush.
to. I'm just trying to get your
Shucking and
position.
jiving.
You have a
You're
problem.
shucking and jiving.
Angry had a problem with me giving prescription. He said, "Oh, you shouldn't do that." And so
Is a prescription a suggestion, or is a suggestion a prescription?
Can I
I
ask
know-
Clay
I know-
a
he knows the
question real
difference.
quick?
Yeah, I want to hear.
would
I want
like
to hear
to
Emmett
ask
because
Clay
I
a
know it
Obviously,
came in
it's
for me.
suggestion.
Hold on, Tommy, because I know Emmett came in for me. Go ahead.
Yeah. Could you please tell me what the fuck an orthobro is?
I can tell you what it
Yeah.
probably is.
Tell
but I
me what
can't
it
tell you
is,
it
please. You've been
actually
using that
It's
term.
easier
Can
to
you tell me what
explain
it
or
is?
Or an ortho bro is just like it's like the Christ pill. It's like the religious.
Shut up, Tommy.
people.
I didn't ask you. I asked Clay. Can Clay please answer the fucking question?
Dude, I'm
Yeah,
telling
so-
you what it is. It's not that difficult to comprehend.
I'm gonna
I
let
know
Tommy
it's
go.
very difficult for you to understand that it's not a question for you, black person. What's your fucking term? Okay,
Yeah, straight
so
up.
Clay, could you please
Damn, he
answer the
just come out
question?
and
What the
said,
fuck is an orthobro?
Holy shit!
So, of recent years, there has been a amorphous amorphous blob, kind of like the Panoverse, that has traveled in these panel spaces, in these debate spaces, that a lot of people refer to as orthobro, and I don't have a problem with calling them that, and that is that.
What the fuck
these-
is it? I still
these
don't know
individ-
what
Hold
you're
on,
talking about. This is a blob.
Okay, that
It's an amorphous
It's an
blob that
amorphous
is called
blob.
the orthobro. You've been calling it that. You've been telling people that you're dealing with them. What the fuck is that? Can you tell me?
I can't tell you whenever you're talking. That's God
Okay,
gave you
go
2
on,
ears to
please.
listen.
I'm gonna
he's
stay
trying to tell
quiet.
you
One
Just
mouth.
try to tell me
is,
what the
dude.
fuck it is.
Okay.
He's trying to tell you.
So to continue with that, that is these individuals who go out advocating, first off, number one, first and foremost, ortho talking points, number one. And number two is that they go into the debate spaces and they particularly use tactics of the whole oh god, I'm gonna literally use the fucking word in the description. Those tactics of trying to explain what debate is while having the debate. So getting lost in the meta of what debate is, using that tactic at the same time to prescribe that their church is the only option. That's an
Right.
orthobro.
So, an orthobro is a person that uses debate tactics to prescribe that the orthodox is the only option, right?
No, incorrect.
No,
It's like a well-used vagina. They travel around and just
No. I want to clarify that because
okay.
sure you
So
understand.
the retard over here didn't actually clarify anything, but I really want to know what the. Okay,
I
you've
know you
mentioned people who is an orthobro.
using the debate
Who?
tact.
Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson's an ortho bro?
You can pick and choose who they are on your own. I'm going to tell you who I believe
Andrew
they
Wilson
are.
here or someone like Andrew Wilson here?
No.
Holy shit! You're not gonna do
Are
this
you going to
again,
take
are you,
Nova
Emmett?
Star's answer as my answer all
I
of a
can do
sudden
what the
now?
fuck I want, though.
This
see?
is the debate,
If
bro.
you want to
Are
answer
you
the fucking question,
I
you
know
can
our
answer.
debate, bro.
If you want to go at it, let's go. Because I really don't know what the fuck he's saying. He's using terms that apparently he doesn't even know what the fuck they mean.
Bro,
And it's
Emmett, why
very
don't you,
annoying
Emmett, you
to
just
listen to a
got here.
bunch
Why
of
don't you
people
just
who don't
listen?
understand it.
Why don't you just
I've listened to
listen
all of
for
this
a while?
conversation,
Why don't
Tommy,
you shut the
okay?
fuck up?
Why don't you know what's
I
going
listened to all
on?
of this conversation, Tommy.
why don't you
I've
know
been here
what's
before,
going on?
Tommy.
Like you're good at
So I
doing.
still don't know what the fuck an ortho bro is. Can anybody
I'm sorry,
here tell me what it is?
I can
Define the
give you the
term.
link. I can't read it for you.
Toasty,
Oh,
you want to
you're
tell
gonna-
him?
Do you want a link? I'll
Tell me what
actually
the fuck
do
it
an
means.
AI
Please.
search for
Google.
you.
In Mexico, do you guys have the internet or what?
Bro,
Yeah,
have
no,
you
we don't have
ever-
internet in Mexico.
Fucking
Yeah.
awesome. That was good, bro. I like you now,
Toasty, you
Tommy.
want to
It's like the inner
Toasty,
cities,
what is an
but
ortho,
better
bro?
because at least we're not
Have
destroying
you
our kids by
ever actually
30% rate.
searched out? So you came up to ask me, but have you Googled it?
Yes, but I want to know what the fuck you mean because you've been
Okay,
using
my
it as
God.
it's supposed to
Can
be.
you read?
It's supposed
You
to
got
have
the
some kind
same
of meaning, but I don't know what
fucking
it
answer
is.
I did.
An
It's like-
ortho,
it's like if
an
I- if I
ortho
start
bro
saying
follows the
the panel-
orthodox. The ortho bro follows the orthodox church. Okay.
Okay.
They think that if
So
I'm
an orthodox
correct,
is an orthodox is an orthodox church member. Is that what you mean by that?
they claim they are. Yes.
Well, let's clarify that they prescribe the ortho.
Oh,
church.
that's right. They prescribe the Orthodox Church to be the only church. It's like
Uh-huh.
in a normal relationship, my wife is my wife, and that is my only wife type scenario.
So,
Yeah,
so who in the panel was prescribing the church, the Orthodox Church as the only church in panel?
In the panel verse,
Before, yeah, let's say before I got in here, which one of you are prescribing the Orthodox Church as the only church?
There was actually a lot of people on the panel before you got in here this time, which I know you were on the panel for.
But you were talking to them. You were not. I mean, these people left, so you were still using the ortho bro bullshit. So which
So
one
what
of you
specifically did I
exactly-
say then?
Which one of you exactly are the ortho bro that he
What
was referring
specifically did
to?
I say? Can you actually reference exactly what I said so that I
Yeah,
know
you've been
exactly
say-
what you're
you've been
referring
saying.
to?
Well, the ortho bro these. Oh, well, the ortho bro that.
But
And I don't
I
understand why you
the
keep using
ortho
the
bro
term.
this, the
That's what
ortho
I'm
bro that. That's what I
confused.
said.
Which one of you is the ortho bro? Can you?
So
can you
I
answer that
said
question?
the ortho
using
bro
a
this, the
reference.
ortho bro that. That is
Hold
not
on,
even
Emmett.
close to
Hold
what
on,
I
Emmett.
said.
Using a reference, or in part of saying, ortho bro said, or orthodox whatever, ortho bros say this, ortho bros say that. That is an example. That is not a prescription or a depiction
one
of
of you is
what
the
those
ortho bro
people,
that was
anybody
referencing?
up here on the panel is. And if Nova Star is a bro, I have made a real bad motherfucking decision that she's not a bro.
I just want to know which one of you is the ortho bro
It's you!
that you guys were removed.
It would be
Okay,
you,
that's-
Emmett.
I wasn't
You
here.
are the ortho
I
bro.
wasn't here. So
But you're here
who
now.
exactly it is? Yeah, I was, but you weren't. You didn't use the. You didn't use
So
the term
you're
when I was
here.
here. You used
We
it before I
found
got
one.
here.
We got us one, y'all.
Perfect.
Yeah.
But before I got here,
I mean, is
which
that all
one
you
were
do? Is that all you
referencing?
do? Is you just fuck
caught someone.
assholes?
What exactly were you referencing when before I got here? Who?
I don't know. What was I referencing?
Oh, you
I asked
don't
you
know.
that.
You weren't talking about
So
anybody.
you were talking out of your ass.
said-
That's
you
what
said
you're
you were
saying.
listening.
No idea
You
what
were
you're
literally talking out
about
of your
at this
ass.
point.
You said you were listening the whole time. You said you
I
knew
was
what was
listening the
going
whole time.
on.
He kept-
Then
he
you should
literally
know.
bro.
You should know.
Any one of you are saying.
You probably
All you
don't
did is
understand English, even
derail.
though you're supposed to be black.
Derail
and
this
white.
whole
You're
thing,
saying
bro.
it.
At least I understood what he was fucking
Derailed
saying.
the whole
He
convo,
kept
bro.
saying
You
he
derailed
kept
it, dude.
using the
He
idea
got
of the ortho
offended.
bro, and
He
I
got
still don't
offended
understand who
because
the
I
fuck
said
he was
ortho, bro.
referencing.
He got in his
Who are
feels.
you referencing?
Poor
Can you
little
please answer that
baby.
question? Who was the
Poor
ortho bro
baby.
in panel?
Okay,
that you were
Emmett, let me ask
referencing?
you. Okay, Emmett, Mr. Mexicano,
Uh-huh.
let me
Mr.
ask you this
Mexicano,
question.
yeah.
You're Mexicano. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
of course I am.
Now
So,
I understand who I'm talking to.
Yeah, go on. Tell me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's 5 people on this panel that know where I'm
Yeah,
probably
which one
going
of
to
you
go,
was the
but I
ortho
might
bro?
not.
Which one of you
Okay.
was the ortho bro?
I'm not the ortho bro. Trust me.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay,
So
let me
it
ask
was
you
not
that. Why don't you shut your fucking Mexican mouth up so I can fucking talk?
Apparently nobody can answer the fucking
your
question.
mouth.
So Nova,
I'm
are
about to ask you a question.
Not enough, you fucking retard, because apparently
Emmett,
you
your
can't.
mic
Nobody
is
can answer.
Let me tell you. I am no fucking retard. I am not a Mexican guy up on an American panel trying to ask what an ortho bro is that doesn't have any internet.
Pretend that you're supposed to be better because of your American. You know what? I find it funny that you, the American, were not able to stay concentrated on your work, so you could probably have your legs still. So, Nova, are you an orthosist?
Heard Wilson's name, and he got all.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Emmett. Let me tell you something, Emmett. I am sorry that I'm not in the middle of the field picking strawberries where you probably belong. So I'd shut up if I were you.
So I'm gonna keep on asking this. Nova, are you an orthosist? Crazy.
Now I'm asking you a question.
Toasty, are you an
If you
ortho
can
bro?
shut
Bro,
the fuck up.
your mic is clipping.
Tommy,
Emmett.
are you an ortho bro?
Let me listen, Mexican taco.
Yes, I am
Let
an
me
ortho bro,
ask
fine.
you a question.
Tommy, are
You
you an
keep
ortho
asking
bro?
this fucking question. I'm about to ask you one.
Yeah, fine, whatever. Tommy, are you an ortho bro? No.
Are you an ortho ball washer?
So
Have you
none
seen
of
their
you
review?
are actually, none of you are ortho bros.
Good
right?
point, Toasted.
Are
They
you
have
an
to be
ortho
ball
bro?
washers. They have to
Okay,
be
you
ball
guys were
washers,
just
otherwise they're not
referencing
ortho
ortho bros without having nobody in panel. You were actually
Why are you asking
referencing.
everybody what an
talking
ortho
out of
bro
your
is?
fucking
You are
asses
an
like
ortho bro.
anybody. You were just like saying
Okay,
shit.
Emmett.
You were just saying
Emmett.
shit. Okay.
Would
Go
you
on, ask me your question.
rather have your wife cooking Mexican beans and rice, or be a contributing factor to society? Whatever you
What has
call
one to do with the
society
other?
in Mexicano.
What does one have to do
This
with
is
the
the
other?
ortho bro tactics. He won't
Can
answer
I-
the fucking
can I-
question.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't
I see
understand the
that.
question because the question
You
has
don't
nothing to do
understand
with
the
the other.
question. Here, let me break it down to you like a 2-year-old.
Yeah, I'm
no.
too
Would
dumb.
you
I'm too
rather?
stupid.
Would
I'm
you
a
rather
Mexican
your
stupid
tits and
person. Could you
pussy
please
be
Yeah,
in the
I would
kitchen
like-
cooking beans and
Before we
rice?
continue, let me explain
He
this to
doesn't
you.
even
I'm a
know what an
Mexican
ortho
retard,
bro
so you
is,
have to
but
talk
he is
very
one.
slowly. Go on.
Okay, I'll talk real slow.
Thank you.
Here
Talk like he needs it
we
written in crayon.
go.
Thank you. Go.
Would you rather your Mexican pussy be in the kitchen cooking your rice and beans, or be a contributing member of the non-society that you have in Mexicano?
The non-society? How is it going to contribute to a non-thing?
That's the point, you fucking idiot.
Oh, that's the point, you fucking retard. Okay, I understand now. You cannot even ask a question.
Okay,
Thank you
answer
for
the
trying,
question.
though. You
Answer
probably
the question,
have to do with your
Ortho bro.
brain. It turned off just like when you lost
Clay?
your legs. So next one. Who else wants to ask a question?
I asked you a
Mexican?
question. Answer the question, Ortho bro.
Yeah, I do have legs. I do have my brain functioning most of the time.
Exactly.
unlike
This
other
is
people.
exactly the shit
Right.
that they go to, Tyler.
Yeah,
It's insult
this is
because they
exactly
don't
the
want to
thing
answer the
that you go
question.
to, idiot, because you cannot answer. You cannot ask it. I ask you a question. I clarify.
I answered your question. I'm not an ortho bro.
That is the
Fucking
point.
dumb
You're an
fuck.
ortho bro.
You're supposed to answer it.
But a dumb one. You're the literally retardation of what a
you're the
debate
dumb
used
one.
to be.
Start. Will you go in the
You didn't answer
kitchen,
the fucking
please, and
basic
start making
question.
me some beans and
Act
fucking
like a
rice?
fucking
No,
thing.
because I don't cook beans
I'll
for
tell you how to
retards.
make them
That'll be
Italian
stupid
style.
black
Lose your
beans. It won't
legs.
be that Mexican shit.
Stupid. The
Okay.
ortho
Okay,
bro
black
is stupid
people. I'm good with
draconian.
That is exactly. In the moment that you
You
lose
should
your legs
stop
because
taking
your
up
brain
water
fuck
for
up, I
them.
decide
You
never
make
to
them
cook
look
beans
bad.
for you. That is the thing that I do. It's my.
All right, Emmett derailed. I'm gonna have to leave it. He derailed this whole fucking convo.
Yes, Tommy. Get
what
the
is
fuck
your
out of here.
Star? What
Get
is
the
your
fuck
platform?
away from here.
Where
Nobody
we'll set
cares.
up a
You
debate.
literally are a male
Oh,
feminist.
I'll
Who the
host
fuck
that
cares what you have to
motherfucker.
say?
Absolutely.
That's a good idea.
We'll
Yeah, nobody
Star,
cares
we'll
what you
set
have
up
to
a
say.
have it right here. Why not?
Where's your
Look,
platform?
all right,
Where's your-
Tyler,
how do I find
you
your
can do it, right?
platform?
You can do another debate, right?
School of
Yeah,
thought.
yeah,
Who the fuck cares
Difficulty,
about my
play of
platform?
words.
You idiot.
Star.
You guys get a hold of Tyler.
Whenever you guys want to do it,
Uh-huh.
I'll set it up. I'll set it up and we'll do it.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure I have all the marriage and divorce stats
I don't
and all
know
the domestic abuse stats and all the other fucking gay stats that you guys like to
you know
use,
what?
and you'll
Unless
still lose.
Tyler wants to do it,
Make sure
I'll
you
do
get
it.
the lesbian
We
domestic
can totally do it.
dispute stats.
I don't give a shit
you want to
about
collab
lesbians.
on it, Tyler?
You guys, hit me up in Discord. I got the link down in the description.
Okay,
I did
I
use
don't
a
see
$10
the-
super chat to send you off the panel there, Angry American. So I gotta kick you off.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So reach out to me in Discord and we can work out something for sure.
Okay, if you can put it in the back chat while I'm back there, I'll
Send money to get
do it.
Emmett off the panel,
Cool.
please. Please. Don't
God, I should
know,
have streamed this to
please.
my channel. I didn't even think about it.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh well.
Well,
Well, I'm going to drop here in a minute, but is there anybody want to have anything to say to me before I leave and I decimate you over there hustling your ass off?
Love your tits.
Thank you for pointing out that he's a male feminist.
Hey,
I'm glad it offends your eyes, Tommy, and I know I look better than what you got at home.
I
Moo,
didn't
Shamu back
say
there.
that.
Moo.
Ooh, sick burn.
All right, I love you all. Come see me, Nova Star, at School of Thought, THOT. It's a play of words. We do all things medical, crypto. We talk about this stupid shit and the online occult spaces for men in the manosphere and all of your leaders. Everyone
Imagine
subscribe
taking
to Tyler
crypto
and make
advice.
sure you send in your donations. Everyone have a great night and good night.
Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
All right.
Love Nova.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I'm on X. My handle's there. You can find me on X at Tommy LaRusso LLC. Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Anytime. I'll start doing these panels
Good to
more
meet
often.
you, Tommy. Yeah, this is fun.
It was
so-
fun until you. I still don't know what the fuck you mean by ortho, bro.
I'm sorry, I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make him drink.
Yeah, I know. Especially when you don't even lead them to water. You're like, oh, I drink the sand. It's like,
Oh,
why
that
are you
was
not
such a
drinking the
good
sand?
comeback, Emmett! Oh man, why did I think that you were gonna say that? Oh my god!
Let me explain to you what I didn't explain. Why didn't you get it? She's fucking dumbass. So are you gonna
Yeah,
actually
you're
tell
just
me
a
what it is?
dumbass.
Are you actually gonna tell me what
you
you mean
actually
by
gonna
ortho, bro? No? No answer?
What?
You're not gonna answer that? No?
Chicken says what?
No?
Gabe
You're not
says
gonna
what?
answer it at all?
Gabe says Jensen what?
Right? Right? You're never gonna answer it, right?
Do you have actually
No.
anything of context?
Yeah, I do. I do have a lot of context. I just wanted to know what the fuck you mean by ortho, bro, because you keep using the term, but you cannot even tell me what it is. And I still want to know what it is.
Why don't you tell me, Emmett?
I don't know, fucking dumbass. That's what I'm
You're the
asking
one
you.
using it. That's why you have to answer it.
Well, Emmett's the one who said he is an ortho bro. So if I'm using
Did he? I've never heard Emmett say he's an ortho bro. He may be doing an internal critique of your term.
No, he actually
No,
did just say that.
You said that I was one. I said, okay, fine, whatever. I just want to know what it is. Define it, please.
Okay, well, I mean, you can do the research for yourself. How about that?
So you don't know?
Oh, I do know. I don't have to answer you though. That's the,
you
see, that's
don't
the difference
know.
between
You
me
keep
and
using
these ortho
terms that
bros
you don't
guy.
even never-
Listen, Linda.
You keep
That's
using
the difference
terms that you don't
between a
even know what they
man
mean.
and ortho bro is that I know I have to do things on my own, whereas little
Like
ortho
what?
bros like Emmett have to fucking go to their little religious leaders in the orthodox church, whatever the fuck
Like
you want
what?
to call it. Right? So here's the thing,
Like,
right?
what do you have to do
I
by yourself?
can tell you, but I
Yeah,
can't
tell me what you
learn
have to
it
do by
for you.
yourself. I don't know what you have to do by yourself that I don't have to do by myself.
How do you,
tell me
how do you
what you
actually
have to do by
learn
yourself?
with both of your fucking holes open? I don't get that.
Can you tell me what you have to do
Can you
by
tell me
yourself?
what?
that I
Can you
don't do
tell me
by
what
myself?
I've got to do in life? I mean,
No, I don't know. I'm asking you.
Can you
what
tell
do
me
you
what
do
I
by
gotta do
yourself
in
that I
life? How
don't
do
need
I
to do
get
by
women?
myself?
How do I get? You tell me.
It's with your claim.
tell me.
You tell me
You
that I
tell
wasn't author,
me.
bro. Okay, fine. And then you say that you have to do things on your own that I don't.
It's great.
So I need to know what.
He can't explain your claim, Clay, I think is what he's trying to say.
I didn't make a claim. He assumed I made it.
You claimed that he can't do things for himself like you can as a man because he's an ortho bro. So I think he wants clarification on what you mean.
There?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, what?
No, I no.
Like I mean, I think you did.
I'm sorry that you think that.
That's a non-answer.
And I don't have to answer. That's the point.
Well, then don't say shit.
We'll have a debate. We'll have an actual debate, okay? Okay, my position is this. Men do not need to tell other men how to live their lives. Go.
Okay. It's your claim. Go start.
All right. Yeah, that's my claim. That's it. That's my opening statement. That's my claim. That's my whole claim. Poke holes in it.
Okay. So you would say, I'm gonna start critiquing your position. If we would say that a grown-up man wouldn't have to tell another grown-up man if he is going to delete the children of said man not to do it, right? Or
yeah, he doesn't need to do that. No, he doesn't need to say a fucking word. No.
No. So he would just allow it, right, to happen.
No, that's not. No. Whoa. Don't know. Yeah. That's causation correlation right there. Dude, how are you going to sit there and pretend like that's what I said? I never said that.
Yeah, if you see another person,
isn't it just as bad to see evil being done and do nothing about it?
Fallacy.
Isn't that just as bad?
That's retarded. That's
retarded. So let me put it this way. I'm critiquing your question. I'm asking you.
Make a single claim. Make a single
I'm not
fucking
making
claim.
a claim.
Okay,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
making any claim.
Don't make. Oh, you're not going to make a claim. So nothing.
No,
your brain
I
is full of
don't.
mush.
It's your claim.
Your brain
It's
is full of
debate.
mush. Your brain is full of retard.
Clay, you proposed a debate.
Here, I'll make
didn't
another
you?
claim. Emmett's a retard.
Okay,
Poke holes
show
in
it.
Poke holes in it. No, I made two
show it.
claims here. Do you
Explain
have
why.
one single cogent thought
It's your
in your
claim.
brain?
You have to defend it. I'm
Do
asking
you have
how
a
am I
single claim
retard?
to make? Because if you don't, then why
I
the
don't
fuck would
need
you
to
come
make
up
a
on a fucking
claim.
panel, on a debate panel? You have
I
zero
don't need
claims
to
to
make a
make.
claim. Why do I have to make a claim?
You don't have to. But why the fuck are you on
Exactly.
the panel? Exactly.
Why do you
exactly.
tell me what to
So
do
why the
with
fuck
your
are
Well, you
on
said
the
you
panel?
didn't
If
make
you
a
have no
claim and
claims
you're
to
on the
make,
panel.
You don't have a claim to make, so why the fuck are you here?
Because I want to know
But you
your
said
claim.
you
I want to
did.
explore
Oh, okay,
it.
well then you can do some fucking research.
You make a you're making
You can
claims.
do some
You'll
fucking
be
research.
making a lot
I
of
can't
claims.
fucking make you suck my dick, bro. Okay?
I won't.
I'm not even going to.
I will never
That's
do
pretty
anything
gay.
like that. It's
I'm not
fucking gay
going to,
guy.
Emmett. I'm not
He's
going to
like,
do
oh,
that,
why
okay?
don't you? Why are
Look,
you not
I
this?
know
I'm
that
not
you
gay. I
love
don't like
me.
you.
You
I don't like
love me. Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, yeah. But guess what? You can't stay in
my
my
God.
fucking house. No.
No.
Exactly. That's my point, right?
I don't.
Exactly.
I don't
I don't
like
need
you
to
at
tell
all.
you. I don't need to give you.
Welcome
a
back,
prescription.
Tommy.
That's my claim.
Welcome back, Tommy.
Oh, hey, I came back because I saw a farmer cat here.
Hey.
You had to leave early. You had to leave earlier.
Poke holes in my claim there,
Can you hear
Emmett.
me?
Yeah, I can hear
You
you.
haven't proved
Yeah,
anything.
you had to leave earlier. I
How
know
I'm wrong?
You had a question
How am I
for
wrong,
me or
Emmett?
something about the blind.
Oh no, I was just like wanting to run the argumentation for it, but I think we got pretty far in it. I was satisfied.
I
goofy ass
satisfied
shit
you.
from Emmett,
I
too.
like to hear that.
Yeah, I didn't want people to think I was being bad faith and saying that, like for example, like blind people don't deserve to be loved or pursued. That wasn't my position at all. My position was that they should have never been not an option. So that's why it was like a little weird for me. But no, I was satisfied with the conversation. I appreciate you for
So
explaining it.
you don't object to men prescribing other men to hop on the dating app for blind people. You don't.
I don't have a problem with men pursuing virtuous women. Period. No
Okay, I like
additional
it.
qualifiers.
There you go.
Oh, but I did have a question. Actually, I did have that question. So it seemed that, and I don't know if he meant to do this, but Marte was claiming that blind women were automatically virtuous or more virtuous than like a non-blind woman. And I wanted to get your perspective on that. Like, does blind equal virtue?
It does, and it equals virtue because they're less. It doesn't equal, not like 1-to-1, but you have a higher probability of them being virtuous because they're not watching porn, right? They're probably per capita, probably not on OnlyFans or doing pornography. So that's in lieu of that, they're.
But dude, does like a woman being blind mean that? Gosh, I don't want to say some crazy shit here. Does a woman being blind exclude her from human desires? So maybe she can't visualize and watch pornography, but I'm sure she still has desires, and her being blind does not exclude her from acting on those desires, like only virtue would.
What we know about these this subcategory, these people are pretty independent. They're pretty quote unquote normal. So they live like how most of us do, and they could also be feminist and also be degenerate. So it still exists. I think the idea is, hey, where could you possibly look to reduce the chances that you're going to run into women? Because right now, when you talk about, most people think of sex work as OnlyFans and just pornography, but people make the argument that there's a lot of degeneracy happening on Instagram and WhatsApp, these other platforms where women will discreetly slide into DMs and set up sexual arrangements for money, which is i.e. prostitution. And so that's happening, and that's pervasive in our society in the West. And so the idea is that these women are doing less of that, but they could still be obviously corrupted. But again, the idea is just to be less corrupted. I mean, it's
I'm not saying that this is the case, but our society is degenerate, and how society kind of fetishizes pretty much everything. So do you think that, for example, a blind woman could be fetishized, and that men would pursue that because they could personify any, let's say, they could take on any persona that they really wanted to, because the woman couldn't really see who they are. So it could be a fetishizing. So that actually could be a niche sex work category. And I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah, anything's possible. We talked, when you left, we talked about some different problems that could have. Obviously, the big problem is when you're targeting these people. People think of targeting as something malevolent or nefarious, but there's within the confines of this panel, when there was people of Orthodox faith on the panel, and I guess there still is, within that context, you don't know for a fact, but those men likely are not pursuing blind women to take advantage of them or fetishize them. If they were, then that means really they're not Orthodox. It means they're just LARPing as Orthodox, but they're not really Orthodox. So, but if you remove the disability, you have just regular able-bodied men and women. There's still the lover boy. You have your lover boy scams, right, where men will try to go after women and take their money and scam them, etc. And that could happen to a blind woman just as it could happen to a regular woman. So I think as long as laws and protections are in place for people with disabilities, as long as that's covered, which it is already, then there's no reason you shouldn't be able to prescribe men to look and not to overlook.
I'm gonna head out real quick. I just put something in the back chat for you guys. Disabilityjustice.org, sexual abuse. So specifically on this topic, I'm gonna let you know that disabled people report their victimization way less than a lot of other groups. So I would strongly suggest you not victimize blind people, because that is so bad, and it's unlawful. people. So stop victimizing blind people and stop saying it's a blind pill. It's absolutely fucking retarded.
That's you saying don't be a criminal, obviously. Like,
So do you think that it would be so you're kind of attributing this whole, well, Marte says not prescription, or whatever this is, to Orthodox men. So would you say that maybe it would be a good practice to be mindful of who you're prescribing this to, and not all men in general?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it matters. I mean, why, what is your argument? Why does it matter? Why should
Well, when we were speaking earlier, you said that you were comfortable prescribing this to Orthodox men because you trusted that they wouldn't, like, victimize the women.
No, I'm sorry. Let me clear it up. It can be prescribed to all men, but on this panel there was Orthodox men, and for Orthodox men, I don't see why it would be a problem for Orthodox men. Apparently, people were thinking, oh, like people were giving Marte a hard time because they were saying specifically because you're Orthodox, it goes against like the teaches or practices of the religion too, because I don't know if it's the power imbalance or if it's basically being assumed. There's an assumption here. This is the problem with the flaw in the argument against the blind pill, is that there's an assumption that something nefarious is happening. And I don't know why that's being assumed. It can't be assumed because that is essentially causation fallacy, really, because it's like it just can't be assumed that there's going to be a crime that takes place just because you do that.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about people with mental disabilities where they have that's completely different. I don't even feel comfortable talking about that because that's just
right.
Like what are we doing here? But if people with mental disabilities obviously shouldn't be.
I don't know. I guess it just kind of like was weird to me because, like, for one, I don't think that the blindness should rule anyone out from the get-go, so I don't know why it had to be expanded. But also, like, it's a little weird to me that it kind of comes off like, well, you're not having success in the dating market, so, like, your last resort is, like, let's open it up to blind women. Like, I don't know, it just felt weird to me, and, like, I'm a girl, so I can, like, appeal to fifis because,
yeah, it's gonna be weird to women for sure because you don't experience the same problem that men do. Women have more of a problem of analysis paralysis. So you guys are approached in public, you're approached online, and your whole life, like since you're like 12 years old, you're like approached by men, and even before that. And made advances too. Some are welcome advances, some are not welcome. But so for women, it's a whole thing of screening. It's like, which guy do I want to talk to? He's cute. He's got this. He's got that. Men is a completely opposite situation where they go years some of them go years without being even alone with a woman or having them over at their apartment or whatever. So completely different. So you would never understand what that's like. If you don't want to be in the company of a man, that's because you choose that you don't want that.
Right. Okay. I guess my issue is just that they were excluded, like, anyway.
Yeah, because men, I think, are so benevolent, in generally speaking, that we don't even really consider it. I mean, I know I never have. That might be a lie. I think one time I met this girl, and she happened to be, but was just like nothing ever happened. But typically, men aren't prioritizing that because men could find it complicated. Not even just complicated, but more so there is a stigma around it, like that a man might get the ick from it, like feel like they're taking advantage. Men like the hunt too. Men don't like anything given to them. They don't want. That's why women don't instinctively. I think this is my opinion, but don't instinctively approach men because it's just not how it works in the real world of women approaching men. And if woman approaches you as a man, you feel like, oh, that girl's kind of easy. We just like the one that we can't have. And so, but again,
do you think some men would exclude women, like blind women, from their dating pool due to kind of like egoist like factors, like, well, she can't see me, so she's not appreciating my appearance? Do you think that may be why they're originally written off?
I'm trying to think about that one girl that I was messaging. I guess ultimately, no, men don't overthink too much about that stuff. It's really just attraction. So I wouldn't even have considered this woman if she wasn't attractive. She happened to be really attractive. So I know men really.
So it wouldn't make you feel like any certain kind of way because she couldn't see you. You wouldn't have that thought in your mind at all, like, you know, why does she want me? Like,
no, men don't. That's not how we operate. That's definitely how women operate. 100%. But we don't really operate that way.
well, no, I'm just asking because, like, some dudes are, like, really into their appearance. So having a woman who couldn't appreciate that, I was thinking may kind of play into their non-attraction to that woman.
I mean, I think it's interesting. It never crossed my mind. I mean, it's possible. It's possible that some guys.
Yeah, I'm a questions girly. I'm told that sometimes. I'm a questions girl.
Yeah, I'm. I mean, like I said, I think it's possible. You have guys that are vain. I could see a guy being like, "Oh, she doesn't know what she's getting right here," but it's kind of weird. It gets weird.
But people are weird. We're all weird, so it's possible, right?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Well, I appreciate you for talking to me about those things and coming back up.
Yeah, you missed a crash out with Star. She came in and was crashed out on me about.
I was in chat. I actually left because I accidentally hit the button, but I didn't want to look like an idiot, so I was like, I had to go.
The button and pushed it. I've done that before.
Yeah. Well, it's easy on the phone.
So you were listening?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did see you say something about women. I thought that was funny. I'm looking for.
Oh, I said that women are better seen, not heard, which is kind of ironic that I'm up here talking, right?
Exactly. That was a good line. That was a good line. So that's definitely not a feminist take for sure. I'm guessing you're anti-feminism.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you can tell by the moose antlers behind her.
But but you're friends with Star, or you don't know her?
I don't know her well. I've seen her on panels and stuff, and I've spoken to her, but I don't personally know her.
Gotcha. So you have children?
No, I don't.
So I
have 65 sheep.
Nice. That's a W for sure. Do you have like a dog that herds them?
Yeah, I have 2. They're Anatolian shepherds.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, they're cool.
Yeah.
That must be fun. The reason I asked about children is because women can be feminists, and then they have children, and then they I feel like they're like realize like, wait a second, I don't want my daughter like doing like porn and shit. Like, I want her to be conservative. So.
Well, just in the culture that I was raised in and around, this is kind of everyone I know is kind of like me.
Oh, gotcha.
Nice.
Right. That's a W.
All right. Well, I want to say, Tommy, you were mentioning right there at the end before you hopped off, maybe getting another debate in with was it Star?
Yeah, possibly. I'd be interested because I feel like she doesn't. A lot of times people get mad at Red Pill and Manosphere, guys that want to advocate for men because they don't understand. And so a debate for me is more not like blood sport to just like dunk on her. It's more for like, I get frustrated when people just don't understand that,
I get that.
hey, like men and women are different.
Yeah.
And some people, they just think that it's like men and women are the same. Like the arguments they make is that men and women are the same, and that's pretty silly, and it can be damaging,
sure,
and problematic. And so it's more to try to have an understanding. I'm sure she's a nice lady, but she thinks she misrepresents. So I kind of like doing that. I don't really like doing the whole getting too much into the data.
Okay, so you like more towards like working towards an actual solution style debate.
Yeah, I like that, like solutions and prescriptions and discourse. Just because when you get into the data stuff, then it's like, oh, I have this data. Well, mine's better than yours, and then it's just like going around in a circle about whose data is better. And
sure,
and that's kind of annoying, but I mean, I will entertain some of that if she wants to talk about divorce data. But even talking about divorce data, I mean, we could just say, hey, is it good or bad? It's bad. Do you want it to get better? Yeah. So let's talk about then why is it bad? What do we need to do to make it better? Not necessarily, oh, it's women filing for divorce, which it is. I mean, but that's kind of cliche, and it's been talked about a million times. So,
right. Yeah, and I think something that just to jump in real quick, I think something that's a problem with that is that most women, file for divorce is because the government provides a second husband, essentially. Marry the government, get a bunch of free shit is more appealing than being with a man.
Yeah, when you incentivize divorce, obviously you're going to run into problems in society.
Right. So I feel like if there was a single father clause, you'd probably have a lot more fathers fighting for their kids, this type of stuff in the court system that is very women centric, right? I've gone through it all. They treat men pretty shitty when it comes to custody and things like that. But
yeah, it's a tough debate. I will do it just to entertain, but it depends what the prompt is. That's the biggest thing. We got to figure out what the prompt is, because again, otherwise it's going to be arguing. She's going to, like you just mentioned about like the single fathers, and then if you look at they just did in Kentucky where I guess it's just 50-50 custody, I think. And I don't know everything they changed, but regardless, they changed it to where women aren't getting money. And guess what happened? There's divorce. People aren't getting divorced as much. So my point is I could point to that, and then I don't know, she would argue something else, or she would ignore it. And it's just not very fruitful.
I got you. I got your information. I think you followed me back on X. We can message on there, try to maybe figure out something or not. If we can't come to a conclusion or whatever, but at least we can. I got your contact there.
Yep.
So I'll reach out one of these days soon.
Cool.
I also added Spin City on Discord, so we'll be able to work it out between us. I think because I don't know her, but I think he does. Yeah. So
who Angry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know about him moderating. He offered it, but I don't know how that would work out. I don't know if that would work out too well. But plus, he's got some bias in there too. So,
right. Okay.
But I mean, you could. Who do you usually have moderating? Or is it Rex? Is it Rex?
Mr. B.
Oh, Mr. B. Okay, I don't think I know him.
Yeah, if you tuned in earlier when it was just the one-on-one between Marte and AVG, Mr. P was moderating for that. If you went to the same.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd have to.
The guy with the good mustache.
Yeah, the mustache. He had I think it was a dinosaur shirt on. It was pulling the Macho Man Randy Savage look tonight.
Oh, okay. I'll scroll back and see. I'm sure he's on X too.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a big presence on there, if he uses it that much, but I talk to him a lot of times on Discord. He's in my Discord server, and he's one of the mods on the Discord and stuff like that. So,
gotcha.
Yeah, we can work out.
How is this mic even? This is like a $10 mic.
Not bad.
You sound fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound okay.
You were kind of quiet at the beginning, but I went into I realized about halfway through the panel that I could adjust people's volumes to try to level it out, and I tuned you.
That's a good feature.
Turned you up a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I'm sure a lot of people hated that you turned me up.
Well, you were quiet. You were kind of quiet at first, and so I was trying to just balance everybody.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, but I would definitely. I gotta go. She gave her website. I think I have to double check what that is.
It was her channel name.
Channel. Oh, on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
What was it?
School of Thought.
Oh, School of Thought. Okay. THOT. That's so fitting. Got it. Yeah, so you do this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday?
What I do is I actually usually just talk the news, but I've been getting more into when debates pop up. We've been hosting debates, and I like how this panel ended up going, so I'll probably start doing more panels and stuff like that, even if we don't have a debate to precede it. Style, so just
yeah, it was cool.
But yeah, I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. I skip Thursday so that I can do my running around town and not have to fight the riffraff on the weekends.
Yep. Yeah, it worked out good. So I guess I'll head out. But yeah, great to meet you guys.
Yeah, you
nice
too.
To meet you.
All right, take care. Bye.
Later, dude.
Bye.
Yeah, I'll skedaddle as well, Tyler.
Yeah, I'm ready for bed. I've been streaming for almost 10 hours straight. So,
Good Lord.
The first
thanks for having us and hosting this. And I don't know if any answers were actually answered overall, but it was fun at least.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the main thing. It's got to be entertaining and fun. If it's kind of like you said, if it's just a bunch of data and stuff, it gets a little nerdy and not fun, right? So, and the whole blind pill concept is new to I think pretty much everybody, right? And so everybody's trying to figure out what it is and where they stand on it and how realistic
it is. Prescription. But also you ought to do it, but also don't do it because I don't prescribe it.
Well, I'm prescribing the mute pill. I'm prescribing the mute pill. Like, I only want a man who can't talk.
Right, yeah. There you go.
I'm just kidding.
Cat dating pool just got a lot muter.
All right. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Thank you for having me on, Tyler. Sorry
Hey,
I
Emmett.
spoke at the end, but I fucking don't know what the fuck they people mean with the ortho bro shit. Do you realize he was just saying ortho bro every 5 minutes, right? Like every time he started an answer, he would say ortho bro. Yeah, like the ortho bro. Yeah, like the ortho bro. Yeah. So I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
No, you're totally fine. I appreciate you coming up and clarifying that, or trying to at least, because I got to be honest with you. This is the first time I've had this many people on a panel, and so I had direct messages going on Discord. I had the chat. I had the private chat here.
Ignore Discord. Nobody cares about Discord.
Trying to. Well, I was asking questions to people because I didn't know half the folks on the panel, so I was just making sure like who these people are and stuff like that. So just trying to protect the channel and everything like that, you know what I mean? So
yeah. So you had on the excellent show. Good work. Thank you for having me up. Thank you for creating the debate. It was an interesting debate. So thank you to you. Have a great one. And
hey, you too, man.
Goodbye.
Yep. Yeah, have a good one. Guys, go follow Emma if you haven't yet. I know you guys all are though. So yeah. If you haven't yet, make sure that you're subscribed to my channel. If you don't mind, join the Discord if you like the community, if you like the chat. That's kind of the main thing, right? And the community that we're building. We also in the Discord, we've been doing a Bible study on Sunday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's really fun. It's unique. A lot of people from different backgrounds and stuff like that. We've been going through the Ezekiel, and yeah, it's been good. Like I said a minute ago, I go live every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday at 7 p.m. I talk about the news, current events for the most part, but I'm going to get more into these panels and stuff like that as the channel grows and evolves and stuff like that. You know, I mean, I had a really fun time tonight, and I appreciate everybody for being here, all the super chats, all the new subscribers, the members, the mods, everybody. Farmer Cat said, "Can I drop the Discord?" Yeah, let me copy the link real fast. It should be in the description as well, but I can still I can drop that for sure in the chat. And yeah, pretty cool debate. A pretty cool debate. It was nice having a AVG on, Marte again. And what a concept, the blind pill. Don't know where I stand. I think there's a gray area in there. I can't remember who it was. It was one of the gals earlier in the show. Was influencing my take a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate everybody for being here. I'm not going to yap too much longer. I'm going to go grab a bite to eat and go to bed. It's 5 a.m. So, yeah, and I got another show tomorrow at 7 p.m. So make sure you guys show up, share some love, hit that like button if you haven't, and all that good stuff. And I will, I don't got any exit song or anything loaded in. I don't usually use StreamYard. So it's just going to be a hard quit. Appreciate everybody. Once again, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I thought it was funny there, Birdie the dog said I just got up, by the way. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow.